Welcome to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 401 Fish in the Pond. Who would have thought that human named Tian would actually rush up here? It's quite unexpected, the celestial beauty said in surprise, watching Lin Shen climb upwards. Xiao Liuzi, your judgment is good, the heavenly emperor commented. Just luck, a fluke, Xiao Liuzi quickly responded. Haha, lose and you're punished, win and you're still punished. Go to the city of no light and reflect behind closed doors. Without my command, you are not allowed to return to Sky Pinnacle Star, the heavenly emperor declared. Thanks, Your Majesty. Xiao Liuzi's expression revealed no change, he merely performed a salute in gratitude. The heavenly emperor picked up the item Xiao Liuzi had placed on the table and casually threw it back to him. Items given to you by others should be treasured. How could you casually use them as stakes in a bet? Isn't that disrespecting their kind intentions? Xiao Liuzi realizes his mistake. Xiao Liuzi saluted again. All right, I'm a bit tired. You can go now, the heavenly emperor yawned and reclined in his chair, putting on sunglasses to rest. Xiao Liuzi hurriedly stood up, controlling a cloud to leave the ascension pool, heading towards the imperial palace. Your Majesty, aren't you going to watch the outcome? The celestial beauty seemed to still be interested in seeing the result. A few little things, what's there to see? The heavenly emperor stretched out a hand, pulling the celestial beauty into his embrace, and said with a smile, My love, you caused me to lose, and now I must punish you. Lin Shen, braving the waterfall, had no choice but to activate his super base form. The truly terrifying aspect of the waterfall wasn't the impact force of the water itself. If it were just a matter of withstanding the impact force, Lin Shen could have managed even without activating the super base form, but the dreadful strange forces within the water's flow were not so easily withstood by the spiritual sense. Climbing just 8 or 9 meters upwards, Lin Shen felt as if his soul had been frozen, his brain chilling intensely, as if even his thoughts could scarcely continue. Lin Shen now understood why Tian Xin had only managed to surge a few meters upwards before falling down. With the brain unable to think and the body and strength difficult to control, how could one possibly surge upwards? He nearly lost his grip and was swept down several times, not due to lack of strength, but because his thoughts were almost frozen, his body becoming somewhat uncontrollable. Once in the super base form, Lin Shen immediately felt a great reduction in pressure, the strange force's impact on his spiritual sense was minimized, barely feeling that cold sensation anymore. The super base form has such benefits too. Lin Shen was overjoyed, continuing to climb up against the waterfall. This time, his movements became extraordinarily swift. Braving the waterfall, he climbed faster and faster, soon reaching the midway point of the mountain. Tian Xin, watching Lin Shen climb from inside the pool, initially thought Lin Shen would soon fall as well, but saw that Lin Shen suddenly started climbing faster. Judging by this trend, reaching the mountaintop didn't seem like an issue at all. Damn it, it's not fair that he can do it and I can't. Tian Xin gritted his teeth and once again swam towards the waterfall. This time he did not forcefully fly upwards against the waterfall, he also grasped onto the rocks to climb. However, after climbing 7 or 8 meters, his brain felt as if frozen and unresponsive. He slipped and fell down again. I'll be damned. Tian Xin still wouldn't accept defeat, rested for a while, and tried to climb up once more. When Lin Shen reached the mountain summit, the contrarian had reached the 4th turn, and the inheritance fan also reached the 5th turn. It was much lower than he had expected. It was said that those who had previously been able to reach the summit, some were able to reach the 10th turn, and if not the 10th, then at least the 9th turn was to be expected. His 2 life bases, one at 4th turn and the other at 5th turn, made Lin Shen realize that the resources needed for his life bases to evolve might be much more than those required for ordinary life bases, hence the slow progression. Atop the mountain, all around was a sea of clouds, and the bottom of the mountain was not visible. What was strange was that the source of this terrifying water flow was actually a spring at the top of the mountain. Atop such a massive mountain, it was miraculous that a spring could surge upward, a phenomenon beyond comprehension. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Lin Shen couldn't help but wonder if there might be a super high-powered pump installed within the mountain that was drawing water up from below to create this spring. The spring formed a pool, from which water continuously overflowed, cascading down the mountainside as a waterfall. In the middle of that pool, there were two koi fish, one white and one black, swimming idly. What was more bizarre was that these two koi fish were made of flesh and blood and looked no different from the common carp found in the rivers of the human mother planet, with the size of only about 1 foot long. Are these the two fish? Lin Shen had heard of them and, crouching by the poolside to take a closer look, found no noticeable differences from ordinary koi. According to Tianxuan, these two fish had always lived in the Ascension Pool, which had existed before it was moved to the Sky Pinnacle Star. Lin Shen dipped a finger into the pool, only to feel a bone-chilling cold the moment he made contact with the water, causing him to shiver and quickly withdraw his finger. Even so, Lin Shen still felt an intense cold throughout his body, as if his brain had been frozen stiff, shaking uncontrollably, and this was in his super base form. This is terrifying. Lin Shen was secretly shocked by the intensity of the strange energy in the pool, many times stronger than that of the waterfall. These two flesh and blood koi fish that could survive in the pool were certainly extremely powerful creatures. It took quite a while before he no longer felt so cold, as if his brain, which had felt like it was submerged in icy water, was gradually warming up. The strange energy here is too strong, impossible to absorb and digest. Once Lin Shen felt a bit better, he discovered that his life base hadn't grown, and all the strange energy that had seeped into his body had dissipated. Even evolution theory, which could cause bodily mutations and enhancements, was difficult to operate in such conditions, causing Lin Shen a slight disappointment. No wonder Tianxuan said that, although the energy in this pool is potent, it is hard to absorb. So that's how it is. Lin Shen had to give up the idea of using the pool to increase his life base's transmigration count. Spurt. While Lin Shen was deep in thought, the black koi in the pool suddenly surfaced, and with a puff, sprayed a mouthful of water at him. The jet of water came fast and fierce, and before Lin Shen could even think to dodge, it hit him like a water arrow, drenching him thoroughly. Immediately, Lin Shen felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, his soul seemed frozen, and he collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, Lin Shen was a distance away from the pool and didn't fall in. If he had, there would have been no chance of coming out alive. While Lin Shen's very consciousness seemed frozen, and evolution theory struggled to operate, the immortality scripture slowly began to work without any directive from his consciousness. Lin Shen appeared as if he were dead, yet his consciousness gradually woke up. His body still felt frozen, but his mind was slowly clearing. As his consciousness grew clearer, evolution theory finally started working again, slowly absorbing and digesting the strange energy in his body. After a while, Lin Shen gradually regained control over his body. Contrarian and Inheritance Fan, having absorbed a significant amount of strange energy, underwent another transmigration. Contrarian reached the 5th turn, and Inheritance Fan entered the 6th turn. After recovering, Lin Shen lay still, employing the feign death ability of the immortality scripture to deceive the black fish in the water to avoid another attack. Only when the strange energy inside his body was fully absorbed did Lin Shen suddenly leap up and flee from the pool, flying down the mountain. The black koi was an extremely terrifying creature, and since it was hostile to Lin Shen, he dared not linger in that place any longer. Chapter 402 Mr. and Six's Gift. As I descended, I saw Tianxin being washed down by the waterfall again. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Wei Wufu had not reached the side of the pool yet and seemed to need a bit more time. Lin Shen wanted to make another attempt, but after diving in, he found that the mysterious force had disappeared. Climbing up alongside the waterfall, he felt nothing but the impact of the water, with no sign of the mysterious force. Strange, why is it gone? Lin Shen watched Tian Xin struggling to climb up again. Given his difficulty, the mysterious force should be there, so why couldn't he feel it anymore? Without the enhancement of that mysterious force, it was meaningless for Lin Shen to continue climbing up, so he left the water flow and flew towards Wei Wufo's position. Wei, should I get in the water and push you across? Lin Shen knew Wei was afraid of water. Back in the mushroom forest when they were poisoned by the mushrooms, the illusion Wei experienced must have been related to water, and that's when Lin Shen knew Wei feared it. Thus, when it came to visiting the Sea of Flames, Lin Shen was against Wei going, but Wei insisted on going. During their time at the undersea city in the Sea of Flames, Wei had taken a significant risk by grasping onto the chains to descend. No, Wei replied with just one word before gulping down several mouthfuls of water. Lin Shen didn't dare to disturb him any further and flew back to the shore, watching Wei from a distance as he swam upstream, so as not to affect him again. Fortunately, although Wei's swimming was slow and exhausting, he was still making progress toward the direction of the pool. After such a long time, he had already covered much of the distance and was not very far from the pool. Tian Xin was still trying, and although he couldn't climb up, each attempt lasted longer than the last, and he managed to climb up 20 or 30 meters. While Lin Shen was watching them struggle upward, he suddenly noticed a celestial flying over from afar. Looking closely, it turned out to be Mr. N6. Mr. N6 clearly came for Lin Shen and landed beside him, asking with a smile, "Little brother, did you manage to climb to the mountain top?" "I was lucky, I made it up by chance, thanks for your concern, Mr. N6, Lin Shen said. "What you did has nothing to do with luck or chance." Mr. N6 shook his head, took out something resembling a remote control from his pocket, pressed a few buttons, and the flow of the ascension waterfall suddenly decreased significantly. Tian Xin, who was struggling to climb upward, suddenly felt the pressure easing and his climbing speed increased considerably. "Mr. N6, helping like this, won't it have any adverse effects on you?" Lin Shen asked seriously. "This little matter is still within my control." Mr. N6 put away the remote control and looked at Lin Shen. "I'll be leaving Sky Pinnacle Star for a while. Before I go, I have a few words I want to share with you, little brother." "Mr. N6, where are you going?" Lin Shen asked, taken aback. Mr. N6 didn't answer him but continued smiling and said, "The work at the Celestial Master Institute is indeed tough. Are you trying to delay taking office as long as possible?" "Not going to lie to you, Mr. N6, that is indeed my plan," Lin Shen answered frankly. Mr. N6 seemed to appreciate Lin Shen's attitude. "If you trust this older brother, then go take your position at the Celestial Master Institute as soon as possible. The work there is indeed tough, but if you remember one thing and can implement it, I guarantee you will come out unscathed." "I hope for some guidance, Mr. N6, Lin Shen said respectfully as he bowed to Mr. N6. Mr. N6 quickly supported Lin Shen. "Since you've called me Mr. N6, naturally I can't let you do that in vain. Between us brothers, there's no need for such pleasantries and formalities." After a pause, Mr. N6 said earnestly, "You just need to remember that suffering losses is a blessing and that'll suffice." "Mr. N6, I'm a bit slow to catch on. Can you clarify that a bit?" Lin Shen didn't quite grasp the meaning of Mr. N6's words. The statement was too general, and Lin Shen did not know exactly what Mr. N6 meant by suffering losses is a blessing. "You just need to remember this phrase. Think about it whenever you encounter anything, and it will always be to no harm." Mr. N6 did not explain, but simply looked up at the sky and said, "People are watching what you do, and the Celestial is watching too. Do what you ought to do, be honest and upright, don't be too clever, admit your mistakes, and take the losses you should. In the end, the heavens will be good to you." "Mr. N6, I will remember that." Lin Shen seemed to understand a bit, but not completely. Mr. and Six laughed. However, since you're the head of one of the divisions at the Celestial Master Institute, you should also take the benefits you're entitled to. After all, you have people under you who need to provide for their families. You can't let them go hungry while they work for you. Take the losses you should, but don't give up any benefit that is due. Mr. and Six, you've confused me again. Lin Shen initially thought he had understood a bit, but Mr. and Six's words made him uncertain once more. Haha, a little confusion is quite fine. Learn slowly, said Mr. and Six as he handed over a piece of paper that had been folded. I've got some connections in the Celestial Master Institute too. If needed, you can contact them using the method on this paper. You can entrust them with matters, no need to worry about anything else. But whether to use it, and when, you'll have to weigh that decision yourself. Mr. and Six, you truly are my savior. Lin Shen immediately understood his meaning. These people must be the spies Mr. and Six has planted in the Celestial Master Institute, surely with secret identities. If Lin Shen were to use them, their identities would likely be exposed, which is something he'd have to consider carefully on his own. Whether he used them or not, having these contacts that Mr. and Six had provided meant that he wouldn't be without support in the Celestial Master Institute, a significant favor indeed. Haha, younger brother, it's our fate that has brought us together. There's another thing I'd like to give you, though I'm not sure if you'll think much of it. Mr. and Six laughed heartily. With the care you've taken of me, Mr. and Six, I won't stand on ceremony. What's this wonderful thing? Lin Shen asked eagerly. Mr. and Six handed over a book to Lin Shen. I've seen that you're not very good with water, so here's a skill for underwater that I've figured out myself. It's just something I play with during practice, it's nothing serious. You can practice it too, it should be of some help with your ability in the water. This is wonderful, I've been worrying about this very issue, Mr. and Six. You've been so considerate toward me. I really need this, and I won't be polite about accepting it. Lin Shen took the book, then spoke with some distress. Mr. and Six, you've been so considerate to me, I really don't know how to repay you. The only thing I have that might be worthy is this, but I'm not sure if you'll find it appealing. Lin Shen took out the reincarnation ashes and handed them to Mr. and Six. Neither he nor Wei Wufu had any intention to use the reincarnation ashes for nirvana, nor did Yang Yedu. By offering them to Mr. and Six now, Lin Shen was putting them to good use. As someone by the Heavenly Emperor's side, Lin Shen would surely need to consult with Mr. and Six on matters at the Celestial Master Institute, how to handle certain issues, and the urgency and importance of different tasks. The reincarnation ashes, these reincarnation ashes. Mr. and Six initially appeared unconcerned when he first saw the reincarnation ashes, but upon closer inspection, his expression changed somewhat. Chapter 403, 403. Mr. and Six, is there something wrong with this reincarnation ash? Lin Shen asked. Where did you get this reincarnation ash? Mr. and Six's expression grew solemn. I found it when I went to the Sea of Flames, Lin Shen said, a bit puzzled. From Mr. and Six's expression, it seemed this reincarnation ash had quite a history. The Sea of Flames. Fursy Fire Star. No, that's not right. How could that person possibly die on Fursy Fire Star? Mr. and Six's expression became increasingly odd. Mr. and Six, you're killing me with suspense here, what exactly is the origin of this thing? Lin Shen felt his curiosity being ground into the dust by Mr. and Six's hesitance. Mr. and Six held the reincarnation ash, examining it over and over before finally saying, if this reincarnation ash truly belongs to the person I suspect, little brother, you're in for good fortune. This time Mr. and Six didn't wait for Lin Shen to ask any further and continued, if I'm not mistaken, the nirvana attribute that formed this reincarnation ash should be the true extreme slaying evil divine light. When mastered, this light can break anything and is an extremely terrifying power of nirvana. To my knowledge, within the universe, only one person has achieved it, Zhang Zixuan from the mysterious clan, the Eastern Extreme Emperor. The mysterious clan? Never heard of them. Among the cosmic rankings of the powerful races, there shouldn't be this clan, right? Lin Shen had familiarized himself with the rankings of various races in the universe not long ago and did not recall the mysterious clan. During the era of the ancient realm king, the mysterious clan was also among the top 10 mighty races in the universe, only that they have declined since then. Mr. N6 said, the ancient realm king fought across the universe, annihilating powerful clans from all directions, making billions of stars tremble and countless races bow in submission. The mysterious clan was one of the enemies of the ancient realm king and was nearly exterminated back then. Later, because Zhang Zixuan emerged with a nirvana body, he extended the mysterious clan's lifespan by 3,000 years, allowing them to stand tall among the 100 races of the universe. Unfortunately, after Zhang Zixuan disappeared, the mysterious clan never saw another extraordinary being like him emerge, and now they are probably not even ranked within 10,000. A race that can rank in the top 100 of the universe definitely has beings above nirvana. Zhang Zixuan managed to prolong the mysterious clan's lifespan by 3,000 years with a nirvana body, relying on the true extreme slaying evil divine light. Hence, you should be able to understand how domineering this power is. Even those existing above nirvana must show fear towards this nirvana power, Mr. N6 explained. So, you're saying that this ash is from Zhang Zixuan? Lin Shen was also surprised. He hadn't expected the reincarnation ash they picked up to have such a significant background. I do not know if this reincarnation ash is Zhang Zixuan's, but I can confirm that it is indeed the true extreme slaying evil divine light turned into reincarnation ash. Moreover, I haven't heard of anyone other than Zhang Zixuan who has cultivated such a nirvana power, Mr. N6 said as he handed the reincarnation ash to Lin Shen. Little brother, if you undergo nirvana with this reincarnation ash, your future achievements will be immeasurable, and you will definitely enter the ranks of the top nirvana beings. In that case, this reincarnation ash does have some value. With that settled, I can be at ease. Keep it, Mr. N6, Lin Shen said, without reaching out to take it. However strong the reincarnation ash may be, undergoing nirvana with it would ultimately not compare to its original owner's strength. Lin Shen had no intention of using the reincarnation ash for nirvana. Besides, there's no certainty that this reincarnation ash was even left by Zhang Zixuan. Moreover, being of double life base, a single reincarnation ash wouldn't solve the problem. Little brother, are you really giving me this reincarnation ash? Mr. N6 looked at Lin Shen in astonishment. Before, Lin Shen was unaware of the origins of this reincarnation ash and offered it out of gratitude, which could only mean he lacked insight and experience. But now that Lin Shen knew of its value and was still indifferent, as if he simply didn't care, insisting on giving it to him, the issue was no longer about insight or experience. Since I've said to give it to you, Mr. N6, not to mention a reincarnation ash, even if it were the ancient realm king's treasure box, I wouldn't take it back, Lin Shen said with a smile. For him, regardless of how powerful a reincarnation ash may be, it was ultimately a useless item. If it could provide even a small advantage to Mr. N6, it would be beneficial for him when establishing himself among the celestial race. Lin Shen knew in his heart that just a small favor like this would almost never be enough to make Mr. N6 genuinely join him on the same boat. However, since the other party had come here and granted him so many favors, speaking so many words, Lin Shen could hardly believe that the matter was completely unrelated to the Heavenly Emperor. Could it be simply on account of those few words and minor favors from Mr. N6 that he was willing to confide in him wholeheartedly? And to grant him such great benefits, Lin Shen wouldn't even dare to dream of such good fortune. Whether it was intentional or not, since the Heavenly Emperor had sent someone to him, Lin Shen would certainly not turn him away. It could be said that the reincarnation ashes were given to Mr. N6 less as a gift and more as Lin Shen expressing an attitude towards the Heavenly Emperor. He was a trustworthy and useful person, who wouldn't be swayed by slight, short-term gains.n/o/vel/b//in.c//om. Mr. N6 watched Lin Shen, his gaze changing slightly. No matter what Lin Shen's motives were, such magnanimity wasn't something that just anyone could have. His initial interaction with Lin Shen had only occurred because Lin Shen was somewhat sensible and was also doing a favor for the Tianxuan and Tianzhu lineages. Later on, it was only because Lin Shen had been appointed head of the Celestial Master Institute by the Heavenly Emperor that he had grown closer to him. The reason he met with Lin Shen today, and granted him so many benefits, was not because he truly regarded Lin Shen as a brother. He was purely doing what he was supposed to do. As one of the Heavenly Emperor's close ministers, he keenly sensed that the Heavenly Emperor might be planning to make significant use of this young man from the human race. The fact that the Heavenly Emperor had left without finishing earlier, while others might think that the Heavenly Emperor left in a fit of anger due to a loss of face from a miscalculation, Mr. N6 thought differently. He was more inclined to believe the Heavenly Emperor didn't want the imperial consort from the Yin family to see the final outcome. In Mr. N6's view, this was the Heavenly Emperor's way of protecting Lin Shen. The previous speculations were just that, but what ultimately decided Mr. N6 to take a gamble on Lin Shen was what the Heavenly Emperor said after he returned, seemingly offhandedly instructing him to restore the normal flow of the Ascension Pool. Additionally, there were the words the Heavenly Emperor spoke when returning his winnings, which were none other than the favors Lin Shen first gave him when they met. It was because of the Heavenly Emperor's hints that Mr. N6 appeared to confide in Lin Shen, even giving up his personnel in the Celestial Master Institute to Lin Shen. He wasn't helping Lin Shen, but rather sharing the concerns of the Heavenly Emperor, hoping that Lin Shen could establish a foothold in the Celestial Master Institute. Mr. N6 had some doubts before as to why the Heavenly Emperor had appointed an ascender from an alien race to be the Dean of the Celestial Master Institute. No matter how you looked at it, it should have been a nirvana being in that position. After witnessing Lin Shen's performance in the Ascension Pool today, Mr. N6 speculated whether Lin Shen could be someone secretly nurtured by the Heavenly Emperor, preparing for the future of the Celestial Master Institute. Now, seeing Lin Shen's magnanimity, Mr. N6 was even more certain of his own speculations. Otherwise, how could an ascender from a minor clan so easily renounce the reincarnation ashes offered by the Eastern Extreme Emperor? For the average ascender, such an ash was probably the ultimate pursuit they could never achieve in their lifetime. Chapter 404 Managerin. Younger brother, from now on, no matter where you are, you must call me Managerin. This is also the last time I call you younger brother. From now on, you are the chief of the Heavenly Institute, Mr. N6 suddenly said seriously to Lin Shen. Mr. N6. Lin Shen said, slightly taken aback. Mr. N6 grabbed Lin Shen's hand, forcefully stuffed the reincarnation ashes back into his hand, and then said earnestly, you and I are both servants of the Heavenly Emperor. We only need to dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly to serving the Heavenly Emperor. Let's dispense with these worldly formalities. While he said this, he was thinking, just by taking a small favor from you, I've been chastised by the Heavenly Emperor. If I took these reincarnation ashes, how would I ever be able to face the days to come? I am already a nirvana body, these reincarnation ashes are of no use to me but of great use to you. There's no need for any more words. Once I return from the City of No Light, we can meet again, Managerin said and then prepared to leave. As he was leaving, he turned back to Lin Shen and said, remember the old saying, loss is a blessing. Keep that in mind. All right, Managerin, I've taken note of your words, Lin Shen replied, understanding his meaning and nodding. That's good. When I return from the City of No Light, I hope you will already be the true Dean of the Celestial Master Institute. Having said this, Managerin directly flew away. Watching Managerin's retreating figure, Lin Shen was lost in thought.n/o/vel/b//in.c//om. I've made it. At the summit of Mount Ascension, Tian Xin's exhilarated roar could be heard. He had finally succeeded in reaching the top. Lin Shen shifted his gaze to Wei Wufu, who had just entered the pond area and was making his way toward the waterfall. Although Wei Wufu's endurance wasn't as strong as Lin Shen's, it was still much better than the average ascenders. Even with such strenuous exertion, he tenaciously powered through it. As the number of lifetimes reflected in his life base increased, both Wei Wufu's strength and speed were also enhanced. Adorned in a white robe, he forcefully broke through the turbulent currents and approached the waterfall and, after several attempts, finally managed to grab onto the rocks. After emerging from the water, despite the waterfall's stronger impact, it became easier for Wei Wufu to handle. Lin Shen let out a long sigh of relief, knowing that Wei Wufu was most likely going to be all right. Only then did he have the time to check his own life base. As a fifth turn contrarian, only his attribute and innate skill had been enhanced, no new skills had appeared. At the sixth turn, the inheritance fan already had 6 moves associated with its innate skill. The first was open, the second disperse, the third merge, the fourth spin, the fifth lock, and the sixth shake. Lin Shen was already very proficient with the first 2 moves. The third, merge, was used to close the fan while either open or disperse was active. The closed fan bones did not simply return to their original state, instead, they retained the feathery light tips, merged together to form something akin to a light sword. In the merge state, the inheritance fan's strength, speed, toughness, and hardness were all enhanced, representing the most powerful combat state. The fourth move, spin, was a skilled technique that leveraged the rotation of the fan to increase its destructive power, or to deflect force. The specific application required skill and was highly technical. The fifth, lock, was an even more enigmatic skill. It allowed the user to lock onto an opponent's life base or weapon, but its effectiveness needed to be tested in actual combat. And the sixth, shake, was peculiar in that it was a supportive type skill. Strangely enough, a single shake of the fan could bring a hero to his knees. Lin Shen dared not test these new skills just yet, especially not near the ascension pool. He would have to wait until he returned to experiment with his new abilities. Although one life base was at the 5th turn and the other at the 6th, together they nearly bestowed upon Lin Shen a boost comparable to that of a single, 10th turn life base. A 9th turn enhanced one's attributes by 80%, whereas a 10th turn could double them. The 10th turn was quite special in its own right. Tian Xin flew back, landing beside Lin Shen, and casually asked, "Has your life base reached the 10th turn yet?" "The 6th turn," Lin Shen replied. "How can it only be the 6th turn?" Tian Xin was taken aback for a moment. His life base had already reached the 8th turn. When Lin Shen surged upwards earlier, the water flow was even stronger than when he had ascended. He had thought Lin Shen must have reached the 10th turn by now. "There must be some problem somewhere. I feel like there's something off about the ascension pool today," Lin Shen said. Indeed, Tian Xin thought about it and indeed something seemed amiss. Then he quickly perked up again. "You're merely at the pitiful 6th turn, I've already ascended to the 8th. From now on, if you follow me, I'll cover for you. Even if you ascend to Nirvana right here and now, you'd still have to call me uncle as per the family hierarchy," Lin Shen said with a smile. "You?" Tian Xin was about to swear but held back, snorting coldly instead, "I can't be bothered to argue with you today." The two watched as Wei Wufu ascended the mountain against the current without any apparent problem, much more easily than while in the water. After not too long, Wei Wufu disappeared into the mist, presumably close to reaching the summit. Sure enough, after a while, Wei Wufu flew back. "Did you reach the top?" Tian Xin eagerly asked. Wei Wufu nodded, which was somewhat expected. "What turn?" Tian Xin asked again. "The 9th. Wei Wufu's response deflated Tian Xin immediately. When they had set off, he had more cycles of rebirth than Wei Wufu, but now Wei Wufu actually surpassed him by 1 turn. "What a lousy ascension pool, it's all messed up," Tian Xin thought, but remembering that Lin Shen was only at the 6th turn, he felt better again. The three left the ascension pool and went back to the hotel. Tian Xun was waiting for them there. He was surprised to hear that Lin Shen had only reached the 6th turn. Judging by what you said, there really might be some issues with the ascension pool, but it's unknown whether they're man-made or due to some other reasons, Tian Xun said, frowning in thought. Tian Xun, you know that person who claims to be called Xiao Liuzi, Managerin, right? Lin Shen asked, wanting to find out more about what kind of person Managerin was. Why are you asking about him? Tian Xun was surprised. He seemed to quite enjoy talking with me and even gave me some things. So I thought I'd ask, Lin Shen said, taking out the water skill book Managerin had given him and handing it to Tian Xun. Managerin is the head manager of the Imperial Palace, a pet official by the Heavenly Emperor's side. But aside from this role, he has another identity which you should know about, Tian Xun said. What do I know? What should I know? Lin Shen asked, somewhat puzzled. Since you know he calls himself Xiao Liuzi and his surname is An, don't you understand? An 6. The 6th strongest member of the An family. Lin Shen hadn't considered this before. Tian Xun spoke earnestly, his ranking as number 6 dates back to several decades ago. Over these decades, An 6 has not initiated any challenges. Being in the Imperial Palace, no one from the An family challenges him either. Thus, how strong he is now is unknown to most. However, there are rumors that he has gone through 11 nirvanas without losing his humanity, almost making him an invincible existence among those at the nirvana level. If it weren't for his duty to serve the Heavenly Emperor, preventing him from leaving the Imperial Palace, he would likely have broken through already. Managerin is that strong? Lin Shen was taken aback. He had thought Managerin was just a favored official by the Heavenly Emperor's side, not expecting him to be so powerful. Chapter 405, 405 Celestial Master Institute. Tian Xun flipped through the water skill book, and because there was no name written on it, he didn't pay much attention at first. But after reading a couple of pages, Tian Xun suddenly closed the book and returned it to Lin Shen, saying, this skill book should not be shown to others casually in the future. What's wrong? Lin Shen realized that this might not be just a simple underwater skill book. If I'm not mistaken, this is a skill called Shrimp Soldiers and Crab Generals created by Managerin himself, it's his unique skill. Tian Xun looked at Lin Shen with puzzlement. Previously, even when An 16 wanted to obtain this skill for his son, Managerin did not agree, so why would he give it to you? Have you met him before? I don't know him, nor have I met him, Lin Shen shook his head. After contemplating for a moment upon hearing this, Tian Xun lifted his head and said, you should go take up your post at the Celestial Master Institute as soon as possible, don't delay any longer. That's what I was thinking as well, Lin Shen nodded. After resting at home for just one day, Lin Shen took his identity card and went to take up his post at the Celestial Master Institute. Contrary to Lin Shen's expectations, he had imagined that no matter what, the Celestial Master Institute, being a branch of the Heavenly Emperor's forces, would still have a very strong foundation, even though the previous dean had been executed. Before arriving, Lin Shen had been contemplating how he could manage to suppress the group of strong and fierce warriors at the Celestial Master Institute. But when Lin Shen arrived at the Celestial Master Institute, he discovered there were no fierce warriors there. The entire institute had less than 300 on its roster, with over 200 as field agents on alien worlds, almost never returning to Sky Pinnacle Star. The remaining 40-some people, more than half of them had been put on unpaid leave, and those who were actually working in the Celestial Master Institute amounted to only about a dozen. Outrageously, among these dozen people, there were even those who manned the gates and cleaned, the uncles and aunties. When Lin Shen arrived at the Celestial Master Institute, he found people in the office either drinking tea, chatting, playing with communicators, gathered around playing cards, or even one lady knitting a sweater. Is this really the Celestial Master Institute? Could I have gone to the wrong place? The Heavenly Emperor's henchmen, the Empire's enforcers, look like this. Lin Shen suddenly understood why, as a minor ascender, he had been appointed dean by the Heavenly Emperor. After revealing his identity, it was an old celestial wearing glasses who took him to the dean's office and handed over some items and various documents associated with the dean's position. The others looked at Lin Shen with what could be described as a numbness in their eyes, no hostility, no fawning, giving Lin Shen the impression that they were a group of apathetic individuals. Lin Shen had no choice but to call a meeting of everyone. They were somewhat cooperative, those who could come did, totaling just 17 people, with an average age just shy of 200 years. The youngest member was a Tiger Clan lad of 54, also the only member without a title in the Celestial Master Institute. Even the old Celestial managing the gates was the head of the security department. The rest had titles of this director and that chief, with as many as 4 serving as deputy deans. *CK this, how is this supposed to be the Celestial Master Institute? This is just a damn nursing home, isn't it? Lin Shen was utterly dumbfounded. He had thought he was coming here to make a name for himself and make some easy money, but now it seemed that was not the case at all. Dean, we haven't paid our utility and repair bills for a very long time, and even the field work allowances haven't been distributed for many years. Our pensions have also been suspended for many years. Could you see if we can resolve these issues first? Ansai, the over 200-year-old celestial female secretary and officially the assistant to the dean, that is, the old lady who knits sweaters in the office, placed a stack of documents in front of Lin Shen. The utility bills haven't been paid for more than 340 years, and the repair funds have been overdue for over 400 years. Lin Shen was truly dumbstruck this time. He had no idea how this debt had accumulated, owing hundreds of years' worth of payments. He suspected that the secretary Anta might be messing with him. The secretary Anta saw through Lin Shen's thoughts and explained while knitting, back when the Celestial Master Institute was in its prime, who would dare to ask for this money? They couldn't wait to offer us money instead, but ever since the institute fell apart, we have had to repay our debts. Over the years, the situation of the institute has deteriorated, and the debts have only grown. With no funds allocated from above and no income within the institute, we have been unable to repay, and it's led to the situation we are in now. Those who had connections managed to transfer out, those with some abilities have taken unpaid leave to seek other opportunities, leaving only us, the old, weak, sick, and disabled behind. We're hoping at least to weather it out until retirement. We were looking forward to your coming, hoping and praying. Finally, we have you here. Lord Heavenly Emperor chose you to be the dean. He must have meant to restore the prestige of the Celestial Master Institute. He must have allocated a considerable sum for you, right? Other stuff can wait, debts only become a heavier burden if ignored. Maybe we can start by paying off the overdue pensions. After listening to what the secretary Anta said, Lin Shen cleared his throat and responded, of course, the Lord Heavenly Emperor is going to allocate funds, but he hasn't said when or how much. Let's just wait and see. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Upon hearing this, the secretary Auntie's face fell. So, Dean, you're just here to bide your time and retire, too? But you don't look old enough for that. Sigh, forget about this Dean business, you can just call me Tian, Lin Shen said, pointing at the sweater she was knitting. You've done a good job with this sweater, though it's missing some fancy stitches. Lin Shen was broke, and he couldn't fix this mess, but life had to go on. He wanted them to stop bugging him about money and just muddle through for now. Dean, you know about this too? Ansai seemed surprised. A little, just a little. You see, if you pull back the needle like this, thread it through here, then pick it up like this. Lin Shen felt like the Heavenly Emperor had dug him a massive hole. This was no deanship, he was here to plug holes and balance the books. That pattern looks nice, show me again. I didn't catch it the first time. Ansai marveled as she watched. It was only Lin Shen's first day at the Celestial Master Institute, but he quickly integrated into the ranks of the laid-back crowd. Lin Shen might not have been good at many things, but he could handle eating, drinking, and having fun. He drank tea with one victine, played Go with another, played cards with a few directors and ministers, and discussed the finer points of gardening with yet another victine. Together with gossip sessions with Secretary Ansai, Lin Shen felt he was centuries ahead of his peers, entering retirement life early. As long as the conversations didn't revolve around money, he could chat about anything and enjoy himself. It didn't take long before he fully became a part of the Celestial Master Retirement Institute. Lu, these cards are boring. Try our hometown's mahjong, it's a lot more fun than what you're playing. Lin Shen had carved himself a set of mahjong tiles and coaxed several directors and ministers to play. Initially, they were reluctant, but soon they were more addicted than anyone else, and mahjong quickly became all the rage at the Celestial Master Institute. Chapter 406, Chapter 406 Golden Star. Tian Sun took Tian Xin back to Giant Ring Star first, as she was responsible for pioneering work there and couldn't stay on Sky Pinnacle Star for long. Wei Wufa followed Lin Shen and stayed on Sky Pinnacle Star. Every day, he either went to Ring Mountain Planet to hunt supersource dragons or researched the issues regarding Nirvana. However, Wei Wufa had no intention of undergoing Nirvana outside. As a member of the Wei family, he planned to return to the human mother planet for Nirvana, knowing that once he underwent the process, it would be impossible for him to come out again. Lin Shen once asked Wei Wufu about how the Wei family's Nirvana beings achieved Nirvana on the human mother planet. Wei Wufu said that they all took the path of minor Nirvana and only needed a Nirvana egg to complete the process. Since there was no true base variant land on the mother planet, they couldn't take the path of great Nirvana. Only Nirvana on an alien world would allow that, but undergoing it there meant they couldn't return, so there was no choice. With nothing else to do, Lin Shen sat in the dean's office studying a book titled Shrimp Soldiers and Crab Generals that Manager An had given him. Despite the book's unimpressive title, the tricks inside were incredibly sly. Lin Shen summarized that there were actually only two moves, one called Shrimp Slide and another called Crab Step. Lin Shen felt that Manager An must have come up with the names while eating, and though they were odd, the two moves were indeed interesting. Normally, running forward is definitely faster than retreating, but the Shrimp Slide taught one how to retreat quickly and fiercely, resembling a shrimp flicking backwards in the water. Retreating faster than charging forward was probably unique to this move. The Crab Step, on the other hand, was a lateral movement technique, teaching one how to run sideways faster than running forward. These two techniques seemed ordinary but were incredibly useful. Lin Shen took a great interest and after practicing for a while, found them not too difficult to pick up and quickly got the hang of it. If I could incorporate Shrimp Slide and Crab Step into my surfing fist, wouldn't I be able to create waves with my punches in reverse and sideways? The more Lin Shen practiced, the more he felt these techniques suited his taste perfectly. When Yu Yang Yudel left Sky Pinnacle Star, he only sent a message to both him and Wei Wufu, roughly implying that he was going back to Fursy Fire Star, and that they could find him there if needed in the future. Lin Shen had the intention of asking Yu Yang Yudel to stay, but he himself was not faring well on Sky Pinnacle Star. As the Dean of the Celestial Master Institute, he wasn't sure how long he could maintain the position, so he couldn't bring himself to say it. Ever since Lin Shen arrived at the Celestial Master Institute, the Heavenly Emperor seemed to have forgotten about it, neither providing funds nor assigning special missions. Every day, Lin Shen practiced his movement techniques and researched how to make money to buy mutated Ascension Liquid and mutated Spirit Base. On Sky Pinnacle Star, having money meant anything could be bought, and increasing the base mutation rate was far too simple. But making money wasn't easy, it wasn't difficult to say, yet it was not easy to do. At least Lin Shen hadn't yet thought of any way to make money. Sai, is this Golden Star one of the Celestial Master Institute's properties? Lin Shen asked while looking over the properties under the name of the Celestial Master Institute, surprised to find a planet listed. Golden Star, yes, it is. The Celestial Master Institute used to have many planets under its name, but later, they were either distributed elsewhere or used to pay off debts. No one wanted Golden Star, though. Even though it's a base variant planet and not short on ascension resources, because of the harsh environment, most ascended creatures can't survive there. People didn't want it when offered as a large debt settlement, and we were unwilling to accept a smaller portion for it, so it was left in our hands, explained Sai, who was like an encyclopedia for the Celestial Master Institute and knew everything, especially all sorts of gossip and secrets. How severe is the environment of Golden Star? Lin Shen asked curiously. The gravity is too strong, the atmospheric composition isn't suitable for carbon-based life, and that's without mentioning the lack of oxygen. It also contains a type of metallic toxin. Ascended creatures staying there for a few hours would suffer severe bodily harm, even with protective carapaces, slowly becoming metallic. Sai detailed Golden Star's condition for Lin Shen. Lin Shen's eyes lit up after hearing that. The environment on that planet would indeed be challenging for an average ascender to survive, but with evolution theory and the immortality scripture at his disposal, he figured he wouldn't have any problems living there. The teleporter to Golden Star was kept inside the storehouse of the Celestial Master Institute. When Lin Shen arrived at the storehouse, he found the teleporter covered in a layer of dust, not knowing how many years it had been neglected. Fortunately, the teleporter was still operational, and Lin Shen used it to directly enter Golden Star. As soon as Lin Shen landed, he felt his body sink. Even with his physical condition, he nearly fell to the ground. What strong gravity! Lin Shen was startled. The gravity here was much stronger than that of Realm King Planet. Creatures below the level of an ascender probably wouldn't even be able to stand up, their bodies would be crushed by the gravity. All that met his eyes was a vast expanse of gold, of course, not real gold but a metallic substance that resembled gold. The entire planet was made of this metal, with a density even greater than gold's. The ground looked barren, no vegetation was in sight, nor were there mountains, rivers, or the like. Most of the terrain was relatively flat with occasional undulations, and the ground was pockmarked with holes and depressions. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Lin Shen held his breath and, with the filtering effect of his carapace, couldn't smell anything unusual in the air. However, evolution theory started to operate on its own as if it were combating something. In the distance, he spotted a golden bull wandering around. These golden bulls were much smaller than the cows on the human mother planet, only reaching up to Lin Shen's waist and appearing quite mini, like calves. Lin Shen summoned the inheritance fan and, with a flick of his wrist, dispersed it into streams of light swords that whirred toward one of the golden bull calves. Impacted by the terrifying gravity of the place, the light swords derived from the inheritance fan flew slowly, devoid of the speed and momentum deserving of an ascension-level attack. Moo! The golden bull let out a strange cry and spewed out a handful of golden bull diamond horn blades from its mouth. Clang! 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 The golden bull's horn blades didn't block the sword light from the inheritance fan, instead, they headed straight for Lin Shen. The streams of light swords struck the golden bull, only leaving scratches on its body, unable to inflict heavy damage. This guy has undergone quite a few rebirths. Lin Shen's heart sank, and he immediately unleashed the surfing triple punch, forcefully blasting the golden bull horn blades flying away. Since he was alone, Lin Shen simply summoned the Contrarian and let her battle with the golden bull. A fifth-turn Contrarian, possessing all of Lin Shen's innate skills, immediately activated Super Base Form and Super Base Change, and with a single punch, she shattered the golden bull's head. Killed a mutated 9th turn Ascended Vajra bull. Discovered a mutated 9th turn Spirit Diamond Horn Blade. Lin Shen's eyes widened as he read the update on his watch. Damn, this creature was a mutated 9th turn. No wonder the attacks from the inheritance fan could hardly damage it. Chapter 407 The Golden Calf. Lin Shen quickly collected the base mutation fluid from the Vajra bull's body, which was even smaller in size and pitifully scant in quantity, barely filling half a bag, but it seemed particularly viscous, as if it were concentrated. In an environment like Golden Star, not even ascended creatures are able to survive here. I wonder what the mutation rate is like. To encounter a 9th turn mutation right away, the mutation rate must not be low. Lin Shen gave the spirit base of the Vajra bull to the contrarian, planning to first increase her number of rebirths. As Lin Shen's life base, the inheritance fan was shown as having a slower rate of level ascension, which also served to befuddle others. Empowered by the super base form and the strength of super base change, the contrarian actually managed to snap the diamond horn blade in half. The broken diamond horn blade released a golden spiritual glow, which the contrarian absorbed into her body. The light around her grew stronger, and glimmers of spirituality enveloped her body like auroral light. The next moment, the contrarian transformed into particles and returned inside Lin Shen's body to commence another cycle of rebirth. After all, it's a 9th turn spirit base, it should allow the contrarian to be reborn twice, right? Lin Shen pondered to himself. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Using the spirit base for rebirth was clearly not as fast as the ascension pool, and the contrarian remained in a rebirth state, uncertain of how long it would take to completely digest the spiritual power of the 9th turn spirit base. Lin Shen himself searched for ascended creatures on Golden Star, but his flying speed was too slow. If it were considered a jet fighter in other places, here it was only comparable to a small drone, and after flying for a while, he had only covered a dozen miles. The evolution theory within him sped up, yet his body did not feel any abnormalities, suggesting that the metallic toxins were nearly dealt with by the evolution theory. Lin Shen profoundly understood what was meant by sparsely populated, having flown for over an hour without seeing a second ascended creature. In other planets, creatures often grouped together, but here, it was so difficult to find a single ascended creature with such strong gravity and peculiar metallic toxins in the air. No wonder people refused to accept Golden Star as payment for debts. An family's 4th mansion. Father, Lady An approached An4, her expression somewhat troubled. Wronger, why have you returned? An4 looked at An and frowned slightly. His Majesty is with that despicable heavenly consort every day, there's nothing I can do by staying in the Imperial Palace, so I might as well come back to see Father and Mother, An said irritably. Even so, you should have stayed in the Imperial Palace. As His Majesty's Imperial Consort, it is your duty, An said. I understand, Father. I was just feeling upset earlier and spoke out of turn, An sighed. Those aren't words you should be saying, An reprimanded. If I can't speak these words to you, who else can I speak to? An face was full of distress. An4's expression softened significantly, he said gently, Wronger, you've suffered over these years. An shook her head and did not continue the topic, as she knew in her heart that such words were of no use, and she could not escape what she had to endure, no matter what she said. Father, I have come back mainly to tell you something important. What matter is so important that you have come in person? An4 asked An. Does Father know of the human named Tian? An pondered as he spoke. The newly appointed Dean of the Celestial Master Institute by His Majesty, an ascension-level human who not long ago arrived on Giant Ring Star and caught the full attention of Tian Sun for cultivation. I have investigated. This person has no connection with Tianju's lineage, An said. I suspect he is secretly cultivated by His Majesty, possibly to restructure the Celestial Master Institute, An said thoughtfully. On what grounds do you suspect this? An frowned. Previously, when Tian went to the Ascension Pool, His Majesty personally went to see. An recounted what happened at the Ascension Pool. That does seem possible, but restructuring the Celestial Master Institute won't be easy. Over 100 years ago, after the dean was executed, the state of the institute has been worsening. Even replacing him with a nirvana being of status and position wouldn't likely reform the institute, and Four scoffed coldly. His Majesty must be short on funds again, capable of any idea just to raise money. Although that human is an ascender, he has quite the potential. If His Majesty's chess piece really plays its part, will it affect you or the fourth mansion? Don't worry, in these years our fourth mansion has worked tirelessly for His Majesty without much credit, our efforts are enough. You just need to serve His Majesty well and not worry about other matters, nor should you do anything unnecessary, and Four instructed before asking in wrong to quickly return to the imperial palace and not to stay outside for too long. After in wrong left, and Four pondered for a long time before summoning someone and ordering, the Celestial Master Institute has a new dean, and they have a debt holder now, it's time to collect the debts. Yes, Lord, I will handle it immediately, the person replied and took their leave. I've been breaking my back these years, making so much money for you, doing so much dirty and tiring work, and offending so many people. Now you want to kick me aside just like that? It won't be that easy, and Four muttered to himself, his face filled with a cold expression. Lin Shen was searching for ascended creatures on Golden Star, it had already been more than 2 hours, yet he still hadn't found a second one. This damned place has too few creatures. Lin Shen flew high into the sky, surveying the area. Within hundreds of miles, he couldn't see a single creature, which frustrated him greatly. He landed from the sky with the intention to drink some base mutation fluid before continuing his search. As soon as he landed, Lin Shen noticed something unusual. On the metallic ground not far away, there were many small holes. He noticed that something seemed to be moving in and out of those holes. Upon closer inspection, Lin Shen was quite surprised. The creatures moving in and out of the holes were small golden bulls the size of ants. These golden bulls emerged from honeycomb-like holes in the ground, wandered around nearby, used their horns to lift up a piece of metal scrap, and then returned to their holes. In this small area, there were several dozen golden bulls moving in and out. These golden bulls look very similar to the Vajra bull I killed earlier, but why are they so small? They're not even as big as ants. No wonder I couldn't find a single creature from the sky. Could all the creatures here be this small? What about that Vajra bull, then? How did it get so big? Lin Shen wondered. All of a sudden, he felt something off about his body. Evolution theory was operating madly, and his body seemed to shrink, rapidly becoming smaller, while the golden bulls' bodies appeared to grow larger in his eyes. Chapter 408, 408 is all mutations. What the hell is going on? In the blink of an eye, those little golden bulls, originally about the size of ants, now seemed to be the size of real oxen in his eyes, perhaps even larger. Due to his body shrinking, Lin Shen's distance from those little golden bulls and the cave became very far. The originally pitted ground turned into many mountain ranges and giant pits in his eyes. Lin Shen couldn't figure out what was happening. Evolution theory was still running wildly, but his body showed no signs of growing. Wasn't it said that Golden Star only has metal toxins? How can it make someone's body shrink? Lin Shen was utterly puzzled. He didn't want to end up a mini-person. How would he continue the Ye family line then? Even if he could accept it, he couldn't find a mini-woman to match him. As he was worrying, he saw a golden bull running towards him in the distance. It noticed Lin Shen, let out a strange moo, and directly sprayed out a diamond horn blade, attacking Lin Shen. Lin Shen summoned the inheritance fan and used the merge skill. The inheritance fan turned into a light sword in his hand, and he struck the diamond horn blade with it. The hard diamond horn blade was notched by the light sword. In its merged state, the inheritance fan's attributes were top-notch. A regular base couldn't withstand the strike of the light sword. The fact that the diamond horn blade wasn't directly cut through suggested that it might have undergone quite a few turns of rebirth or possibly possessed a base talent for augmentation. After repelling the diamond horn blade with one strike, Lin Shen casually threw the light sword, turning it into a beam of light. Like a drill, it spun intensely and flew straight towards the golden bull. Clearly slower than the light sword, the golden bull couldn't dodge in time, and the diamond horn blade couldn't catch up with the light sword. The light sword directly impaled the golden bull's belly, drilling through its body as though it was a drill, and came out the other side. With a pitiful bellow, the golden bull struggled to fend off the light sword flying back at it again, but the blade was too fast and pierced through it once more from the other side, drilling through its body. After being hit a few times, the golden bull fell to the ground, lifeless. Killed a second turn mutated metal ox, discovered a mutated spirit-based diamond horn blade. Lin Shen's eyes suddenly widened. He hadn't expected the metal ox to be only at second turn ascension, and he certainly didn't expect it to be mutated. Could all the Vajra bulls here be mutated? Lin Shen thought of those miniature Vajra bulls he saw earlier. If all of them were mutated ascension, then as long as he kept killing these mutated Vajra bulls here, reaching 10th turn for his base would not be difficult, and his base mutation rate could quickly reach 100%. Lin Shen hurriedly collected the ascension liquid and picked up the diamond horn blade, activating it with his own strength. Soon Lin Shen saw the properties of the diamond horn blade. They were nothing special, just relatively high second turn properties. But the diamond horn blade had a Vajra invincibility innate skill. Not only could it double the hardness and toughness of the diamond horn blade, but it also had an effect that made it less likely to get damaged. No wonder a second turn diamond horn blade was able to clash with my 6th turn inheritance fan and only get slightly damaged. This Vajra invincibility base talent is quite impressive, Lin Shen thought. He had not looked at the attributes of that 9th turn diamond horn blade before, but now he knew this base talent was quite powerful. Unfortunately, Vajra invincibility only enhanced hardness and toughness, with no boost to strength and speed, posing no significant threat to Lin Shen. This second turn Vajra bull seems to have a problem with its body hardness, probably possessing a talent skill similar to Vajra invincibility. Such creatures would be pretty good as shields or mounts, Lin Shen commented, after collecting the ascension liquid, and then stealthily moved towards the direction where he had found the group of Vajra bulls. That place should be the nest of the Vajra bulls, and Lin Shen wanted to see whether all the bulls there were mutant species. Just as he had crossed over a hill, he saw 3 Vajra bulls searching for metal fragments nearby. The entire planet is like a giant lump of golden metal. Why aren't they moving metal by the entrance of their nest? Why do they need to run around looking for metal fragments? And it looks like they're being picky, not just any metal fragment will do, Lin Shen observed while hiding behind a large chunk of metal, quietly watching the 3 Vajra bulls. After a while, Lin Shen saw one of the metal oxen make an excited discovery and bellow before charging at a metal block with its head.n/o/vel/b/in.c/om. Its horns shimmered with light, and after a few collisions, the metal block shattered into pieces. The metal of the golden star was dense and hard, but it seemed to have poor toughness, otherwise, it wouldn't shatter like stone. Generally, metals tend to have high ductility and toughness, but the metals of the golden star seemed quite different. After breaking the metal block, the Vajra bull used its head to sift through the pieces and soon picked out a fragment with its mouth, separating it from the rest. Lin Shen looked closely from the shadows, noticing that the metal fragment held by the Vajra bull indeed appeared different from the others. Although also golden, this fragment seemed brighter in color and translucent, more like a piece of golden jade instead of metal. So, these Vajra bulls are looking for these kinds of metal fragments. What do they need them for? Lin Shen suddenly realized, but was immediately filled with new questions. Unable to come up with an answer, Lin Shen decided to take the fragment back to examine it. Once again, he summoned the inheritance fan, which transformed into the shape of a light sword and flew toward the Vajra bull that had the metal fragment in its mouth. Because of its incredible speed, the Vajra bull had no time to react before the drill-like light sword pierced into its head, boring through its skull and causing the bull to drop to the ground, twitching uncontrollably. The light sword spun around in the air while the other two metal oxen spat out diamond horn blades in an attempt to intercept it, but unfortunately for them, they were too slow. In just a moment, they were both pierced through the head and fell dead to the ground. Alerts appeared in quick succession on his watch, indicating he had killed mutant Vajra bulls, 2 first turn and 1 second turn, all mutants. They really are all mutants, this is truly a windfall, Lin Shen cried out in joy and hurriedly went to collect the ascension liquid. He also collected the diamond horn blades, planning to wait until the contrarian had digested them and then feed her the metal horn blades to help her advance to 10th turn sooner. He temporarily refrained from feeding the inheritance fan since he still needed it for combat. If it were digesting the blade for rebirth, Lin Shen would have to join the fight himself, which was not his preferred style. At present, the Vajra bulls he encountered posed no threat, but there were so many of them. If he ran into one with some special innate skill, and if it trapped him, he would have to face the onslaught of thousands of Vajra bulls, and whether he could break through was uncertain. Chapter 409, Chapter 409 Vajra Bull's Lair. As he advanced toward the location of the Vajra Bull's lair, he continued to hunt down any Vajra bulls he could find. The closer he got to the lair, the more Vajra bulls there were, and without exception, all the Vajra bulls he killed were of the mutated ascension variety. Strangely enough, aside from the first large Vajra bull which was of the 9th turn, these mini-version Vajra bulls were at most 3rd turn, and the majority were still 1st turn or 2nd turn. After killing more than a dozen Vajra bulls, Lin Shen finally arrived near the lair of the Vajra bull, hiding on the summit of a nearby mountain, peering into the den of the metal ox. Lin Shen discovered that the Vajra bull's lair was a huge round pit, with many caves on the surrounding mountain walls, which were all what Lin Shen had seen before. However, at that time, from the perspective of a giant, he didn't feel anything special about those caves. But from the current perspective, creating so many caves on the mountain wall was a vast undertaking, and it looked tremendously spectacular. An astonishing number of Vajra bulls moved in and out of those caves, heading in different directions in search of that particular type of metal fragment. Lin Shen had obtained several pieces of those metal fragments, but he still couldn't figure out the specifics, only knowing that this metal was much harder than the general metals found on Golden Star, and its toughness was also much improved. It looked somewhat like jade, but its properties were still those of metal. It was hard, yet its ductility was very good. There were too many Vajra bulls below, and Lin Shen dared not venture down to hunt, as being surrounded by them would be a bit troublesome. Anyway, he had already obtained plenty of mutated ascension liquid and spirit base, enough to last him for a while, so there was no need to take risks at the moment. Lin Shen hid in the mountains, observing the Vajra bull's lair, while continuously drinking mutated ascension liquid, hoping to achieve a 100% base mutation rate as soon as possible. Golden Star too had the sun as a source of light, but its days were much longer than those on the human mother planet. When night fell, Lin Shen felt the temperature around him plummet. Golden Star was scorching hot during the day, yet terrifyingly cold at night. The environment was just too extreme. Even Lin Shen found it somewhat hard to adapt, and it was extremely difficult for ascenders to survive here, let alone for an extended period. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. The Vajra bulls actually followed the routine of rising with the sun and resting at sunset. When night came, the vast majority of Vajra bulls returned to the confines of the lair. A few Vajra bulls, having ventured too far from the lair, could not make it back before the arrival of nightfall, and their bodies slowly stiffened in the extreme cold until they seemed frozen in place, standing motionless. Although the temperature at night is very low, it's not low enough to freeze ascended creatures. There's something wrong here, Lin Shen thought, and he quietly descended the mountain, stealthily approaching the frozen Vajra bulls. Along the way, Lin Shen was cautiously probing and scouting, quickly confirming that indeed no Vajra bulls would come out of the lair, and those outside really had lost the ability to move. Lin Shen approached one of the Vajra bulls, and no matter how much he pushed it, there was no response. It was like a golden statue, not at all like a living creature. Strange, with such a powerful body, how could the Vajra bull not withstand this small degree of low temperature? Lin Shen's curiosity deepened. However, this discovery made Lin Shen much bolder. As the Vajra bulls couldn't move around at night, there was nothing to fear. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Lin Shen did not kill any of the frozen Vajra bulls, lest the noise startle the Vajra bulls inside the lair. He quietly approached an entrance to the lair, wanting to see what was inside. The cave didn't extend very far before it turned. Thankfully there was only one passage and it wasn't a complicated structure. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Shen decided to go in and take a look. Since there was only one path, if there was any danger ahead, he could simply run straight out. Those Vajra bulls couldn't possibly block him outside. Lin Shen tiptoed to the bend in the cave corridor and peeked inside quietly. At that glance, he nearly lost his soul. His body reflexively employed the shrimp slide technique to spring backwards. The speed of his retreat was unbelievably fast, instantly moving back several meters. Around the corner of the passage was a Vajra bull staring at Lin Shen with its eyes wide. Just moments ago, Lin Shen had locked eyes with it, almost pressing his face against its own. Soon, Lin Shen realized that this Vajra bull was also frozen still, completely immobile and simply incapable of attacking him. "You scared me." Lin Shen rubbed his wildly thumping little heart. He was almost scared into having a heart attack just then. The Vajra bulls returning to their nests are frozen stiff. What were they rushing back here for? Lin Shen felt increasingly that something was strange. Bypassing the Vajra bull, Lin Shen continued deeper into the cave, and along the way, he saw several more Vajra bulls frozen and immobilized. Clang! As Lin Shen was continuing further into the cave, he suddenly heard a dull metallic clanging from deep within. Lin Shen immediately stopped in his tracks, pressing his body against the cave wall, and stared intensely ahead. However, nothing appeared in front of him, but he heard another crisp metallic clang. This second clanging sound was much crisper and lighter than the first. Clang! Ding! Clang! Ding! Clang! Ding! One heavy and one crisp. These two types of rhythmic sounds repeated, making Lin Shen think they sounded like iron forging. Before the era of mechanized forging, hammering iron required the cooperation of two people. It's usually the apprentice wielding the heavy hammer and the master with a smaller hammer. Wherever the small hammer struck, the large hammer would follow suit. The master's small hammer acted as the baton, while the apprentice's large hammer worked on forging the iron. They worked together, continually folding and hammering to eventually forge the iron into the desired shape. The sounds Lin Shen was hearing now resembled two people working together to forge iron. Both the rhythm and the sounds were very similar. How could someone be forging in a place like this? This is the den of Vajra bulls. It couldn't possibly be a human, right? Even if Vajra bulls were highly intelligent, with their hooves, they surely couldn't use tools to forge iron. The more Lin Shen listened, the stranger he found it. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Lin Shen continued towards the depths of the cave. On the way, he saw many more Vajra bulls frozen like statues, further piquing Lin Shen's curiosity about what could possibly be forging iron. The cave wound this way and that, but there were no branches in the middle. He followed the path to the end, where he discovered that the cave terminated in a stone chamber. Lin Shen peered into the stone chamber, and what he saw was a strange sight. Chapter 410 Red Bull Iron Forging. In that stone cave, there was a blue flame erupting from the ground, akin to a blue pillar of fire, reaching 3 to 4 meters in height. Next to the blue column of flame stood a large bull, its entire body a fiery red. It resembled the Vajra bull but was completely red as if aflame. At the moment, the red diamond bull was lifting its forelimbs and placing them on a metal platform. On the metal platform was a piece of metal heated to redness. With each rhythmic lift and press of the bull's forelimbs, it produced the rhythmic hammering sound Lin Shen had heard. With every strike of the bull's hooves, the shape of the heated metal gradually changed. As the temperature of the metal decreased, the red diamond bull pushed it with its hooves back into the adjacent blue flame, where it hung within the pillar of fire. After forging in the flame for a while, the metal block within the blue column turned golden red. The red diamond bull then pushed it back onto the platform and lifted its hooves, rhythmically striking the metal block once again. A bull, forging metal. Lin Shen watched, a bit stunned, never having imagined such a scene. If it were the Minotaur from the Ultraburn tribe forging, Lin Shen could accept that without surprise. But the fact that ascended creatures would also engage in metalworking was truly astonishing. After watching for a while, Lin Shen was even more amazed to discover that the red diamond bull not only knew how to forge but also how to fold the metal during the forging process. Once the metal block was shaped a certain way through the strikes, the red diamond bull stopped and pushed it to the side. There, neatly stacked, were many metal blocks of the same size. The red diamond bull pressed several blocks together and then thrust them into the blue flame. Once the stacked blocks were heated to red hot, the red diamond bull pushed them back onto the work platform and continued the rhythmic striking. This is miraculous. Listening to the clinking sounds, Lin Shen felt as if his entire worldview had been overturned. Lin Shen also realized that what the red diamond bull was forging were those special metal fragments. The diamond bull brings metal fragments here to forge, but what exactly is it trying to create? Weapons? They have diamond horn blades, so why forge weapons? Besides weapons, what else can they make? Armor. Lin Shen thought this was a bit far-fetched. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. After watching the diamond bull forge for most of the night, Lin Shen still couldn't figure out what it was trying to make. It seemed to repeatedly fold the material, as if only aiming to obtain better and purer material, and not actually crafting any object. Lin Shen checked the time and felt that there wasn't much time left before dawn, so he decided to leave. Otherwise, once daylight came and the golden bulls regained their mobility, escaping would become much more difficult. He didn't plan on a killing spree, after all. He held the golden star in his own hands. He could come back to kill these mutated diamond bulls anytime. There was no need to kill them now. Just as he was about to leave, he heard strange noises again and took another look around the cave. The cave had many passageways that seemed to go in all directions. The strange noise seemed to be coming from one of those passageways. Lin Shen listened closely and felt that the sound was very close, likely coming in his direction. Sure enough, after a short while, he saw a metallic ox cart emerge from one of the passageways below. Pulling the metallic ox cart was a golden diamond bull that hadn't lost its ability to move. Holy cow, these metal oxen can actually make ox carts! Lin Shen was even more astonished. The ox cart stopped next to the workbench, and the red metal ox pushed the crafted metal block into the cart, and then the golden diamond bull pulled the cart towards another passage. Lin Shen saw that there were still quite a few metal blocks inside the ox cart. This red metal ox only put one block in, and there were so many more inside, which made Lin Shen suspect that there must be many more Vajra bulls like this red one in the Vajra bull lair, skilled in metal forging. This really is a strange place. Lin Shen didn't dare to stay here any longer and decided to leave the Vajra bull lair first. He followed the passage out of the lair, and just as he was about to exit, Lin Shen suddenly stopped, quickly pressed his body against the cave wall, and stealthily peeked outside. In the cloak of night, a monstrous figure was ripping apart a Vajra bull that hadn't managed to make it back into the cave before nightfall. What on earth is that thing? Lin Shen squinted, trying to make out the details, but it was too dark outside to see clearly. He could just about make out that it was a creature several times larger than the Vajra bull, with a body shape similar to a unicorn beetle. The paralyzed Vajra bull was dismembered and devoured by the creature. A single Vajra bull was completely swallowed up within half an hour. Originally, there were several Vajra bulls outside that had not managed to return to the lair in time, but now there was only one left uneaten. As the sky gradually lightened, Lin Shen could see the creature's form more clearly. It indeed resembled a unicorn beetle, with a golden carapace all over its body and a bifurcated horn on the front, but it also had wings on its back. After eating one Vajra bull, it then pounced on the remaining Vajra bull, seemingly determined not to spare any of them. The ground outside was littered with heaps of remnants and residue, presumably, the remains of the Vajra bulls eaten by the golden unicorn beetle. Lin Shen watched for a while, then upon hearing the sound of hooves deep in the cave, he knew that the Vajra bulls were regaining their ability to move. He no longer hesitated and flew straight out of the cave entrance. He didn't approach the golden unicorn beetle but flew in a different direction to avoid a conflict with it. Lin Shen still didn't know what kind of abilities or level the golden unicorn beetle had and didn't want to risk fighting it. However, seeing it effortlessly dismember the Vajra bulls with its serrated claws, it was clearly very powerful. If it were just an ascended creature, Lin Shen wouldn't fear it, but if it turned out to be a nirvana creature, he might not be a match for it, so he didn't take the risk. Besides, the Vajra bulls had already regained their mobility, and Lin Shen expected they would soon be rushing out of the cave. Engaging with the golden unicorn beetle now would likely result in being surrounded. Lin Shen didn't want to provoke the golden unicorn beetle, but the golden unicorn beetle had set its sights on him instead. The golden unicorn beetle, which was in the midst of feeding, noticed Lin Shen flying out of the cave. Its blood-red eyes watched Lin Shen for a while, then it took to the wings and flew up. It abandoned the unfinished Vajra bull carcass and chased directly after Lin Shen, who was flying in the air. "What's the deal with you? You leave the food that's right in front of you and instead come after me. Are you intent on courting death?" Seeing its flight speed, Lin Shen knew this creature probably wasn't a nirvana creature, which made him feel much more at ease. Chapter 411 Golden Unicorn Beetle. Although it wasn't a nirvana creature, its flight speed was quite fast, and it ranked at the top among ascended creatures. Of course, its wings definitely bestowed an enhancement to its flight speed. However, to be able to catch up with Lin Shen, it was certainly a high-turn ascended creature without a doubt. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Lin Shen didn't look back and simply tried to distance himself from the Vajra bull's nest before solving the issue with the golden unicorn beetle alone. Lin Shen now knew why those Vajra bulls had to return to their nests before nightfall. It was likely to fend off this golden unicorn beetle. Given its size, it definitely couldn't squeeze in, so as long as they returned to the nest, even if they lost the ability to move, they didn't need to worry about being eaten. The golden unicorn beetle's eyes were emitting a bloody light as it flapped its wings and kept accelerating, drawing closer and closer to Lin Shen. Lin Shen had to activate his super base form, boosting his speed and once again increasing the distance between them. To Lin Shen's surprise, the golden unicorn beetle caught up again after a while. Its speed had also increased. Looking back, he saw the golden unicorn beetle radiating golden light. It had used some skill, and its speed was growing faster. Estimating that he was a significant distance from the Vajra bull's nest, a battle here would probably not be discovered, so Lin Shen decided not to flee anymore and directly brought out his inheritance fan. "Disperse!" With a light shout from Lin Shen, the fan turned into myriad light swords, sweeping through the air like a meteor shower toward the golden unicorn. The golden unicorn paid no mind to those light swords and continued its fierce charge at Lin Shen. One after another, the light swords struck its body, only to be repelled by a golden halo, each one bouncing off. Does that skill also provide defensive capabilities? Lin Shen frowned slightly, coiled his fists, and stepped forward, unleashing the surfing triple punch. Perhaps sensing the threat of the surfing triple punch, the beetle's bifurcated horn shone with golden brilliance, actually splitting the punch wave formed by the surfing triple punch. Seeing the golden unicorn beetle continue its charge, a sudden shock went through Lin Shen. This creature's skills are quite formidable. As the golden unicorn beetle came at him, Lin Shen had to sidestep like a crab, moving sideways to dodge its charge, entering his super base form and counterattacking with a surfing triple strike. He had thought that this time, he would at least manage to repel the golden unicorn beetle, or even severely injure it. But when the beetle's bifurcated horn clashed, it once again split the fierce punch wave from Lin Shen. What kind of skill is this that can counter my surfing fist? Lin Shen was secretly astonished, dodged another charge by the golden unicorn beetle with his movement technique, and controlled the fan to execute the merge and spin moves. The myriad light swords instantly converged into one, forming a single spinning light sword that surged toward the golden unicorn beetle. This time the golden unicorn beetle didn't ignore the attack of the light sword, turning instead to strike the light sword with its horn. The collision created a terrifying shock wave, and to Lin Shen's dismay, the light sword was overpowered by the horn and repelled. Impressive, Lin Shen slightly frowned. The light sword itself had an attribute doubling enhancement, coupled with strength from the 6th turn power boost and the destructive force enhancement from the spin. Normally, even 10-stage ascendant creatures couldn't withstand a strike from the light sword. That the golden unicorn beetle could repel the light sword indicated an incredibly formidable strength. With its halo's defensive ability and the horn's offensive power, this guy is strong on both offense and defense. Lin Shen was preparing to use strengthened base power to forcibly kill off the golden unicorn beetle when he suddenly felt a power spreading throughout his body, making him feel as if he had eaten a ginseng fruit, indescribably comfortable. The contrarian has completed its rebirth. With a thought from Lin Shen, the details about the contrarian became clear. The previously 5th turn contrarian had reached the 7th turn, augmenting Lin Shen's attributes by an additional 20%. With a motion of his mind, Lin Shen summoned the contrarian forth. Hovering in mid-air, the contrarian stood radiantly, with silver hair and silver armor, as holy as a light elf. The contrarian immediately activated its super base form and various skills, charging at the golden unicorn beetle without hesitation. Lin Shen beckoned with his hand, and the inheritance fan returned to his grasp, its radiance dimming as if it were an ordinary folding fan. Boom! The unicorn horn of the golden unicorn beetle met the fist of the contrarian, and the collision unleashed a terrifying explosion. Both the golden unicorn beetle and the contrarian were forced back, neither gaining the upper hand. Even when going all out, the contrarian was unable to gain an advantage, which Lin Shen had not anticipated. He knew the golden unicorn beetle was strong but had not expected it to be this formidable. Thwarted by the attack, the golden unicorn beetle opened its mouth and spat out a beam of golden light. The light expanded in the air and, in the blink of an eye, transformed into a massive golden mountain that bore down on the contrarian. Boom! With a forceful punch, the contrarian struck the golden mountain and was overpowered, falling toward the ground like a shooting star and creating a crater in the gold-like earth. The contrarian wasn't injured, however, and shot up from the ground like a cannonball, once again targeting the golden mountain. The contrarian is being too reckless, Lin Shen observed as the contrarian repeatedly collided with the golden mountain, getting repelled each time, and he couldn't help shaking his head. Although the contrarian was powerful, it fought like a berserker with no tactics or strategy, just pure aggressive assault. Luckily, Lin Shen was merely testing the contrarian's capabilities, making this head-on clash not an issue. However, in future adversities or disadvantages, such a direct approach was clearly unfeasible for the contrarian. Lin Shen slightly waved the folding fan in his hand, and the hieroglyphics on the fan suddenly ignited with brilliance. As Lin Shen waved the fan, the glowing hieroglyphs seemed to drift with the wind, landing on the golden mountain. As the mystic glyphs fell upon the golden mountain, its own golden light abruptly dimmed, while the mysterious inscriptions began to shine brightly. With another head-on clash with the golden mountain, a thunderous explosion was heard, and the contrarian's fist impressively shattered a corner of the mountain. The 6th move shaking of the fan dance, quite an effective result. Lin Shen's formerly uneasy mood immediately brightened. Shaking was a support skill designed to provide augmentation, albeit of a negative kind. Looking at the negative effects, they indeed were formidable. Seeing its life base damaged, the golden unicorn beetle turned to flee. Lin Shen was not about to let it escape, shaking the folding fan again, casting out trails of mysterious glyphs that landed on the golden unicorn beetle. The golden aura around the golden unicorn beetle surged, attempting to repel the mystic glyphs, but upon contact, the aura significantly dulled, while the glyphs grew even more dazzling, piercing through the aura and directly imprinting onto the body of the golden unicorn beetle. Chapter 412, Chapter 412 The Legend of the White Bird. The skill of the inheritance fan is quite impressive. Lin Shen watched the contrarian brutally beating the golden unicorn beetle, feeling secretly delighted. Just moments ago, the golden unicorn beetle could still exchange blows with the contrarian, but now it was being completely dominated. Because of the negative effects, the once mighty bodies of Golden Mountain and the golden unicorn beetle had become much more fragile, hardly able to withstand the fierce attacks from the contrarian. When the super base change finished its final cooldown and took shape, the contrarian landed a punch that blasted apart the already damaged Golden Mountain, scattering the life essence within, which the contrarian absorbed into his body. With the life base shattered, the golden unicorn beetle was like struck by lightning, completely unable to fend off the offensive of the contrarian, who smashed its head with a few punches. Killing a 10th turn mutated Ascension Gold Devouring Unicorn. Lin Shen saw the prompt just as the contrarian turned into particles and retreated back into his body. The spiritual power of a 10th turn life base had entered her, causing her to re-enter a rebirth state. So it was a 10th turn mutation, no wonder it was so hard to kill. Lin Shen felt a twinge of regret. He had wanted to see what kind of base talent Golden Mountain had, but the contrarian had simply blasted it apart. Without any time to think further, he pulled out his water bag to collect the ascension liquid from the gold devouring unicorn. After all, this was 10th turn mutated ascension liquid, incomparable in boosting the base mutation rate. Evolution theory within Lin Shen's body kept running wildly, but his body showed no sign of reverting, which made him somewhat worried. If he had to spend the rest of his life like this, wouldn't it be utterly depressing? As he collected the ascension liquid, Lin Shen suddenly noticed that the gold devouring unicorn's belly was slightly swollen, as if something was there. Could it be that it's eaten too many Vajra bulls, and its stomach has swelled? Wondered Lin Shen. He reached out to feel it but couldn't determine what it was. After thinking for a moment, he transformed the fan into a light sword, sliced open the abdomen of the golden unicorn beetle, and a pet egg rolled out from the incision. Pet eggs! Lin Shen was overjoyed. This was a 10th turn mutated ascension pet egg, the creature that hatched from it would at least be a mutated ascension. Thinking about the innate skills of the gold devouring unicorn, which were quite formidable, having such a pet by his side could serve as a main battle pet or a mount, the compatibility was quite strong. Lost in fantasies about his bright future, imagining himself making a stunning entrance riding the gold devouring unicorn and garnering everyone's attention, suddenly he felt a lightness in his hand. "Oh, come on, you wasteful thing, spit it out." Lin Shen saw that Fei Zhe had somehow crawled out of the backpack and had snatched the gold devouring unicorn egg from his hands and gulped it down. Lin Shen grabbed Fei Zhe by the neck with one hand and tried to fish the pet egg out of its mouth with his fingers with the other. But it was too late, it had already been swallowed into its belly. "You wasteful thing!" Lin Shen's frustration peaked, feeling the urge to strangle Fei Zhe. Unfortunately, even if he did strangle it, it wouldn't change anything, so he let go, letting Fei Zhe fall to the ground. Before hitting the ground, Fei Zhe's body suddenly burst into a strong white light, slender threads of light enveloping it, forming a light cocoon about the height of a person, completely encasing Fei Zhe's form. The next second, Lin Shen saw the space around the light cocoon visibly warping, with odd and extravagant ribbons of light extending from the twisted space. Cosmic rainbow light. Lin Shen was both shocked and elated, never expecting Fei Zhe to also attract the cosmic rainbow light. Looking at its condition, it seemed to be undergoing ascension. However, according to what Lin Shen knew, ascension should begin with the condensation of the life base, so why did it attract the cosmic rainbow light before condensing the life base? No, this isn't ascension, it's nirvana. Lin Shen saw that atop the light cocoon, flames had started to burn fiercely. The cosmic rainbow light from all around was drawn in, as though it had become fuel for the flames, being absorbed into the fire, which grew increasingly intense. Lin Shen stood beside the flames, but he didn't feel any abnormal temperature, nor could he discern what kind of flames these were. If this is nirvana, it should require a nirvana egg, just a 10th turn mutated ascension egg. It shouldn't be possible to trigger nirvana. Lin Shen watched the light cocoon enveloped in the raging white flames with a complex expression, many thoughts flashing through his mind, unable to determine if this was indeed nirvana. Fei Zhe had eaten so many pet eggs, without any reaction, never showing a sign of evolution, and yet, its first evolution created such a spectacle. Theoretically speaking, once the cosmic rainbow light appears, it should spread through the void, letting the entire universe witness its existence. However, the cosmic rainbow light attracted by Fei Zhe was all absorbed into the flames, becoming fuel for the fire, and naturally, it couldn't spread through the void. As the cosmic rainbow light flowed in, the white flames gradually transformed into dazzling light flames, burning more and more fiercely, almost like an erupting volcano. Lin Shen had to keep retreating to avoid touching the light flames, to prevent any issues with Fei Zhe's evolution. Fei Zhe's evolution spectacle grew more and more magnificent, but in a shrunken state, it looked terrifying, yet was actually just a small fire pile. But this small fire pile burned brighter and higher, and gradually truly seemed like a beam of light flames piercing the sky, illuminating half the planet with a kaleidoscope of colors. Even though the sun had risen, its brilliance was hard to compare with that of the light flames. Lin Shen desperately flew backward, again and again, not letting himself get caught in the light flames. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Fei Zhe is really stirring things up. Lin Shen looked at the sky-reaching light flames, which had broken through the clouds, scattering the clouds in the sky. From a distance, it resembled a radiant mountain of lights piercing the heavens. All the cosmic rainbow light was absorbed into it, continuously contributing to the mountain of light. Suddenly, a clear chirp echoed through the sky. From within the mountain of light surged snow-white radiance, shooting straight into the void, transforming into the silhouette of a snow-white light bird, roaming through the void while emitting a phoenix cry that resonated throughout the cosmos. That phoenix cry lasted endlessly, as if it would never cease. Lin Shen listened to that sound, gazing at the white bird's silhouette in the void, his expression turning somewhat strange. This was no dove, it was clearly a white phoenix, its long feathers and trailing tail flame bearing no resemblance to a dove. In that moment, the white bird's silhouette streaked across the void, seen by onlookers in every corner of the universe. Hearing the phoenix cry, all felt astonished. Because the cosmic rainbow light was unseen, many thought it was a superior life form passing through the starry sky. But when they learned that this white bird's silhouette could be seen on many planets throughout the universe, they were all incredibly surprised, unclear about the situation. Various incredible legends about the white phoenix started to circulate, with some saying the white phoenix broke through nirvana to achieve an immortal status, which allowed it to manifest its silhouette in the universe. Others said the born immortal white phoenix moved the universe so much with its birth that its silhouette was spread across the entire starry sky. Chapter 413 The Person in the Cave. The fiery glow on Golden Star, similar to that of a volcano, vanished, along with the cosmic rainbow light and the twisted space. The phoenix silhouette in the starry sky also dimmed, and after its light dissipated, a white dove emerged and fluttered down from the sky, landing perfectly in Lin Shen's outstretched palm. Lin Shen cradled Fei Zhe, inspecting him from left to right. The creature seemed the same as before, without any apparent change. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Fei Zhe, what level are you exactly? Lin Shen asked, eyeing Fei Zhe. Fei Zhe acted as if he couldn't understand a word Lin Shen was saying and simply nuzzled his little head against Lin Shen's palm. Here we go with this act again, acting cute won't work on me. Off you go to kill some monsters, we don't keep freeloaders, not even idle birds, Lin Shen said, picking up Phase A and heading toward the den of the Vajra bull. From a distance, he spotted a Vajra bull and tossed Phase A toward it. However, Phase A flapped its wings in mid-air, circled around, and flew back toward Lin Shen, landing on his shoulder, then burrowed into his backpack. Sigh, why did I end up raising such a lazy thing, Lin Shen muttered dejectedly. Still, he figured if he could, he would also avoid fighting and leveling up, preferring to buy everything instead. It was hard to blame Phase A. Knowing that the creature had strength, Lin Shen decided that if Phase A didn't put in any effort in future troubles, he'd just throw it like a meat bomb. The contrarian continued digesting and reincarnating the spirit base. With so much ascension liquid and spirit bases at his disposal, Lin Shen was too lazy to kill more Vajra bulls. Instead, he waited for nightfall to explore the Vajra bull den and see what kind of metal forging was happening. Unable to return before his body had recovered, he found a nearby spot and practiced shrimp soldiers and crab generals and thousand men's pointer. Thousand men's pointer was the complete or upgraded version of Demon Heart Finger. With the foundation of Demon Heart Finger, Lin Shen found it relatively easy to get started. Demon Heart Finger was all about unpredictable deceit and trickery, fooling others. Thousand men's pointer, on the other hand, was even sneakier. The path of illusion was just a basic requirement, further practice led to an intangible and invisible level of expertise. The skill didn't let you see it coming, and you wouldn't know how you got hit. This finger skill truly suited Lin Shen's tastes. He thought to himself, if I could combine the long-range fist power of 28 fists with thousand men's pointer, releasing intangible and invisible finger force, striking unseen enemies from a distance, and using a cup ointment sealing without anyone noticing, that would be so cool. Lin Shen practiced the shrimp soldiers and crab generals over and over, shifting his steps and springing backward, keeping his hands busy practicing various skills of thousand men's pointer. His moves became more ethereal, and the wind from his finger strikes grew weaker and weaker. However, merging the fierce fist power of 28 fists with thousand men's pointer proved impossible. One was aggressive, the other soft, and the two extremes simply could not be merged. After practicing for a while and resting for half a day, Lin Shen finally made it to nightfall and stealthily approached the den of the Vajra bull again. Now with previous experience, Lin Shen sped up his pace and quickly arrived at the red Vajra bull's iron forging cave. Lin Shen found an angle out of the red Vajra bull's view and quietly flew into the cave. The red Vajra bull seemed to sense something, turned its head to look, but saw nothing. It then turned back and continued to forge metal materials. Lin Shen moved like a wandering spirit, using the movement technique Yun had taught him to consistently stay out of the red Vajra bull's line of sight. Luckily, the red Vajra bull was focused on forging iron and didn't pay attention to anything else. Lin Shen took this opportunity to sneak into a passage and followed it inward. The temperature inside the cave suddenly rose significantly, and it was also high within the passage. Lin Shen guessed that this was probably why the Vajra bull didn't lose their mobility here. The passages inside were interconnected in all directions, unlike the outside where there was only a single path. Fortunately, there were the ruts of a cart on the ground, which must have been left behind by the countless years of friction between cartwheels and the metallic ground. After walking for not so long, Lin Shen spotted a golden bull pulling a cart and quickly found a hidden trail to take cover. It was only after the golden bull passed that he emerged and continued to follow the wheel tracks deeper inside. Soon, Lin Shen arrived at another cavern where, just as before, there was a red Vajra bull forged of iron and a blue pillar of fire. There were no telling how many such caverns were inside the nest of Vajra diamonds. Thankfully, there weren't many Vajra bulls here. It seemed that most of them were in the caves outside. Inside, there were only the red Vajra bulls forged of iron and the metal oxen collecting forging materials, and their numbers were relatively few. As he walked, Lin Shen left markings on the cave walls. He couldn't remember such a complex route, and it wouldn't be good if he got lost. After passing through several iron forging caverns, the journey was relatively safe, he just needed to stay out of the red metal oxen's line of sight to keep moving forward. Besides the cart he encountered at the beginning, he didn't come across any more carts afterward. While keeping track of time, Lin Shen explored carefully. This place truly resembled a giant labyrinth. If there weren't any cart tracks, he wouldn't have known where to go. Junk, all junk. Lin Shen was walking when he suddenly heard a human voice up ahead. There's someone here. Lin Shen was startled. He had never expected to find someone else here. The Vajra bulls were clearly not pets but wild creatures. How could a human survive in the dens of so many wild Vajra bulls? Moreover, that person seemed to make no effort to be quiet, their curses echoed through the cave, nearly bursting Lin Shen's eardrums. Listening closely, he realized the voice wasn't coming from the direction of the cart tracks. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Shen decided to check out the passage from where the voice was coming. With the inheritance fan in hand and hugging the cave wall, he moved carefully forward. After turning 2 corners, he saw that the passage ended in another cavern. From a distance, Lin Shen could only see the rocky walls of the cavern. He guessed that this passage was not located beneath the cavern but possibly in the middle or top part. Lin Shen lay on the ground and crawled toward the entrance of the passage, still hearing the person's curses all the while. Occasionally, he could also hear the sound of metal clashing, though it sounded less like forging and more like the noise of metal being broken. Eventually, he made it to the end of the passage and indeed found that it was situated near the top of the cavern, almost reaching the ceiling. Peeking stealthily into the cavern, once Lin Shen got a clear view of the interior, his face was a picture of astonishment. Inside the cavern, there was a huge furnace with blue flames rising within, melting various metal blocks. Next to that furnace, there stood a black workbench with various casting tools laid out, tools that were clearly used by intelligent beings. Beside that workbench, a robust celestial with his upper body bare, muscles bulging, standing over 2 meters tall, and with angel's wings on his back, was holding a red blade and cursing away. A celestial? There's a celestial here. Lin Shen's astonishment grew even stronger. Chapter 414 Strange Person Forges a Sword. This celestial was unlike the celestials in Lin Shen's impression, who thought of celestials as synonyms for the grace and elegance of someone like Tian Xuan. At worst, they were the refined but decadent type like Tian Xin, good-looking regardless of their character, with hardly any robust and bulky specimens among them. Yet, this celestial seemed to have deliberately taken the opposite path, with bulging muscles and reddish skin, his facial features harsh, his square face exuding dominance, but totally devoid of classical handsomeness or elegance. His white hair was carelessly tied on top of his head, giving him an extravagantly wild look. At this moment, he was holding the handle with one hand and the blade with the other, forcefully snapping the red sword in half and tossing it into the melting furnace as if throwing kindling into a fire. All around him on the floor and walls were various swords, each differing in style, but all bearing red blades. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the sword's color wasn't purely red, instead, they had red patterns. On some swords, the red patterns were sparse, making the blades appear less red. Others were dense with red patterns, looking very red as if the entire blade was drenched in crimson. The white-haired, brawny angel randomly picked up another sword, broke it, and tossed it into the furnace. In short order, he had snapped several swords and flung them into the forge as if they were mere firewood. Full of confusion, Lin Shen wondered how a celestial could be forging swords in the lair of Vajra bulls. How was he even surviving here? While pondering, he suddenly heard the sound of a cart being dragged below. Soon after, a cart filled with materials that had been processed by the red Vajra bulls entered the cave through the passage below and stopped in front of the celestial. The white-haired celestial casually took the materials from the cart and tossed them into a corner, where a pile of metal supplies, seemingly worked on by the red Vajra bulls, had already accumulated. My God, those Vajra bulls are actually working for him. Who exactly is this guy? Lin Shen's forehead was plastered with question marks. After the materials were taken, the golden bull pulling the cart departed from the cave. The white-haired celestial grabbed a pair of large tongs and pulled out a glowing golden-red metal block from the furnace, placing it on the anvil before taking a hammer and starting to pound the metal forcefully. Before long, the metal block took on the shape of a sword blank under his hammering. The white-haired celestial tossed the sword blank into a nearby pool, causing a burst of white steam that instantly filled the cave. Trash, all trash! As the steam cleared, Lin Shen saw the white-haired celestial examining the sword blank. Seemingly infuriated for some reason, he cursed aloud, then broke the blank in half and tossed it back into the furnace. Why is this happening? The method for refining blood-patterned gold essence is correct. The folding technique used in forging is also flawless. The quenching followed the ancient method. Why can't I forge a true 10 directions ghost god slaying blade? Where did I go wrong? The white-haired celestial sat dejectedly on a metal block, clutching his hair and muttering to himself like a madman. Talking to himself until he approached madness, the white-haired celestial casually grabbed a knife next to him and wildly chopped at the metal materials nearby, venting the frustration in his heart. Lin Shen didn't know how hard those materials forged by the red Vajra bull were, but he had a few pieces of unforged metal shards on him. The hardness of those metal shards was such that even the light sword form combined with the inheritance fan could only leave marks on them, and it would take a great deal of effort to cut through them. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. The strength of these materials, having been forged by the red Vajra bull, must have been significantly increased, but it was unknown just how tenacious they were. Yet under the swings of the red knife in the white-haired celestial's hand, those metal materials were like tofu, being directly sliced into pieces with smooth, even cuts. What an amazing knife! Lin Shen watched open-mouthed. The destructive power of that knife probably meant that even the 10th turn life base would have a hard time contending with it. It might even be easily sliced through. Such an amazing knife, however, seemed like worthless trash in the eyes of the white-haired celestial. After chopping a few times and venting most of his frustration, he snapped the knife in his hand and threw it into the furnace. Lin Shen watched with some heartache. Such a good knife just destroyed like that. If it were sold, it would definitely fetch a sky-high price, probably not far off from the value of the Archangel's sword. The Archangel's sword, although powerful, was unlikely to cut through a 10th turn life base easily. All those knives in the stone cave, they can't all be like this, right? If they're all like this, how much would these knives be worth? If I could take these knives and sell them, the money the Celestial Master Institute owes should be able to be paid off, right? Lin Shen estimated the value of those knives in his mind. Of course, that was just a thought. Not to say that the knives weren't his to take, it was impossible for him to even think of taking them away. Even if these knives were his, he would not use his personal wealth to cover the deficit at the Celestial Master Institute, unless he had gone mad. With such a vast fortune, what need was there to be the dean of the Celestial Master Institute? Just selling the knives for resources would probably be more than enough to reach the pinnacle of nirvana, maybe even challenging higher levels. Listening to the white-haired celestial, these knives should all be rejects. If the rejects are already this powerful, how amazing would the real thing be if he really succeeded in forging one? Right, what did he say the name of the knife he was trying to forge was? I remember now, it seemed to be called something like 10 Directions Ghost God Slaying Blade. With such a strange name, what kind of knife could it be? And I don't even know how you would tell if it's successfully forged. Lin Shen pondered to himself. The white-haired celestial opened a lid at the bottom of the furnace, and the metal that had been melted into liquid flowed out of a square hole and into a stone trough beneath it, gradually cooling into a flat, rectangular metal block. Repeating the same process, the celestial soon filled more than a dozen stone troughs with metal liquid, and the blocks of metal took shape as they cooled down. After removing the metal blocks, he surprisingly selected 10 of them, stacked and pressed them together, and put them into the heating port of the furnace for forging. The metal was forged to a golden red color, then taken out to be hammered on the workbench. He hammered the 10 blocks into a long rectangle, cut them into 10 pieces again, stacked and pressed them together once more, heated them up in the heating port, and then took them out for more hammering. Lin Shen watched as the blood patterns on the metal became heavier and denser until almost the entire block of metal turned a blood-red color. Only then did the white-haired celestial reheat it and start forging it into a knife billet. Chapter 415, Chapter 415 The Swordsmith. The blade embryo gradually took shape, thin yet sharp, narrow and slightly curved, looking immensely impactful. Although not yet sharpened or polished, one could already sense its ferocity. The white-haired celestial dipped the hot blade embryo into the nearby pool, instantly triggering steam to fill the cavern once more. When the blade embryo was lifted from the pool, a strange scene unfolded. The blade embryo seemed to come to life, the hammer marks on it automatically smoothing out. The once rough blade quickly became as shiny as a mirror, except the blood-red patterns branded into it grew even more vivid. Above the blade edge, a streak of bloody light, like a bead of blood, flowed along the blade's edge. Wherever the bloody light passed, the previously edgeless blade embryo naturally developed an edge, its chilling gleam downright spine-tingling. Has this sword come alive? Lin Shen stared, dumbfounded, having never seen sword forging like this before. After the blood knife was edged, the white-haired celestial casually swung it a few times. The blade didn't even touch the materials, but just a flicker of light from the blade tip split the incredibly tough materials as easily as cutting through tofu, leaving a cut surface smooth as a mirror. Back in my base mutation level, if I had such a blade, who could rival me among my peers? Taking down ascenders would have been no difficult feat. This blade, it should be considered forged, right? Lin Shen thought to himself. But the white-haired celestial tossed the blade carelessly to the ground while cursing, "Trash, another piece of trash, garbage, all garbage. Holy shit, such a sword is still trash, what kind of sword is he trying to forge?" Lin Shen was shocked, the trash in the other's eyes was an unparalleled divine blade in his view. Then he thought it made some sense. This white-haired celestial could command so many modified Vajra bulls, how could this be the work of an ordinary person? He was like a deity. And naturally, the sword a deity wished to create would be beyond a mortal's imagination. The 10 directions ghost god slaying blade, what kind of sword would that be? Although Lin Shen was eager to keep watching, he calculated the time until dawn, realizing there wasn't much of it left, and it would take him time to leave this place. Lin Shen turned quietly, preparing to leave. He had just carefully taken a small step when suddenly everything before his eyes blurred, and somehow, the white-haired celestial appeared in front of him, looking at him with a cold gaze. "I mean no offense, and I ask for forgiveness for inadvertently intruding." Lin Shen hastily explained his position, hoping for a peaceful resolution, as the celestial's power was unfathomable. "What race are you?" the white-haired celestial asked coldly, eyeing Lin Shen. "There are some humans in the celestial race, this celestial doesn't know that. I wonder if he has stayed here too long or simply never paid attention to small races such as humans." Lin Shen quickly said, "Human race, working on Sky Pinnacle Star, currently in charge of developing Golden Star." Not knowing the details about this celestial, Lin Shen dared not mention he worked at the Celestial Master Institute. The Celestial Master Institute had made plenty of enemies before. If the Celestial had been wronged by the institution, and Lin Shen revealed his position as dean, he could end up in serious trouble. "A person from the Celestial Master Institute?" The white-haired celestial furrowed his brows slightly. "Yes." Since the other party mentioned the Celestial Master Institute, Lin Shen couldn't deny it without exposing himself, which would make things even more difficult. After admitting his affiliation with the Celestial Master Institute, the white-haired celestial's expression seemed to soften a bit. "What position do you hold in the institute? Do you work under that minister? Why were you sent to develop Golden Star? How many others have come with you, n/o/vel/b/jn. .c//om. Lin Shen's thoughts churned as he slowly spoke. I am the current Dean Tian of the Celestial Master Institute. May I ask how you are addressed? The head of the Celestial Master Institute. The white-haired Celestial was first taken aback, then burst into laughter. Boy, you, a mere ascender, dare to impersonate the head of the Celestial Master Institute? You certainly have some nerve. If you say I'm an impostor, then so be it, but may I know your name? Lin Shen said indifferently. Hearing Lin Shen speak thus, the white-haired Celestial seemed to harbor some doubts as he sized him up and said, that can't be right. If you are from the Celestial Master Institute, how dare you impersonate the Dean? If you are not from the Celestial Master Institute, how could you have made it to Golden Star? I have no need to impersonate anyone. Seeing that the white-haired Celestial kept his identity a secret, Lin Shen also refrained from asking further. However, from the tone of the white-haired Celestial, it seemed he bore no hostility towards the Celestial Master Institute. Are you truly the head of the Celestial Master Institute? The white-haired Celestial asked, frowning. This is my identity card. It shouldn't be fake. Lin Shen took out his identity card, holding it up for the white-haired Celestial to inspect. It really is. How could you, an other race and merely at ascension level, become the head of the Celestial Master Institute? The white-haired Celestial glanced at the identity card with a look that suddenly became subtle. You have been here quite some time, haven't you? The Celestial Master Institute is no longer the glorious place it once was. Lin Shen put away his identity card and recounted the current state of the Celestial Master Institute without the need to exaggerate. The bleak situation was dire enough. Haha! The Celestial Master Institute has actually fallen to such depths. Truly, what goes around comes around. After listening, the white-haired Celestial laughed heartily, seemingly pleased. Lin Shen initially thought the white-haired Celestial might be a member of the Celestial Master Institute or have a very good relationship with it. Yet seeing his reaction made him seem otherwise, and Lin Shen couldn't help but become more cautious. Fortunately, he had Phase A, Fatty, in his backpack. Throwing him out to fend off trouble first, making his own escape should not be difficult. If it really came to a desperate situation, he could always use the watch to teleport away. After all, the countdown had already ended, and he could leave at any time. Lin Shen had yet to teleport away because he was searching for a way to enlarge himself. Now, although he had not found a method to grow, if his life was indeed in danger, he would have no choice but to teleport back. You can't teleport out from here, save yourself the effort. Besides, if you teleport out in your current state, you'll never return to normal again. The white-haired Celestial saw through Lin Shen's thoughts. However, he showed no intent to attack and turned to walk into the cavern, saying as he went, "Come in and sit. It's been so long since I've seen anyone, tell me about the outside world." After hesitating for a moment, Lin Shen followed him in. The temperature inside the cavern was very high, and even someone with Lin Shen's physique felt somewhat overwhelmed. Thankfully, the carapace provided protection, otherwise, he might have been baked dry by the intense heat. Who exactly are you? Why are you here? Lin Shen asked. I am merely a blacksmith, my name and such have long been forgotten. Feel free to call me anything, the white-haired Celestial responded and then proceeded to inquire about the outside world from Lin Shen. The questions he asked were mostly about the celestial race, and what Lin Shen knew was not very comprehensive. He shared all that he knew with him. Chapter 416, Chapter 416 Micro-Immortal Realm. Since you find it inconvenient to reveal your identity, I'll just call you Dao. Lin Shen told the white-haired Celestial everything he knew, then asked, Dao, what's with my body, and can it ever return to normal? I quite like the name Dao, let's stick with that, the white-haired Celestial said. You're quite unfortunate. With Golden Star being so vast, you could have landed anywhere, but you just had to end up in the micro-immortal realm. This place has been shrunk down to a mere inch by an immortal being using supreme power, forming this micro-immortal realm. Any creature that steps into this place will be affected by the power of the micro-immortal realm and become miniature. To return to normal, you must remove the miniaturizing power from your body n/o/vel/b/in. .c//om. How can I remove this miniaturizing power? Lin Shen felt a surge of joy upon hearing this but did not show it. After hearing what Dao had said, Lin Shen already had an idea in his mind. The power of miniaturization only exists within this area of the micro-immortal realm. The reason evolution theory has been unable to restore his body to its original state is probably due to the overwhelming power here that continues to exert its influence, preventing evolution theory from truly taking effect in a short period of time. However, as long as he leaves the boundary of the micro-immortal realm and is no longer under the influence of its power, evolution theory might slowly begin to work, allowing his body to return to normal. Of course, this was a last resort. If there were other viable methods, there would be no need to take such a risk. It's difficult if you say it's difficult, easy if you say it's easy. You just need to find someone who can break the power of the micro-immortal realm, and naturally, you can rid yourself of the miniaturization. Dao said with a smile. Where can I find such a person? Lin Shen asked with a wry smile. Dao had said the power of miniaturization was left by an immortal being. Where could Lin Shen find another such immortal being, when he didn't know any such important figures yet? If you can't find one, I might be able to think of a way to help you, but since we're strangers and have no friendship, I naturally can't help you for nothing. How about this, you stay and help me forge for 100 days, and I have a way to help you get rid of the miniaturization from your body. What do you think? Dao said. I'm just afraid that if I vanish for 100 days, the people from the Celestial Master Institute will think I've died on Golden Star and send someone else to find my body, Lin Shen said. Don't worry about that, the miniaturized realm doesn't just shrink the vast mountains and rivers. If you stay here for 100 days, only a few days will have passed on the outside, Dao said. Is the micro-immortal realm really that magical? Then why does the day and night cycle here match the one outside? Lin Shen felt Dao was deceiving him. I can't explain that either. If you don't believe it, you are free to leave and see how much time has passed once you're outside the realm. You'll know whether it's true or false. Dao clearly had no intention of explaining. Lin Shen hesitated, as Dao seemed to have no reason to lie to him with something that could be so easily disproved. All right, it's settled then. I'll help you forge, and in return, you help me get rid of the miniaturization on my body. Lin Shen pondered for a moment and decided to stay and see what would happen, rather than risk antagonizing Dao on the spot. It's settled. Dao didn't care whether Lin Shen was truly willing, he was quite pleased. Come on, start by moving that material into the furnace. Dao pointed to the red-colored materials of the Vajra bowl beside him and then pointed to the smelting port of the furnace. The furnace was highly functional, capable of both melting metals and heating up metals for forging. Dao wanted him to move the materials into the furnace first, which meant melting and refining them to extract the metal embryo. Only then could the materials be forged, and finally, a sword could be made. Lin Shen had originally thought that the materials forged by the red metal ox would only be roughly refined and not too heavy. However, when he reached out to grab a piece of material that Dao had cut open, he put in some effort but couldn't lift it up. How can it be so heavy? Lin Shen wondered in surprise, rushing to exert more strength. Only then was he able to lift the half-cut material, somewhat laboriously making his way to the furnace to toss it in. Although he didn't use the super base form, the weight was still shocking enough. Lin Shen's own strength was considerable, much stronger than the average ascender, and if he found it difficult, this revealed just how heavy the material was. Not using a skill and yet able to move it, for an ascender to have such strength is indeed a bit impressive. No wonder Tianchu has appointed you as the dean, it seems not without reason, even Dao seemed slightly surprised by Lin Shen's formidable strength. Strong muscles, great endurance, these are pretty much the only advantages I have, said Lin Shen. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. With these two advantages, a man is sure to lead a comfortable life. Try this hammer and see if you can lift it up, let me see just how strong you are, suggested Dao, pointing to a large hammer by the side. Lin Shen approached the hammer and saw that its material was the same as the blades, with the hammerhead being forged from blood vein metal. However, the mass of the hammer should be less than that of the blades. Because those blades were forged entirely from blood vein metal, even the handles were made of the same material. This hammer, on the other hand, had only its head made of blood vein metal, with the handle being wooden, creating a top-heavy balance more suitable for swinging and hammering. Lin Shen gripped the handle of the hammer, finding the wooden texture extremely comfortable to hold, not knowing what kind of wood it was. It had been used for so long that it was already polished smooth with use. The wooden handle indeed felt light, but when Lin Shen tried to lift the hammer, it felt significantly heavier, more so than the materials he had handled before. The hammerhead, although similar in size, was many times heavier than the materials. Lin Shen suddenly thought he might have been too naive. The blades were probably heavier than the hammer, and at the base mutation level, he feared he might not even be able to lift them, let alone wield them against enemies. Although he barely managed to lift the hammerhead, swinging it was another matter entirely. He really couldn't handle it. Use your skill, try and see if you can swing it. Dao took out a glowing golden red piece of metal from the furnace and placed it on the workbench, indicating for Lin Shen to strike it with the hammer. Lin Shen, unable to swing it on his own, had to activate the super base form. Then he swung the hammer and smashed it down on the metal block, sending dark red slag flying in all directions. Not bad, give it a few more hits, let's see if your endurance is as strong as you claim, Dao said with a smile. Lin Shen swung the hammer several more times, and since Dao didn't say stop, he kept on swinging. The hammer was heavy, but it was still manageable under the super base form. Additionally, the power from the super base pattern's extraction of the world's force supplemented the effort, and as long as he didn't swing too quickly, he could continue indefinitely. At first, Dao did not pay much attention when Lin Shen swung the hammer a few times. But after Lin Shen had swung it over a dozen times, severely deforming the metal block, Dao started to look on with a trace of astonishment, that endurance is actually quite something. Chapter 417, Chapter 417 The Three Reverences Sword Skill. When Lin Shen swung the hammer dozens of times, Dao was already a bit surprised. This kid's endurance and skill durability are truly extraordinary. It seems the material isn't hot enough anymore, can't hammer it. Lin Shen stopped, and Dao thought he couldn't hold up anymore, but Lin Shen said this. Dao had been so focused on watching Lin Shen swing the hammer that he hadn't noticed the metal had cooled down significantly, no longer red enough, and had become too cool to effectively forge. The piece of material that Lin Shen hammered was uneven, probably needing to be remelted and reforged. Not bad, really not bad, but you're swinging the hammer all wrong. You should swing it like this. Dao took the hammer, placed another heated piece of metal for demonstration, and showed Lin Shen how to swing, how to exert force, and how to control the strength and accuracy. Lin Shen tried several times but always missed the crucial point. Although Dao's temper was fiery, he didn't lose his temper but was actually very patient, letting Lin Shen continue to try. Of course, it wasn't that Dao's temper had suddenly improved, but because he had noticed that Lin Shen's stamina was stronger than he had imagined. Dao's eyes were not blind, of course, he could see that Lin Shen's carapace had been maintained in that skill state, without ever stopping, for such a long time now. Skills that add such powerful enhancements to strength, to be continuously active like this, must consume a significant amount, and not everyone can keep such skills activated indefinitely. Dao himself couldn't have kept such a skill active continuously while he was at the ascension level, just like Lin Shen. Moreover, the strength of Lin Shen was surprisingly great. Even a top 10 stage ascendant with a strength doubling skill might not be able to match his strength, nor could they likely have his endurance. Although Lin Shen kept making mistakes, he was still able to continuously swing the hammer, which was quite impressive. It was precisely because of Lin Shen's exceptional performance that Dao was patient enough to wait for him to correct his mistakes. Had it been anyone else, Dao would have lost his patience long ago. Lin Shen tried for quite some time but still didn't grasp it. During one hammer swing, a sudden inspiration struck in his mind. Swinging the hammer like this seems a bit similar to a fisherman's casting technique. With this thought, Lin Shen didn't bother with how Dao was teaching but attempted to swing the hammer with the fisherman's casting method. This attempt produced a surprisingly effective result, and his control over the large hammer clearly leveled up. Following this method, Lin Shen tried several more times, each time getting smoother, each control better than the last. Dao watched Lin Shen in amazement. His hammer swinging stance looked odd no matter how you looked at it, yet he swung more and more accurately and controlled the hammer better and better. Dao initially wanted to correct him, but after one attempt, he found that Lin Shen's precision and control worsened, so he let him return to that odd way of swinging the hammer. I've been forging iron for half my life and have seen many people swing hammers, but I've never seen anyone swing it like you do, Dao said with a strange expression. Lin Shen's way of swinging the hammer was obviously harder and more difficult to control than the method Dao taught, and looked somewhat strenuous, yet Lin Shen was controlling it better and better. Seeing this, Dao didn't bother with it anymore. As long as Lin Shen could meet his criteria, he could swing it any way he liked. As for Lin Shen's stamina, Dao was quite satisfied, even far exceeding his expectations. Lin Shen seemed like a tireless machine, hammering continuously whenever Dao needed it. Seeing that Lin Shen's aim and control were about up to par, Dao taught him how to coordinate. Taking a small hammer, he struck wherever Dao hammered, and Lin Shen had to judge the force with which to bring down the large hammer based on the speed and strength of Dao's small hammer. This time, Lin Shen learned quickly and was soon able to cooperate with Dao normally. Dao worked with Lin Shen on the blacksmithing and sword crafting, occasionally advising on why certain strikes were executed, why specific techniques were used, as well as on issues regarding the forge's temperature. It wasn't that he wanted to teach Lin Shen, but without this knowledge, Lin Shen often struggled to grasp his intentions. Incorrect force and angle could mar the quality of his work. Nevertheless, Lin Shen found sword crafting quite fascinating. Although not wholly engrossed, he was quite happy to learn. For several consecutive days, Lin Shen toiled away in the stone cave, swinging the heavy hammer to assist Dao in forging materials. Lin Shen's endurance increasingly surprised Dao. He seemed never to tire, and sometimes, when Dao himself felt a bit weary, seeing Lin Shen's vigor made him question his own age and confidence. Could this youngster be a machine cloaked in human skin? Dao wondered out loud, astonished by Lin Shen's superhuman performance, and decided to teach him how to fold materials. While he rested, he had Lin Shen take over the folding of materials. At first, Lin Shen naturally wasted quite a bit of material, but Dao wasn't concerned about that. He had intended for Lin Shen to practice with materials destined to be reforged anyway, deeming it fine to simply reforge them once more if necessary. There were two types of materials in the forge, one being the refined new material and the other being the failed material destined for reforging. Most of the time, Dao experimented with reforged materials, only using new materials after a new inspiration or successful experience emerged. However, ultimately all of the materials ended up as waste. Dao spent his days cursing, though never at anyone, only at the failed blades, which could be considered his sole virtue. Over time, Lin Shen came to understand why those blades Dao deemed as wasted were kept and not reforged anew. Mainly, because these preserved blades contained sparks of successful ingenuity and virtues. Despite being failures, they held points of reference, which was why Dao did not send them back to the forge. During his downtime, Lin Shen tried handling a few scrapped blades and found them to be much heavier than the large hammer he was accustomed to. Even in his super base form, wielding them proved a struggle. These wastes carry a form but no spirit, they are nothing but trash, Dao said indifferently. Then, what would be an ideal blade according to you? Lin Shen asked, his curiosity piqued. Have you ever heard of the Three Reverences sword skill? Dao asked with a suddenly straightened back and a faint hint of pride on his face. Seeing his expression, Lin Shen was tempted to claim he had heard of it, but he genuinely had not and simply shook his head, saying, I haven't been away from my home planet for long and know very little about the top techniques in the universe. A look of disappointment couldn't be hidden on Dao's face as he said, it's normal for you not to have heard of it, there probably aren't many who know this skill nowadays. The so-called Three Reverences, the first is to revere the spirits and ghosts of the 10 directions, the second is to revere all demons and Buddhas, and the third is to revere all beings of heaven and earth. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. With one strike you cut down spirits and ghosts, with the second you cut down demons and Buddhas, and with the third, you cut down all beings. There is nothing in the world that cannot be cut, revere first and then cut, for this is the norm of manners. That is the Three Reverences sword skill. Chapter 418 Peerless Blade Guest. First to pay respect, and then to strike, truly a courtesy as complete as can be, reflected Lin Shen upon hearing Dao speak of the Three Reverences sword skill, which seemed to coincide with the mysterious charm of the 28 fists he had learnt. When killing, the 28 fists only required 2 strikes, the first punch to warn, the second to kill. Unfortunately, the version of the 28 fists that Lin Shen had learned was corrupted, failing to embody the essence of killing with 2 punches. For him, the more punches, the better. Dao chuckled, complete courtesy? Maybe not, it's just that I find it troublesome, I'd rather not take action if it's not necessary. The blade I intend to forge must be able to match the realm of the Three Reverences sword skill. The method of forging comes from the Xianling forging skill of the mysterious clan, capable of forging a blade that can slash through all matter in the world, possessing spirit and nature, invincible to all. At this point, Dao sighed, it's just that I've forged countless blades here, yet I've never been able to forge one with spirit. As he spoke, Dao picked up a blade he had forged earlier and casually said, this scrap of a blade may form its body and edge on its own, but it ultimately lacks spirit, and it does not possess the concept of the Three Reverences sword skill. Dao inserted the blade to one side and picked up another long sword, saying, this blade, though peerlessly sharp and able to feed on blood, seems spirited yet has veered into the path of evil, succumbed to inferiority, still a failed product. Dao inserted it aside as well and took yet another blade, introducing each to Lin Shen in turn. To Lin Shen, each blade seemed extraordinary, but in Dao's words, they were all mere scrap, none were the blade he sought. The blade he sought was not only to have spirit, but also to embody the ethos of the Three Reverences sword skill. A blade needed to have the bravery to slay the ghosts and gods of the 10 directions, the demons and Buddhas across the sky, and everything under heaven and earth, or else it was ultimately just rubbish. The so-called 10 directions ghost god slaying blade was actually just a casual name coined by Dao, and even the order of the words in this name was mistaken. If arranged according to his preference, the blade should be called the Soul Slayer blade that slays the ghosts and gods of the 10 directions, which was not quite convenient to say. Lin Shen, puzzled, then asked, creating a spirited blade is already an extremely difficult task, yet you seek to imbue it with the ethos of your own blade technique, isn't that a bit far-fetched? Surely you don't intend to perform a blade technique before forging it, hoping it will comprehend the blade's ethos and then craft it into a blade, do you? Who said I wanted to imbue it with the ethos of my own blade technique? Replied Dao. No, that's not it. The Three Reverences sword skill is not my own creation, but rather the work of a peerless blade guest from the mysterious clan in ancient times. With a strange expression, Lin Shen said, not your own blade technique, and one you don't even know how to execute, How can you possibly infuse its ethos into a blade? Dao explained, even though I do not know the three reverences sword skill, I have seen the recordings of that blade guest's technique. Despite countless generations having passed, I can still feel the unmatched heroism and peerless ethos of that blade guest from those recordings, hence I am determined to forge a divine blade worthy of the three reverences sword skill. Really? Just like that? Lin Shen was dumbfounded, thinking it audacious that just by watching someone else's blade technique recordings, Dao was intent on forging a divine blade worthy of it. Why not? I've spent half my life forging blades. Even though I don't know the blade techniques, I can empathize with any kind of blade spirit just by a glance. It doesn't matter that I haven't met him, even if countless generations have passed, I can know him, understand him, know what kind of blade he needs, and know what kind of blade is worthy of his technique. That's enough. Even if you manage to forge that blade, is there anyone in this world still worthy of wielding it? Lin Shen retorted. He had heard from Manager An about the decline of the mysterious clan. It was doubtful that such a blade guest would emerge from them again. If there were still blade masters like that, they wouldn't have failed to even rank amongst the 10,000 cosmic clans. Upon hearing Lin Shen's words, Dao immediately shook his head and said, "It's precisely because there are no longer such blade masters in the world that I am even more eager to forge that blade. As long as this blade exists, people will know there were once such blade masters and such blade techniques in the world." Lin Shen stared at Dao, suddenly feeling that what Dao said actually made a hell of a lot of sense. "Alright, since you want to cast such a blade, I'll help you. But first we need to clarify what the three reverences sword skill is really like. Can you tell me about it, or show me that section of the blade technique recording?" Lin Shen said. The recording was something I chanced upon, not a recording that was made, but rather the blade intent of a blade master during a terrifying great battle. The blade intent was so strong, it left an imprint in the flow of time, and at a certain time and place, it was activated by some special reason and appeared once again after countless generations. It would be difficult for it to appear a second time, even if I wished to see it again, it would be impossible, Dao said with a shake of his head and a wry smile. Sigh, then tell me about that blade master's story. Lin Shen wanted to know what kind of existence that blade master was, to make a weapon forger of later generations willing to dedicate half of his life to creating an unmatched blade for a deceased person in a lost blade technique. As soon as the topic was raised, Dao became animated, spraying saliva as he recounted the deeds related to that blade master. The era of the ancient realm king could be considered a rare glittering golden age in the universe, where countless clans gave birth to heavenly prideful beings akin to gods. Heroes of unparalleled strength emerged, fighting across the starry sky, competing for that supreme title of king. It was an incredibly brilliant era, with geniuses from many races who, in any other era, might have been able to draw lines in the sky, punch through the cosmos, and be crowned kings among the peerless powerful ones. Yet in that era, in the end, only the ancient realm king suppressed all the peerless individuals and attained the title of king. The most exceptional talent within the mysterious clan was that unnamed blade master whose the three reverences sword skill had hardly faced defeat since its advent. Countless immortal sages from various clans fell beneath the three reverences sword skill. Alas, he ultimately could not withstand the ancient realm king, and even the peerless blade guest met with a fate of obscure demise, gradually forgotten in the endless river of time. Legend has it that in that final battle against the ancient realm king, a single swing of his blade cleaved through the eternity of the cosmos, causing the ancient realm king to yield ground, daring not to forcibly receive that blade which could slay all life in the world. Regrettably, that strike was the pinnacle work of the peerless blade guest, and after that single strike failed to slay the ancient realm king, he could no longer match the ancient realm king, and ultimately he was vanquished and perished amidst the boundless starry sky. Now, there are not many in the world who still remember the name of this blade technique, Dao lamented. What a pity, Lin Shen also sighed. With his spirits lifted, Dao casually picked up a blade and began to wield it. As he swung the blade, Lin Shen suddenly felt as if there was nothing left between heaven and earth but that blade. Where the blade's edge passed, it seemed as though it split heaven and earth itself, and Lin Shen actually had the sensation that he had nowhere to hide, nowhere to escape, as if he himself would be cleaved to death by that blade. Lin Shen stood on the spot, motionless, as cold sweat instantly soaked his body. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, but under that blade, he simply couldn't move, nor did he know how to move. With heaven and earth split asunder, how could a mere human withstand the might of that strike? To block or not to block made no difference whatsoever. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Couldn't block it, had no time to block, and didn't know how to block. Chapter 419, Chapter 419. Better to listen to the scenery than to see it. Dao's blade swooped down beside Lin Shen, startling his soul to near escape. Only then did he realize, Dao had merely waved his hand casually, demonstrating the blade technique without actually exerting force or aiming at him. Just a demonstration, and not even directed at me, already possessed such divine majesty. I can't begin to imagine how terrifying it would be if the peerless blade guest were to execute that move, Lin Shen marveled in his heart. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Dao, you said you don't know the three reverences sword skill, so what's the deal with that blade move? Lin Shen pressed, gazing intently at Dao. It was just a feeling inspired by that projection. I'm not within a 10,000th of that blade guest's skill, Dao said dismissively, tossing his blade aside as if it had lost its charm, sighing, I heard that blade guest has a descendant who survived. After the ancient dynasty fell apart, he extended the mysterious clan's existence for 3,000 years using something called the true extreme slaying evil divine light, a power of nirvana. I suspect that part of that true extreme slaying evil divine light may originate from the legacy of the three reverences blade technique. Sadly, that person also vanished into the river of history, and the true extreme slaying evil divine light failed to be passed down. Otherwise, taking a look might provide some inspiration, greatly benefiting my sword crafting. True extreme slaying evil divine light. Lin Shen gasped softly, thinking to himself, could it be such a coincidence? Manager and mentioned the reincarnation ashes I received were condensed from true extreme slaying evil divine light, didn't he? As Lin Shen hesitated whether to show the reincarnation ashes to Dao, Dao had already risen to his feet, urging Lin Shen to continue forging materials. Isn't the three reverences sword skill supposed to consist of 3 moves? Why did you only execute one blade move just now? What about the other 2? Lin Shen asked while swinging the hammer, in tune with Dao's blacksmithing. The 3 reverences is only a concept, not literally 3 blade moves, Dao explained, focus on forging, don't get distracted. Lin Shen had no choice but to swallow the words he had on the tip of his tongue and concentrate on helping Dao forge the materials. The work Lin Shen had done in over 20 years combined didn't amount to as much as what he had done in the few days with Dao. I'm just someone who wanted to level up by paying, and here I am toiling away. This is practically killing me. Lin Shen somewhat regretted showing off his extraordinary stamina. If he had held back earlier, perhaps he wouldn't have been squeezed dry by Dao to this extent. However, at that time, Lin Shen wasn't sure whether Dao would kill him or not. Naturally, he needed to appear more useful, it's just that fate works in strange ways. The thing you least want to do may very well be the thing you end up having to do in the end. Luckily, Lin Shen's efforts of the last few days weren't wasted. Constantly forging at a high intensity strengthened his digestion capability, allowing him to quickly convert the mutated ascension liquid into base mutation. His base mutation rate had risen to 63 over these days. If it hadn't been for such relentless labor allowing his body to make the conversion naturally, achieving even half of that would have been good. Dao ruined one blade after another, never satisfied. Lin Shen felt that if Dao kept going like this, even a few hundred years more wouldn't yield the blade he envisioned. Dao, I think, perhaps you could try infusing your own understanding of blade intent into the sword you're crafting, Lin Shen tentatively communicated. He felt Dao might have idolized that blade guest too much. From his own perspective, Dao's grasp of the blade's essence already astounded him as something celestial. Lin Shen had never met that peerless blade guest from the mysterious clan nor seen his blade technique, but he could genuinely sense Dao's understanding of the blade. Sometimes, Lin Shen would entertain the thought that often, it might be more poignant not to see but to hear a scene. Before visiting a place, you would hear about how beautiful and wonderful it is, and imagine it as the most beautiful and perfect scene in your heart. But if you really went there, you might be greatly disappointed, for the real scenery might not live up to the imagination in your mind. Lin Shen felt that Dao might have idealized that blade guest and the Three Reverences sword skill too much, to the point where he might not even realize that his own understanding of the blade technique could be very close, or even superior to that of the blade guest. For years, Dao had been forging the 10 Directions Ghost God slaying blade with the imagined ideal of that blade guest, which might have been a mistake. Human's pursuit of perfection is endless. How could one possibly create a blade as flawless as one imagines? No, my understanding of the Three Reverences sword skill is far from that of the peerless blade guest. Using my understanding of blade technique to forge a blade would be an utter mismatch for the Three Reverences sword skill. Dao shook his head firmly, completely disregarding Lin Shen's suggestion. Dao, how about we make a deal? Lin Shen put down the hammer and stopped helping Dao with the blacksmithing. If you want to leave, I can remove the base mutation from your body, and we need not speak further, Dao said with a cold face. That's not what I mean, Lin Shen stretched lazily and said, I've helped you with the forge for so many days, you making me a sword wouldn't be too much to ask, right? Just pick one of the swords over there that you find handy and take it with you, Dao said. With your word, the hard work of these days is not in vain, Lin Shen smiled and suddenly said in earnest, however, I don't want those swords, I'd like to ask you to make a custom sword for me. I don't have the time, before I forge the 10 Directions Ghost God slaying blade, I have no intention of making any other sword, Dao refused bluntly. What if I told you I would trade the true extreme slaying evil divine light for you to custom make me a sword? Lin Shen looked straight at Dao, speaking each word slowly and deliberately. What kind of joke is that? You, a human, practicing evolution theory, where would you get the true extreme slaying evil divine light? Dao snorted coldly. If you won't help, then just grab a sword and get lost. I'll remove the base mutation from your body, don't waste my time here. Just as Dao finished speaking and was going to grab the hammer to forge the materials himself, his gaze swept over Lin Shen, and suddenly his pupils dilated, fixating on a purple glowing bead in Lin Shen's hand. Take a look at this, Lin Shen casually tossed the reincarnation ashes to Dao. After spending so many days together, plus Dao's just now display, Lin Shen decided to take a gamble. He wanted a sword that Dao would forge especially for him, not one of the 10 Directions Ghost God slaying blades, be it defective or authentic, he didn't want them. This is really the reincarnation ashes, formed from the true extreme slaying evil divine light. Dao observed closely for a while, both shocked and delighted, almost incredulous. With your ability, you should be able to activate it, right? Give it a try and you'll know, Lin Shen said with a smile. Without any hesitation, Dao clasped the reincarnation ashes with his fingers and pressed them against his forehead. The reincarnation ashes seemed to be activated by some power, its inner radiance growing stronger and stronger, turning the entire cave a dark purple hue. In that dark purple glow, Lin Shen felt a strange power affecting his thoughts, making him feel as though he had become a beam of light. Chapter 420, Chapter 420 True Extreme Slaying Evil Divine Light. Lin Shen's first sensation was one of crowding, a feeling that left him somewhat suffocated. He felt as if he had arrived in an exceptionally crowded world, as though his surroundings were filled with items of every hue that seemed like light yet also not. Within this sensation, Lin Shen's vision gradually receded, making those crowded things before his eyes appear more and more distant. The once immensely crowded feeling slowly faded, and he himself became a streak of light, as did the crowded things around him, resembling meteor-like lights, uniformly shuttling through the starry sky. The entire universe seemed filled with such lights, which gathered together, initially almost airtight. However, as Lin Shen's vision drifted further away, the other lights gradually distanced themselves from him, the gaps between them widening increasingly, sprawling like meteor showers, endlessly traversing the universe. This distance kept on expanding, causing Lin Shen, who had felt cramped and choked, to now feel as if it were all too vast. Everything was moving away from him, becoming unreachable, as distant as if there were an entire universe between them. Suddenly, nebulae appeared in Lin Shen's field of view, countless streams of light like his own descending into the nebulae like a rain of meteors. As one of these lights, Lin Shen also fell toward the nebula, and as countless lights like his surged toward it, the nebula also magnified continuously in his view. What seemed an intensely dense nebula became more and more loose as they drew close, with gaps emerging that grew increasingly larger. Once a certain distance was reached, Lin Shen realized that the seemingly wispy nebula was actually made up of many stars. As he drew closer, the distance between these stars widened ever more. At first, he could still see the other stars, but gradually, Lin Shen could only see some stars in front of him, then just a few, and finally only one, which became too distant to reach, even invisible to the naked eye. The star magnified in Lin Shen's vision, and then he saw galaxies, and as the galaxies enlarged, he saw individual stars, which gradually became clearer, enough to discern the shapes of the planets. With the planets growing larger, he could see the mountains and rivers on their surfaces. The mountains and rivers too became gradually larger in Lin Shen's eyes, and he saw a fish leap out of the water. The light that Lin Shen had become was heading straight for that jumping fish, surrounded by many similar streams of light, close and yet far, like a ubiquitous meteor shower, all converging on the fish. As the streams of light drew closer, Lin Shen saw the scales on the fish, and gradually the gaps between the scales, his perspective magnifying again and again. Eventually, Lin Shen could no longer see the fish or its scales, all that remained in his vision was an assortment of not so tightly arranged matter. And this loosely arranged matter kept magnifying in Lin Shen's eyes, continuously enlarging. Thus, Lin Shen saw a scene similar to the one he'd seen with the nebula before. What should have been a consistent fish body became, upon entering the micro-world, a myriad of bizarre nebulae. The gaps between the nebulae kept widening, and then the same process repeated itself. All of a sudden, Lin Shen realized that despite having flown like a meteor for so long, he had not been able to touch anything at all, not even a fish. The fish was not an illusion, it was a tangible entity. The reason he could not touch it was because the light he had become was far too small, so tiny that the fish appeared before him just like a vast nebula in the empty universe, filled with enormous gaps. To him, these gaps seemed manifold times larger than an ocean, he simply could not touch anything at all. The perspective suddenly withdrew, and Lin Shen saw countless light streams like his own passing through the body of the fish without inflicting any harm. Lin Shen saw countless lights passing through trees, rivers, rocks, the earth, traversing the entire planet, continuing toward the distant endless space, as if there would never be an end, nor would they encounter anything. Just when Lin Shen thought the streak of light he had become would also fly infinitely, he suddenly felt a throbbing within his body. This streak of light, just as it was about to pass through the body of the fish, corrected its own direction, heading toward a target. That target seemed like a planet, yet also seemed like just a point. In the instant that the light passed through that point, Lin Shen felt the meaning of life's existence. He finally felt the sensation of materials making contact, no longer feeling the emptiness of having nowhere to land, no longer feeling that everything was in vain. Boom! The point was directly pierced by the light transformed from Lin Shen, exploding like a firework. Then, Lin Shen saw a terrifying scene. The explosion from that point triggered a chain reaction in the nearby points, and in an instant, explosions filled the entire world. Perhaps because of the change in the streak of light Lin Shen had become, those lights that should have passed through the body of the fish, through the planets, also underwent a change, hitting those points with unbelievable precision inside the starry void, like finding a needle in a haystack. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. The body of the fish exploded like a nuclear bomb. Forests, rocks, animals, even water vapor, all underwent a huge explosion after being pierced by the light streams. In just an instant, the entire planet was set off. Lin Shen's view didn't zoom out further. Countless planets under the assault of the celestial light streams experienced inconceivable massive explosions. The entire nebula was destroyed by the inexhaustible light piercing the universe, leaving nothing but the nebula engulfed by the light explosion in front of Lin Shen's eyes, with nothing but light left in his sight. It was only then that Lin Shen came back to his senses. The vision of the nebula exploding disappeared, and he was still in that stone cavern, with no stellar explosions at all. Dao seemed to have regained his senses even earlier, appearing delirious as he frantically hammered the red-hot materials on the workbench. Lin Shen wanted to help but was pushed away by the crazed-looking Dao. "Go, put the materials into the furnace, the more the better, the more the better." Dao shouted loudly, his face distorted and eyes bloodshot, looking more terrifying than any ghastly spirit. Lin Shen hurriedly picked up the materials piled on the ground and threw them into the furnace. Dao completely ignored him, continuing to hammer on his own, repeatedly withdrawing the materials and folding them together. Although the materials seemed like a large pile, they became smaller and redder as Dao repeatedly folded them. The reddish patterns on it had become so numerous that Lin Shen could no longer discern them as patterns. The whole material looked as if it had turned to blood. Chapter 421, 421. Not enough. Not enough. Still not enough. Need more materials. Give me more materials. Dao was roaring like a demon, as though he would devour Lin Shen alive if he was any slower. Lin Shen had already put all the new materials into the smelting furnace and could only say helplessly to Dao, "There are no new materials left. Throw those scraps in, melt them down." Dao snarled viciously. Lin Shen had no choice but to grab those scrap knives, but because the knives were too heavy, he could only drag one at a time into the furnace. Dao kept on folding and forging the materials, and after hammering out pieces of blood-red material, he would stack them together and hammer again. This process was extremely dull and particularly lengthy. Lin Shen opened the mouth of the furnace, allowing the metal to flow out, cool down into blocks, and then transported each block to Dao's side. These were all remelted materials as there were no new materials left. Dao didn't care about that, hammering and forging those remelted materials into blood-red pieces. Days went by, with Dao working relentlessly, day and night, as if a demon had possessed him, furiously forging the materials. The materials in the cave were getting fewer and fewer, and the daily delivery from the ox cart wasn't even enough to pick one's teeth with. Even the scrapped knives had all been thrown into the furnace by Lin Shen for remaking. The Dao hammered and refined the materials over and over again, compressing and forging the materials multiple times, but the resulting product became less and less. "That's it, there is really nothing left," Lin Shen shouted at Dao. But Dao seemed deaf to his calls and paid no attention, continuing to work the forge on his own. Lin Shen looked at Dao, and it seemed as if a purple-black aura was rising around him, but upon closer inspection, it appeared as though there was nothing at all. "There's nothing more I can do to help you." Lin Shen could only stand by and watch, he was powerless to do anything more. Dao no longer needed his help with the forging, clearly, he wanted to complete this work alone. With each passing day, the mountainous pile of materials, under Dao's continuous forging, day and night, had now dwindled to the size of a human head. The whole block of material looked like a blood-red crystal, seemingly transparent yet opaque, mysteriously eerie in appearance. What was even stranger was that although the material was clearly red, it emitted a purple-black light, and the same purple-black aura was present around Dao's body. It's enough. It's enough. It must work this time. It must work. Dao had become obsessed, putting the material back into the smelting furnace to forge. But this time, the furnace couldn't even heat the material red hot, it became more like fresh blood, as if the blood inside was about to spill out. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Dao clamped the material out, placed it on the workbench, and started hammering it blow by blow. Strangely enough, the material that the furnace couldn't heat turned malleable under Dao's not-so-forceful hammer, slowly deforming and taking the shape of a blade embryo. As Dao hammered away, the purple-black aura on him and the blade embryo became more pronounced, like flames fiercely burning around them. Lin Shen watched as Dao formed the blade embryo into the shape of an ancient broadsword, broad and thick, wider at the front and tapering towards the back, like the fangs of an evil ghost. That must be the ghost head knife, right? Lin Shen observed as Dao continued to hammer the metal, and the shape of the knife grew clearer. It was a ghost head blade. The ghost head blade was used in ancient times for beheading convicted criminals, and because of its heavy murderous aura, executioners would enshrine it before deities to suppress its fierce energy with divine power. It was only during the execution of death row inmates that the blade would be retrieved. At this moment, the ghost head knife forged by Dao had a malevolence that could no longer be described as mere weight. As the ghost head knife was nearing completion, Lin Shen suddenly felt the entire stone cave shake as if it were about to crumble. Dao, it seems like there's an earthquake. Lin Shen shouted at Dao. But Dao completely ignored him, still hammering away at the ghost head knife as if there was nothing else in his eyes except for that knife. Whether the sky fell or the universe was destroyed, nothing could stop him from completing that blade. Lin Shen gritted his teeth and turned to run outside the stone cave. He wanted to see what had actually happened outside. The metal oxen were all fleeing around as if they had broken free from some restraints and were no longer bound. They had absolutely no interest in attacking Lin Shen, just single-mindedly running to escape. After Lin Shen dashed out of the stone cave, he saw an astonishing sight. The stone mountain in front of him was actually growing larger, and the distance between the mountains was also expanding. The mountain range that had once been close at hand was now rapidly moving away from his sight, and in the blink of an eye, it seemed to be thousands of miles away. Lin Shen was overjoyed in his heart. He finally realized what had happened. The micro-immortal realm seemed to be collapsing. The vast mountain ranges and rivers once miniaturized within this region were restoring to their original state. Lin Shen's body was clearly also reverting back, and the same was true for the Vajra bulls. But compared to the restoration scale of these vast mountains and rivers, their body sizes were naturally much smaller. Therefore, his body recovered more quickly, while the vast mountains and rivers grew bigger and farther away. Some of the previously visible nearby landscapes had now disappeared without a trace. Why is the micro-immortal realm suddenly collapsing? Does it have anything to do with the 10 Directions Ghost God Slaying Blade? Lin Shen flew into the sky, and when he looked at the planet again, he realized he must have returned to his original form. Everything he could see had returned to the normal visual effect. Suddenly, Lin Shen saw a purple-black breath shooting up from within the Vajra bull nest, condensing into a smoke-like and light-like purple-black strange spirit body. As that bizarre spirit appeared, the collapse of the micro-immortal realm became more severe, with spatial distortions faintly visible in the surroundings. Lin Shen suddenly realized why the micro-immortal realm had suddenly collapsed. The 10 Directions Ghost God Slaying Blade forged by Dao had reached the level that could trigger the cosmic rainbow light. But due to the suppression of the micro-immortal realm, the cosmic rainbow light had not appeared. The micro-immortal mirror also collapsed due to this power. Once the micro-immortal realm had collapsed, there was no longer any power to suppress the aura of the 10 Directions Ghost God Slaying Blade, and the cosmic rainbow light was about to be summoned. However, before the cosmic rainbow light could be stirred, the bizarre spirit body that loomed over the nest suddenly vanished into thin air. The space that had begun to distort returned to normal, and the trembling earth quieted down. The Vajra bulls fled in every direction, charging into the mountain ranges without looking back, and not a single one was left behind. The blade is finished. Dao emerged from the cave, cradling a purple-red ghost head knife in his hands, trembling with excitement. However, he was too sturdy, and the ghost head knife seemed just right in his hands without seeming overly cumbersome. Chapter 422, Chapter 422 Scrap Sword. Congratulations, your wish has finally been fulfilled, Lin Shen said with a smile. I should be thanking you for your reincarnation ashes, you really are my lucky star. Without you, I'm afraid I would never have been able to forge this 10 directions ghost god slaying blade in my lifetime. Dao laughed heartily, stretching out his hand to toss the reincarnation ashes back to Lin Shen. Here you go, I owe you a favor. Just name your request. Forge me a blade, not the 10 directions ghost god slaying blade, but one crafted from your own insights, Lin Shen said. Sure, that's no problem at all, Dao replied cheerfully, agreeing immediately. However, Dao soon faced a difficulty, but I've used up all the blood-patterned gold essence, not even a bit of scrap is left. Now that the micro-immortal realm has lost its effect, it's not going to be easy to mine blood-patterned gold essence from those vast mountains and rivers. Moreover, I've nearly exhausted the blood-patterned gold essence seams after all these years. Even if I could find some more, it certainly wouldn't be enough to forge another blade comparable to the 10 directions ghost god slaying blade. I don't need such a powerful blade. If you really gave me one like that, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to lift it now. Lin Shen thought of something and ran into the cave. Back in Dao's blade forging cave, Lin Shen opened the furnace gate to find that not a single drop of metal could flow out. I don't need much, just enough to forge a spear will do. If not, even a dagger would suffice. Lin Shen picked up the iron hook staff beside him and started poking inside the furnace, hoping to scoop out some more metal. Lin Shen had witnessed the forging of the 10 directions ghost god slaying blade and knew how much material had melted into it. The weight of that blade was not something he could handle, lifting it was a question in itself. He just wanted a regular blood-patterned gold essence blade, nothing too strong, usable was good enough, and at least something he could lift. After rummaging for a while, Lin Shen managed to scrape out only a small amount of metal, which was not even enough to forge a spoon, let alone a blade. Stop wasting your efforts, the materials inside have been completely drained. Dao came over and said, don't worry, let me figure out a way to mine some more blood-patterned gold essence, and then I'll forge you a blade. Lin Shen rummaged a few more times, just as he thought it was hopeless, he seemed to have hit something. It wasn't metal, it felt solid yet somewhat soft. Full of curiosity, Lin Shen quickly pulled the thing out. It fell into the stone trough, and Lin Shen saw that it was a lump of material that had been heated red hot but had not fully melted. This material was different from the blood-patterned gold essence. In its red-hot state, specks of gold could be seen within it, as if it contained countless grains of gold sand. Dao, is this blood-patterned gold essence? Lin Shen asked uncertainly, looking back at Dao. Well, sort of. This is the residue that couldn't completely melt after smelting blood-patterned gold essence, you can call it impurities within the blood-patterned gold essence. The residue itself is rather hard, even harder than the blood-patterned gold essence, but it contains too many impurities and is unstable with poor ductility, making it almost impossible to forge into a blade, so it's unsuitable for sword casting, Dao explained. Unstable doesn't matter, as long as it's hard enough, that's fine with me. Use this to forge me a blade, Lin Shen said. He didn't really need a very strong blade, hardness was a good enough feature. No, I can't use this scrap to forge a blade for you. It has to be high-quality blood-patterned gold essence, Dao refused outright. Let's talk about that later. First help me forge a blade for now. I will start using that one, Lin Shen said with a smile. Alright then. Dao placed the lump of blood-patterned gold essence scrap on the workbench and, as he worked, asked Lin Shen, what kind of blade do you want? Actually, I don't know how to use a blade. Can you forge spears or lances? Help me forge one of those, Lin Shen pondered and replied. Spears, lances, and such weapons are not suitable for using blood-patterned gold essence because it's too hard and lacks flexibility. Those kinds of weapons require some elasticity, not sheer hardness. Dao shook his head as he spoke. Then go ahead and forge as you see fit, but don't make me a 10 directions ghost god slaying blade. Just use your understanding of swords to make me a blade, Lin Shen said casually. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Alright. Hearing Lin Shen say this, Dao said no more and began swinging the hammer to forge a blade for Lin Shen. He had just completed the 10 directions ghost god slaying blade, fulfilling a long-held wish, and he felt clear-headed and exhilarated, with no more concerns in his heart. Forging casually as if it were second nature, he quickly hammered out the rough shape of a blade. It wasn't as fierce as the 10 directions ghost god slaying blade, it looked extremely delicate, resembling a ring-headed knife about 5 feet long. The hilt was 1 foot long, and the blade 4 feet. The blade was straight and not very wide, in fact, it could be considered quite narrow, a type of sword with a thick side and a sloped side, with the tip forming an angle. The top of the handle featured a ring, similar to a ring on a finger, which is the namesake of the ring-headed knife. Dao even used the leftover materials to forge a scabbard of the same material for Lin Shen, quenching them together at the end. Upon seeing the finished product, even Dao was momentarily stunned. The sword and scabbard were snow-white and crystalline, flickering with specks of gold light within as if reflecting a river of stars. This sword and scabbard were exceedingly ornate, not seeming like weapons meant for battle but rather like ceremonial artifacts used for rituals. The blade hadn't been sharpened on its own, so Dao took it to the grindstone, intending to manually sharpen it, but after a few swipes, he uttered a sound of surprised doubt. This sword. I'm afraid it can't be sharpened. What's wrong? Lin Shen asked in puzzlement, walking over to take a look. He saw that a layer had been ground off the stone, yet the blade in Dao's hand appeared utterly undamaged. Dao tried using several different grindstones to sharpen the blade, but no matter how much he ground, only the stones were damaged, the blade itself wouldn't be worn down. Dao said with a wry smile, this sword is a failure, the remnants of blood-patterned gold essence are too hard. It can only be used to grind other things, nothing can grind it. As he spoke, he tried to break the sword, intending to melt it down and start over. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Lin Shen wanted to stop him but was too late. However, when Dao exerted force, the sword blade didn't budge an inch, showing no signs of breaking. Not believing the situation, Dao exerted force again. This time the blade did react, slowly bending a bit. But by the look on Dao's face, he had only managed to slightly bend the blade, seemingly having used all his strength, and still couldn't break it. As soon as Dao let go, the slightly bent blade immediately sprang back, still perfectly straight. This blade is so hard, Dao said, looking at the sword with a hint of amazement, his face filled with confusion as if the blade wasn't crafted by his own hands. Chapter 423, Chapter 423 Creditor comes knocking. Stop fussing. I'll just take this blade as it is. Lin Shen tried to prevent Dao from ruining the sword. Absolutely not, how could I forge a blade that can't even be sharpened? What would that do to my reputation? Dao completely ignored Lin Shen's opinion and threw both the sword and its scabbard into the furnace, determined to melt them down and forge a new one. It really isn't necessary, I think this sword is quite good, said Lin Shen weakly. Its high durability was perfect for self-defense, and he didn't really need a sharp edge since he wasn't adept with swords to begin with. Whether stabbing or bludgeoning someone, a sharp edge made little difference. However, Lin Shen also knew that if Dao were the type to listen to others, he wouldn't have stayed in this god-forsaken place for so many years forging a sword for a swordsman who was no longer of this world. While Dao was set on melting down the sword and reforging it, the sword and scabbard showed no signs of melting despite being in the furnace for a long time. They hadn't even begun to glow red. How can this be? Dao stared blankly at the sword and scabbard, filled with confusion. Maybe this is fate, the heavens had you create a sword like this for a reason. Why insist on destroying it? Lin Shen said as he used tongs to extract the sword and scabbard from the furnace. Besides, I quite like this sword, so it's settled. Dao remained silent and did not stop Lin Shen. Though Lin Shen expected them to be extremely hot, even if not glowing red, as he brought his hand close to the sword and scabbard, he felt no scorching heat. Quickly touching them, he found they were not the high temperature he had imagined. The blade and scabbard remained cool to the touch. Truly a fine sword, said Lin Shen, holding the hilt and scabbard in his hands, feeling their substantial weight, yet not so heavy that he couldn't handle it. The combined weight of the sword and scabbard was about the same as the automatically sharpening scrap sword that Dao had forged before, perhaps even lighter. The sword is your creation, so you should name it, Lin Shen said as he sheathed the sword, playing with it in his hands, drawing it several times and finding it very smooth. While the sword didn't hold the terrifying intent of the 10 directions ghost god slaying blade, every inch of it was the culmination of Dao's peak understanding of sword forging. It might not be the strongest blade, but it was certainly suitable for use. Even for someone like Lin Shen, who never trained with swords, it felt incredibly smooth to wield, and it offered little resistance cutting through the air despite its unsharpened edge. You name it, said Dao, shaking his head. In the realm of sword making, he was an extreme perfectionist. A blade forged from impure material that could not be sharpened, no matter how special it was hard for him to accept, and he had no desire to name it. I've never been good at anything, and was always considered the dregs among people, so being a scum with a scrap sword seems fitting. Let's call it scrap sword, Lin Shen said, fondly fiddling with the scrap sword. As you wish, said Dao, uninterested in what Lin Shen named it. He carefully placed the 10 directions ghost god slaying blade into a prepared box, strapped it on his back, and said to Lin Shen, "You're the dean of the Celestial Master Institute now, right?" "That's right," Lin Shen nodded. "Good, let's head back to the Celestial Master Institute together then." It seemed that Dao remembered something and said to Lin Shen, "Don't call me Dao all the time. My name is Tian's Hixia, and from now on, you are my brother. You can call me by my name or Big Bro or whatever you like. I owe you a favor, feel free to ask me for help anytime." "Okay, Big Bro," Lin Shen tried several ways of addressing him, but none felt quite right, so he simply settled on Big Bro. "Let's forget about the favor, you've already helped me forge the scrap sword, which I really like. We're even." "That's your business if you like it," Tian's Hixia said as he packed up his things, preparing to leave. Today, the Celestial Master Institute was particularly lively, not just today, but for the past several days. The Celestial Master Institute had amassed a considerable amount of debt, and in the past, without anyone responsible at the helm, there weren't many people coming to collect. But now that the Celestial Master Institute had a dean, a figurehead had emerged, and creditors had been knocking at the door these past few days, each waving their ears and insisting on seeing the dean. They weren't willing to leave without meeting him or getting their money back. Ansai and the others paid them no mind, letting them do whatever they wanted, move whatever they wished, since there was nothing of value left in the Celestial Master Institute. They had seen this scenario before, many times. Thank goodness the dean went out, otherwise, being cornered by them would really be troublesome. "You can say that again. These guys seem to have conspired together, coming to our institute to demand payment. It doesn't affect us, but if they were to corner the dean, he'd really be in for it. What good would cornering him do? The dean doesn't have a penny. He would be seeing ghosts before he could pay up. Maybe they're not actually here for the money n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Sect leaders and vice deans chatted while playing cards, not minding the situation at all as long as the creditors didn't flip their table. While knitting on the side, Ansai chimed in, "I hope the dean doesn't come back now." No sooner had she finished speaking than Lin Shen pushed the door open and walked in. Ansai's face instantly changed. She dropped her knitting and quickly walked up to Lin Shen, pulling him outside while whispering quietly, "My little ancestor, why didn't you come earlier or later? You had to come back right now, when the creditors nearly trampled the Celestial Master Institute flat. Hurry up and leave, hide outside for a while and come back after they have gone." Unfortunately, it was already too late. Some sharp-eyed person had already spotted Lin Shen, and without waiting for them to leave, a swarm of them surrounded him. "Dean of the Institute, right? You are the chief of the Celestial Master Institute. Our electrical department is owed over 300 years of electricity bills by you. Now our electrical department can barely issue salaries. There are hundreds of people in the department counting on this money to support their families. Dean, please show some compassion and pay the overdue electricity bills. We in the water department haven't been paid for several months. Dean, you must resolve this issue with our money no matter what. Dean, over the years, your Celestial Master Institute has taken so much equipment and materials from the warehouse. We've been shouldering this deficit for over 200 years, and we can't bear it any longer. If you don't resolve this today, then we'll take our complaint to the Celestial Court." Seeing himself surrounded by aging creditors, both old men and women, Lin Shen felt utterly overwhelmed. The Heavenly Emperor hadn't allocated any funds to him, nor had he provided any opportunities to raise money. Where was he supposed to find the money to fill this pit? Chapter 424, Chapter 424 Tian's Hixia. Well, I've just arrived at the Celestial Master Institute and am not quite clear about the situation yet. First, make a record and wait for me to verify the details. As long as the debt is truly owed by the Celestial Master Institute, I will certainly acknowledge it. Lin Shen wanted to send them away first. They definitely knew he had no money, and pressuring him further would be pointless. They should give him some time to figure something out. But to Lin Shen's surprise, as soon as he made his proposal, a celestial lady from the crowd burst out, "We don't care about that. The accounts are clear, you must pay back the money today, or else we will take our dispute to the Celestial Court." As she spoke, someone grabbed Lin Shen, intending to drag him off to the Celestial Court. Lin Shen immediately realized that they weren't here to collect a debt, they were here to intimidate him. If the matter were to escalate to the Celestial Court, even if they did not make him repay the debt immediately, his reputation as the new dean of the Celestial Master Institute would still be tarnished. How would anyone show him respect when conducting affairs outdoors? With creditors everywhere, who would take his position as dean seriously? The ministers, directors, and vice-deans of the Celestial Master Institute were merely spectating from the side, with none stepping forward to help him. They had no personal ties to Lin Shen, and while they had gotten along fairly well recently, it was clear that no one wanted to step in and take the hit for him in such a situation. Lin Shen frowned slightly, pondering how to resolve the issue, when suddenly, he heard a cold snort. "You want money, is that it? Whoever wants money, come and get it from me." This voice quieted the previously noisy crowd for a moment, and everyone involuntarily turned to look toward its source. They saw a robust, white-haired celestial draped in a battle suit and white robe, with a long box slung across his back, standing at the doorway, staring at them coldly. "You're going to pay on behalf of the Celestial Master Institute?" "The Celestial Master Institute owes our electricity department 346 years and 7 months worth of electric bills, which is a total of..." The Vice Minister of the Electricity Department, the Celestial Lady in Hui, confidently stepped forward, her voice rising as she pointed at Tian's Hixia and began to shout. But mid-round, she sensed something amiss, as none of the other debt collectors seemed to be supporting her bold stance. And Hui turned around only to see that, far from following her lead, the debt collectors had actually stepped back, distancing themselves as if they were worried about being associated with her, their expressions quite peculiar. "What's the total amount?" Tian's Hixia asked in Hui coldly. The total is, who are you?" "I am here to collect the electricity bill from the Celestial Master Institute." "Are you from the Celestial Master Institute?" And Hui, seeing that something was not quite right, began to waver. "I asked you what's the total amount?" Tian's Hixia persisted, his gaze fixed on her. "What do you care about the total? I'm not asking you for the money, why do you care so much?" And Hui responded through clenched teeth, already guessing that this man must have some significant background, or else the other departmental old-timers wouldn't be silent. But she felt confident since she had backing, so what if the other party had some background? Smack! Tian's Hixia slapped an Hui across the face, sending her spinning several times in place before she collapsed onto the ground, with one side of her face swelling, blood smeared all over, and several teeth missing. You dare to hit me, do you know who I am?" Before she could finish her sentence, the other side of her face was struck by Tian's Hixia's palm, swelling up, and all her teeth flew out of her mouth. "I don't know who you are, but you ask them who I am," Tian's Hixia said as he walked over to the main seat and sat down authoritatively, not sparing the lady another glance, addressing the other creditors. "This is the little imperial uncle Tian's Hixia, Lord Heavenly Emperor's own uncle and a dignitary of our celestial race," gloated an old man. Upon hearing this, the auntie was struck dumb, her cries and commotion ceased, and she scrambled to her feet, kowtowing incessantly to Tian's Hixia, her mouth full of blood as she muttered unclearly, unaware it was little imperial uncle gracing us with his presence. "I have offended little imperial uncle. It's my fault to die. Do you still want the money?" Tian's Hixia asked indifferently. "No more. No more." The auntie stammered repeatedly. She had never seen this long-absent little imperial uncle, but she had heard of his reputation and the deeds he had done, and she dared not be stubborn anymore. "If you don't want it, then scram," Tian's Hixia said coldly. The auntie, as if pardoned from a death sentence, scurried away from the Celestial Master Institute with a mix of rolling and crawling. "Do any of you still want the money?" Tian's Hixia's gaze then swept over the other debtors. Everyone shook their heads in unison, no one daring to provoke this harbinger of doom. The money wasn't theirs to begin with, and at this time, no one was willing to bring up the subject of money. It would be like gambling with their own lives. "Since you no longer want the money, what are you still doing here?" As soon as Tian's Hixia's words fell, everyone hastened to take their leave, not daring to utter any unnecessary remarks. Lin Shen watched on, dumbfounded. He knew Tian's Hixia must be an important figure, but he didn't realize he was actually the Heavenly Emperor's own uncle. The staff of the Celestial Master Institute looked at Lin Shen and Tian's Hixia with complicated expressions, some puzzled as to how their new dean came to be acquainted with Tian's Hixia. Nov. L.B//JNN. The long unseen Tian's Hixia unexpectedly came to help him. "Younger brother, if you have any troubles in the future, come to find me. Just ask anyone, and they should be able to locate my residence." After Tian's Hixia finished speaking, he too stood up and left the Celestial Master Institute. Hearing Tian's Hixia address Lin Shen in such a manner, everyone's expressions grew even stranger, including Insai's look of astonishment. If Tian's Hixia addresses Lin Shen as younger brother, does that mean the Heavenly Emperor would also have to call this dean uncle? Of course, that certainly wouldn't be the case, and nobody dared to make such an assumption. After Tian's Hixia left, Insai pulled Lin Shen into the office, saying with a strange look, "Tian, how did you come to know the little imperial uncle? Are you close?" "It was an accidental meeting, and we've just gotten acquainted recently." "Is there a problem, Auntie Sai?" Lin Shen was puzzled. Seeing Insai's strange expression, it seemed that having a good relationship with Tian's Hixia was not a good thing at all. "Tian, Auntie Sai is giving you this advice because she finds you to be a good person, and you are all alone. Just listen to what I have to say, but once you leave this room, I never said anything. Our little imperial uncle is actually about the same age as Lord Heavenly Emperor, perhaps even a bit younger. He grew up together with Lord Heavenly Emperor. Although they are called uncle and nephew, they are more like brothers and friends. The little imperial uncle is deeply favored by Lord Heavenly Emperor. He used to come and go with the Emperor and had free access to the Imperial Palace without any need to report. But what can I say, he is an emotional person, prone to acting impulsively. In your dealings with him, if one day you displease him, you might incur great disaster. You must be cautious. Lin Shen understood Ansai's implication. She was essentially saying that both Tian's Hixia and the Heavenly Emperor are unpredictable and capricious characters. No wonder those people are so afraid of him, Lin Shen thought with a shiver. Ansai was correct. His association with Tian's Hixia was not deep, it was merely due to forging a blade that they had developed some sort of connection. To claim their acquaintance was deep would certainly be nonsense. Tian's Hixia helped him fend off the debt collectors this time, and Lin Shen was exceedingly grateful. However, if Lin Shen were to take this help as a form of capital, it would be hard to say whether their slight connection would still be considered a bond. Chapter 425 Tian Kanjiun. Little Imperial Uncle has returned, and he even helped Tian drive away the debt collectors. The Heavenly Emperor, wearing a cotton robe with his chest exposed, leaned against the bedhead while having lunch. Upon hearing the report from the Celestial beside him, a look of surprise appeared on his face. "Yes, Your Majesty." The Celestial replied. Little Imperial Uncle also hit the Vice Minister from the Power Supply Department who came to collect debts, An Hui. He slapped her twice, swelling both sides of her face, and even knocked out all her teeth. "That An Hui, she's from the An family's third mansion, isn't she?" The Heavenly Emperor said coldly. "Reporting back to Your Majesty, Vice Minister An Hui is the cousin of An 3. The Celestial answered. Little Imperial Uncle's slaps, "Well done, thoroughly satisfying." The Heavenly Emperor burst into laughter as if greatly pleased, but that's a bargain for the lad. In the short term, it seems unlikely anyone would dare to collect debts from the Celestial Master Institute again. Should we put more pressure on him? The Celestial asked. No need, he's well aware of the difficulties of the Celestial Master Institute, said the Heavenly Emperor indifferently. Let the Celestial Master Institute handle that matter. Those folks there have been idle for so many years, it's about time they did some work and earned enough money to pay off their debts. Understood, I will go find the chief of the Heavenly Institute, the Celestial acknowledged, bowed and withdrew. Little Imperial Uncle has been gone for so many years without a word, why did he return at this moment, and how did he get involved with that boy? The Heavenly Emperor's eyes flickered, pondering unknown thoughts. The little Imperial Uncle, Tian's Hixia, who had been missing for years, had unexpectedly returned to the Sky Pinnacle Star, and he even helped the new head of the Celestial Master Institute deal with the debt collectors. News of this spread quickly, as if it had legs, throughout the entire Sky Pinnacle Star. So, that human is little Imperial Uncle's man, no wonder he was able to become the head of the Celestial Master Institute. Little Imperial Uncle's return at this time is quite a delicate moment. Having one troublemaker in the family is bad enough, now there's another, and the life of the Celestial Court may not be easy. With the return of little Imperial Uncle, the peaceful days of Sky Pinnacle Star might be coming to an end. Upon hearing the news of Tian's Hixia's return, the big shots from various families all had different expressions. After receiving the news, An 4's face turned extremely unsightly, knowing that with Tian's Hixia protecting the Celestial Master Institute, any moves against it wouldn't be so easy. Lin Shen returned to his own residence with scrap sword. Wufa was not at home, likely gone to Ring Mountain Planet. Just as he was about to take a nap, he heard the doorbell ring. Who is it? Lin Shen opened the door to see an unfamiliar celestial. Imperial Palace General Affairs Department Tian Kanjiun, here to visit the head of the Heavenly Institute. The Celestial presented his ID card with both hands to Lin Shen, smiling as he spoke. "Ah, Steward Yun, please come in and have a seat if you don't mind," Lin Shen invited Tian Kanjiun into the house. The General Affairs Department typically handles logistical work, all sorts of material coordination need to go through it, and it's practically the department of the God of Wealth. However, Tian Kanjiun was only the minister of the Imperial Palace General Affairs Department, not the overall Celestial Race General Affairs Minister. This made a big difference. He was solely responsible for the logistical operations within the Imperial Palace, essentially the private resource manager for the Heavenly Emperor. Despite his ministerial title, it was somewhat honorary in nature. But for Lin Shen, this was also considered a bigwig. The Celestial Master Institute was the Heavenly Emperor's revenue-gathering department, and the resources they managed were supposed to be transferred to the Imperial Palace General Affairs Department. This Tian Kanjiun, although nominally not in a superior-subordinate relationship with the Celestial Master Institute, actually could be regarded as Lin Shen's half-boss. Any private matters of the Heavenly Emperor, I suppose, would have to be communicated through this head of the General Affairs Department. There's no need for such courtesy, Chief of the Heavenly Institute. I'm just a jack of all trades in the Imperial Palace, at most a steward. Just call me Kanjiun, Tian Kanjiun said with a smile. Steward Yun is being overly modest, Lin Shen said without saying much else, simply inviting Tian Kanjiun into the living room, where they sat down as host and guest. After brewing him some tea, Lin Shen waited for Tian Kanjiun to state his purpose. "This tea is excellent, I haven't tasted such fine tea in many years," Tian Kanjiun commented after taking a sip. "It's a special product from my hometown, not worth much money. If Steward Yun likes it, I have some more here that you can take when you leave," Lin Shen thought. What a bunch of crap, jasmine tea that costs a few bucks per pack, and you haven't had it for years, quite the act. The Heavenly Emperor is frugal, promoting thrift and responsible household management, refusing to be extravagant and wasteful. The money saved is used for the development of our race, which is why the celestial race is thriving today. We, as servants of the Heavenly Emperor, naturally have to share His Majesty's worries. We can do without these luxuries, Tian Kanjiun stated. Lin Shen inwardly cursed. Everyone on Sky Pinnacle Star knows that the Heavenly Emperor doesn't bat an eye when spending money. Everything regarding clothing, food, housing, and transport in the Imperial Palace is top-notch. You come to my place and call my few bucks a pack of jasmine tea a luxury item, have you no shame? Tian Kanjiun continued with a sigh. Unfortunately, our abilities are limited, and there's little we can do for the Heavenly Emperor. Those below us fail to appreciate His Majesty's good intentions. A portion of the people are insatiable, living lives of extreme luxury, and heaven knows how much they've embezzled of the resources that should have been used for the development and construction of our race. They are a group of utterly disgusting parasites. Luckily, now that you are in charge of the Celestial Masters Institution, we can work together to share the Heavenly Emperor's concerns, oversee all quarters, and no longer allow them to do as they please. You're right, Lin Shen finally understood after listening for a while. The Heavenly Emperor intended to put them to work at the Celestial Masters Institution. To put it plainly, he wanted them to help the Heavenly Emperor make money. Nov. L.B//JNN. Seeing Lin Shen not continue the conversation, Tian Kanjiun had to keep talking. Our race is now strongly expanding, having developed many planets, but the input and output are severely imbalanced. There must be an issue, and this is something that will need the Chief of the Heavenly Institute's attention. Is this your idea, or the Heavenly Emperor's? Lin Shen asked. The Heavenly Emperor's orders will arrive at the Celestial Master Institute tomorrow. My visit today is simply to have a heart-to-heart. After all, we will be working closely together for a long time and could be considered the closest of comrades. There are things I need to let you know in advance, so you can be prepared, Tian Kanjiun replied. Please speak, Steward Yun. I'm duty-bound to alleviate the Heavenly Emperor's concerns. Lin Shen knew that the orders arriving at the Celestial Master Institute would likely differ from what the Heavenly Emperor really wanted him to do. Tian Kanjiun was here to convey the true intentions of the Heavenly Emperor. Good, with that statement from you, Chief of the Heavenly Institute, the Heavenly Emperor can rest assured he hasn't misjudged you, Tian Kanjiun said with a relieved expression. The Heavenly Emperor has our people's welfare at heart, living too frugally himself, not willing to eat well or dress well. We, his subordinates, cannot bear to see the Heavenly Emperor suffer. Unfortunately, the General Affairs Department is currently short on funds and really unable to change anything, so we can only ask you to shoulder these concerns for the Heavenly Emperor. After talking with Tian Kanjiun for a while, Lin Shen finally understood what the Heavenly Emperor meant. Lately, those bigwigs developing planets have been covertly consuming most of the resources obtained from the developments, contributing only a small portion back to the clan. Most of that ends up in the clan treasury, with only a small part reaching the Heavenly Emperor's hands. The Heavenly Emperor wants Lin Shen to visit those planets in order to devise a way to recover the resources embezzled by those bigwigs, which are not supposed to go to the clan treasury but directly to the Imperial Palace. Of course, Tian Kanjiun also hinted that Lin Shen could keep a portion of the resources he reclaimed from those bigwigs, as long as it wasn't excessive. The Heavenly Emperor takes the cash during the good times, and I take the blame when things go south, with no connection to him at all. The Heavenly Emperor sure has a loud clack to his abacus. Lin Shen inwardly cursed the Heavenly Emperor for his shamelessness. Chapter 426 Lin Shen who wants to carry out justice for heaven. The next day, after Lin Shen arrived at the Celestial Master Institute, Ansai came to him with a command from the Lord Heavenly Emperor. As Lin Shen took it and read through, the urge to curse his mother welled up inside him. The Heavenly Emperor's command was for him to inspect Giant Ring Star. Wasn't this just sending him to Giant Ring Star to make money? Wasn't that all about dealing with Tianxuan? Having originated from the Tianxuan sect, the first command from the Heavenly Emperor was for him to exploit Tianxuan. This was truly too vicious. Lin Shen was clear about the meaning of this command. It was both a test of his capabilities and his loyalty. This damn Heavenly Emperor, he's going to get what's coming to him sooner or later, Lin Shen cursed inwardly. Dean, this is both an opportunity and a huge challenge. You need to think it over carefully, Ansai said on the side. Sai, you have to give me some guidance, Lin Shen said with a wry smile. Ansai walked to the door, locked it from the inside, and then drew the curtains before sitting down opposite Lin Shen and said seriously, the situation on Giant Ring Star is very complicated. The Tianxuan of the Tianzhu family, Qi 118 of the third mansion of the Qi family, and An 117 of the fourth mansion of the An family, the interwoven interests are complex, and touching one thing affects everything else. If you handle it too harshly, you'll offend the Tian, Qi, and An families in one fell swoop. If you do it poorly, it'll be hard to explain to the Emperor. It's really difficult to find the right balance. As a mere woman, I lack the ability to handle these matters for you. However, having heard that you come from the Tianxuan sect, there's something I must remind you. If you cannot manage this task, so be it. But if you do take it on, you should deal with Tianxuan first and foremost, ensuring not to treat it less seriously than the other two families. In fact, you should take it even more seriously. Sai, I understand, Lin Shen sighed softly. He knew this principle all too well. Yet Tianxuan had given him so much, been so good to him, and the first thing he was supposed to do was to take action against Tianxuan. Wasn't this like stabbing a loved one with the first sword as he climbed ashore? How could he face doing this? But now that things had come to this point, Lin Shen could only play it by ear and head to Giant Ring Star first. Sai, how many capable people do we still have in the Celestial Master Institute? Lin Shen pondered. If he was going to Giant Ring Star to gather resources, he certainly needed some experts for protection. In case people from the Qi and families, agitated, attempt to take him down in secret, he needed someone who could protect him. He wasn't afraid of ascenders, but those two families were of nirvana level. Hearing Lin Shen's question, Ansai's face showed difficulty. The Celestial Master Institute indeed had many talented individuals in the past, but most have scattered, leaving behind the old, weak, sick, and disabled. If this were over 100 years ago, there would still be a few capable fighters. Now, they're either injured or weakened by age. It has been years since they last took action, and it's hard to find anyone who could hold their ground. Lin Shen became even more frustrated. Here he was, a pawn of the Heavenly Emperor, tasked with the thankless job of acting as a villain to extract wealth, and yet he didn't have a single capable person under his command. Someone else can do this damn job, I refuse. Being a lackey still requires the power to bully others. What is this about, tossing me a big pie and telling me to risk my life by charging in alone? Lin Shen angrily plunked himself into a chair and spoke resentfully. We can't speak like that. In name, you are helping the Emperor, but in reality, you are also helping yourself and the Institute. Although the little Imperial uncle has helped us drive away those demanding debt, the debts still have to be repaid sooner or later. You will need vast resources for your nirvana, all of which will require money. Ansai pondered for a moment before smiling and said, I remembered someone. He used to be quite a figure in our Celestial Master Institute and quite strong. I heard that after he stopped receiving a salary but remained employed, he didn't do well on his own and even ran into some trouble. You could seek him out, bring him back, and take him with you to Giant Ring Star. As long as you have someone to act openly, it's unlikely anyone would dare to touch you. Tell me more. Lin Shen had only muttered his reluctance earlier. After all, it was not feasible for him not to go. That man's name is Kong Chuan, he's a member of the Peacock clan, Ansai said with a smiling face. He also has another identity, he's the elder brother of the Heavenly Consort. Having him accompany you, even if someone wants to harm you, they would at least have to think twice. The elder brother of the Heavenly Consort? Then how could he possibly be doing so poorly? Lin Shen was somewhat incredulous. The Heavenly Consort could be said to be the favorite consort showered with all the Emperor's affection. With the Heavenly Emperor's level of favoritism towards her, even if her elder brother was doing poorly, how bad could it be? This you do not know. Originally, the Peacock clan was vehemently against the Heavenly Consort entering the Imperial Palace. Among them, this Kong Chuan was the most arrogant, uttering words that should not have been spoken, and the words even reached the ears of Lord Heavenly Emperor. Thus, the Heavenly Emperor greatly dislikes him. If it were not for the favor the Heavenly Consort enjoys, this man would probably have died long ago. Being able to live safely to this date is already a great fortune, Ansai said with a laugh. I see. Lin Shen had a sudden realization. If it were him, he would certainly not want his sister to marry such a terrible old man either. Having offended the Heavenly Emperor and being of another race, it is imaginable how difficult it must be for him within the celestial race. It could only be said that it's fortunate he was the biological elder brother of the Heavenly Consort. Otherwise, his situation would be much worse than just doing poorly. Nov. L. B//JNN. Lin Shen planned to meet this Kong Chuan. Perhaps he could learn some details related to the Heavenly Consort from him. Lately, Lin Shen had been pondering the pattern in which the heaven-defying bone emerges. So far, it was only known that heaven-defying bone always appears on women with extraordinary talent, and these women are all quite exceptional. As for the heaven-defying bone, Lin Shen had already been somewhat obsessed, and now he was even more determined. Seeing as that despicable old man, the Heavenly Emperor, is so heinous, Lin Shen felt that spending a night with the Heavenly Consort also counted as robbing the rich to aid the poor. Carrying out justice on behalf of heaven, the old man deserved it. After taking down Kong Chuan's address from Ansai, Lin Shen headed out to find him straight away. There wasn't much time left before his trip to Giant Ring Star, so he had to quickly bring Kong Chuan back. Knowing that Kong Chuan's life was tough, he didn't expect it to be so rough, to the point of having to set up a stall in the market to sell items. Ansai told him that during the day, Kong Chuan would likely be at the market with his stall. Now, if Lin Shen wanted to find him, he could only go there. After Lin Shen arrived at the market, before finding Kong Chuan, he saw the shaggy old celestial from the other day, still wearing that tattered cotton robe, sitting behind the stall with arms crossed, resting with closed eyes. Today, the shaggy old celestial surprisingly wasn't setting up any incomplete games, instead, his stall displayed various odd and ancient-looking items. "Elder, what are these things?" Lin Shen squatted down, inspecting the goods laid out on the ground, and while looking, he asked. The reason he was interested in these items was that among them, there was something wrapped in thick mosaic. The discovery of mosaic on items from an alien world brought joy to Lin Shen's heart. Chapter 427 Chapter 427 Conch Shell. "It's you." The Heavenly Emperor glanced at Lin Shen and curled his lips, saying, "These items are truly extraordinary, treasures from the Imperial Palace, all once used by Lord Heavenly Emperor himself." "Treasures from the Imperial Palace? Once used by the Heavenly Emperor, you must be incredibly powerful." Lin Shen didn't believe a word this shaggy old celestial was saying and thought he was certainly bragging. "Believe it or not," the celestial said with an air of impatience, then closed his eyes to continue resting. Lin Shen felt like something was missing. He turned his head to look and realized the stall next to him seemed to have changed hands. The last time the stall owner who kept mocking the shaggy old celestial was gone, replaced by an auntie selling goods. Without him there to banter, Lin Shen found it quite unaccustomed. Nov. L.B//JNN. "Believe? How could I not believe it? How much are you selling these things for?" Lin Shen asked. "Which one are you interested in?" The celestial then opened his eyes again. "These few, introduce them to me, will you? Anything used by the Heavenly Emperor must be remarkable. It'd be good to broaden my knowledge," said Lin Shen. "You've got some insight, kid." Recognizing these as quality items, the celestial's mood brightened a bit as he pointed to the objects on top and said, "This is called the Sky Mirror, used by the Heavenly Emperor for grooming in the morning, crafted from pure crystal glaze. This is called the Ascension Steps, used by the Heavenly Emperor to ascend his chariot, carved from the wood of the 9 heavenly realms. This is the Divine King Comb, made from the power and horn of demons, able to subdue dragons and fix serpents, used by the Heavenly Emperor to comb his divine hair." "Pfft, old man, you're making all this sound so mystifying. Aren't these just a glass mirror, a mounting block, and a horn comb?" A Gallic burly man strolling by found his descriptions amusing and couldn't help but laugh after listening for a while. "What do you know? These are treasures used by the Heavenly Emperor, how can they be lumped with mundane items?" The celestial rolled his eyes and huffed. "It looks to me like a regular mirror, wooden stool and horn comb. I don't see anything magical about them," the Gallic man said unconvinced. "That's because you lack depth in knowledge," the celestial responded indifferently. "Lord, why bother talking so much with someone who isn't even buying? You haven't told us what the Heavenly Emperor used this for yet." Lin Shen pointed at the pixelated object and asked the shaggy old celestial. What he wanted was precisely that object, all the other questions were just a smokescreen. The interruption by the Gallic man left Lin Shen quite frustrated as the shaggy old celestial had stopped explaining. Hearing Lin Shen's words, the celestial then ignored the Gallic burly man and looked at Lin Shen, saying, "You do have an eye for quality. This is called the Blue Sea Divine Conch, taken from an undying creature of the Blue Spiral Sea. With it, you can hear the sounds of the Blue Spiral Sea. Don't believe me? Try it yourself." Saying so, the celestial brought the Blue Sea Divine Conch up to Lin Shen's ear for him to listen to the sounds of the Blue Spiral Sea. Lin Shen listened carefully and indeed heard a whistling sound, like the wind blowing over the sea. Lin Shen looked baffled. If it wasn't for the fire seed within it, he would have surely cursed the merchant for being a swindler. What blue sea divine conch, what sound of the blue spiral sea? This was just an ordinary conch shell which, on the human mother planet, any common shell could produce such sounds due to its structure. How about that, young man, did you hear the sound of the blue spiral sea? The celestial took back the conch shell, asking with a smile. I heard it, it really is there, befitting of something Lord Heavenly Emperor once used. What did Lord Heavenly Emperor use it for again? Lin Shen asked, suppressing the urge to curse the charlatan, feigning great interest. He couldn't say it was all an act, he was indeed very interested in the conch shell, just not because it was an artifact the Heavenly Emperor had used. This blue spiral divine conch sometimes resonates with music from the blue spiral sea. That's the sound of nature, the music of the ocean. Whenever the Heavenly Emperor felt agitated, he used it to cleanse his soul. The celestial described with an elaborate flourish. Is it really that miraculous? Let me listen. The Gallic person couldn't help but pick up the conch shell and put it to his ear. He quickly put it back, speaking disdainfully, Old man, you sure know how to bluff, all this talk about the sounds of nature and the music of the ocean, it's just the ordinary sound of a conch shell. If you can't hear it, that's because your fortune's too shallow to appreciate these refined sounds, said the Heavenly Emperor with a cold face. Lin Shen didn't want any further complications and swiftly asked, Lord, how much for this blue sea divine conch used by the Heavenly Emperor? Don't listen to his nonsense, whatever Heavenly Emperor used blue sea divine conch, it's just a common conch shell. Go take a walk outside, you might even pick one up, said the Gallic person. Are you buying something or not? If you're not buying, go play somewhere else. What are you causing trouble here for? The Heavenly Emperor said with a roll of his eyes. I'll go then, who cares about your junk anyway, the Gallic person said and turned to leave. He hadn't gone far, just turned a corner when suddenly he felt a pain in the back of his head, his vision went dark, and then he lost consciousness. A celestial wearing a hat was leading the Gallic person away to a deserted place. 1 million heavenly currency, declared the Heavenly Emperor, astonishingly. Lord, we're like old friends here, give me a discount. Lin Shen felt this shaggy old celestial was asking too much, wanting to sell a broken conch shell for 1 million heavenly currency. Nirvana creatures material, is 1 million heavenly currency too much? The Heavenly Emperor countered. Lin Shen laughed, if it really was material from Nirvana creatures, I wouldn't even buy it. Then why are you buying it? Asked the Heavenly Emperor, somewhat surprised by Lin Shen's response. Because it's something used by the Heavenly Emperor, I wanted to buy one to keep with me, to bask in the aura of a divine king, so that everything can go smoothly whenever I'm out doing things. Lin Shen didn't mind spending money, but the problem was that he didn't have that much on him. Smart young man, something used by the Heavenly Emperor is definitely imbued with the aura of a divine king. If you wear it, your endeavors will assuredly go without hindrance, the Heavenly Emperor cheerfully said. So, what do you say about the price? Lin Shen's most pressing concern was something the shaggy old celestial didn't mention at all. Something used by the Heavenly Emperor, imbued with the aura of a divine king, is 1 million too expensive, said the Heavenly Emperor with a smile. Not expensive, but I don't have that much money on me. How about this? I'll leave my communicator with you. I bought this latest model for 500,000. For the remaining 500,000, I'll transfer it to you directly. What do you say? Lin Shen said, tired of negotiating with the shrewd celestial, he just wanted to secure the fire seed first. You really want to buy it? The Heavenly Emperor was slightly taken aback, not expecting Lin Shen to actually be serious about the purchase. Of course I'm serious, otherwise why would I talk so much with you? Said Lin Shen. Do you really think this thing is worth 1 million? The Heavenly Emperor looked at Lin Shen with an odd expression. He couldn't believe Lin Shen was a fool, one could plainly see that this wasn't some immortal blue sea divine conch. I still have that much discernment. Something used by the Heavenly Emperor, no matter the level, is worth the 1 million. It's just that I really don't have that much money, Lin Shen said. He just wanted to take the conch shell and didn't want to cause any trouble or raise any suspicions. He had to come up with some excuse. Haha, alright, you have 500,000, right? Then let it be 500,000. Transfer the money, the Heavenly Emperor laughed. Okay. Lin Shen promptly transferred the money and then carefully tucked the blue sea divine conch close to himself. He couldn't suppress the joy that was beaming across his face. Your next read is at Empire. The Heavenly Emperor saw this and his expression grew even more peculiar. Watching Lin Shen's retreating figure, he thought to himself, this kid is interesting. Did he recognize me, or did he recognize that this thing really belonged to me? Chapter 428 Chapter 428 Death Powder Ascension. Lin Shen wandered around the marketplace for quite a while before he finally saw a skinny man from the Peacock clan setting up a stall in a quiet corner. It was relatively easy to recognize the features of the Peacock clan. They all had a peacock pupil on their foreheads, usually closed, making it look like they had a blue mark between their brows. Are you Kong Chuan? Lin Shen asked, looking at the man from the Peacock clan. Everything has a price tag. Take whatever you want and leave the money behind, the man from the Peacock clan said expressionlessly. I am Tian, the new head of the Celestial Masters Institution. Are you interested in coming back to work at the institution? Lin Shen stated his purpose bluntly. Not going, Kong Chuan replied without even lifting his eyes, instantly refusing Lin Shen. All right, whenever you want to return to the Celestial Masters Institution, come find me. Lin Shen left right after speaking, without saying anything more. Kong Chuan was slightly surprised by Lin Shen's abrupt departure but didn't think much more about it. He had heard about the recent situation of the Celestial Masters Institution, and he didn't believe that an ascension-level human could really revive the institution. Even backed by the Heavenly Emperor and Little Imperial Uncle, re-establishing the Celestial Masters Institution would still be as difficult as reaching the heavens. Nov. L. B//JNN. The Celestial Masters Institution occupied an awkward position between the Heavenly Emperor and the Celestial Academy, having to endure grievances from both sides. The previous head of the institution was already an experienced member of the celestial race, with both status and influence, and strong connections within his race. Even so, he eventually met his end by the hand of the Celestial Academy Dean. How could a person without a foundation, ability, connections, and who was from another race, possibly revive the Celestial Masters Institution? The final outcome seemed to be destined to be death, whether at the hands of the Heavenly Emperor or the Celestial Academy. It was simply a dead end. Lin Shen didn't insist, aware that he had no leverage to persuade Kong Chuan to have someone risk their life for him, unless Kong Chuan had no choice and was willing to do so on his own. Nothing he said would be useful. No one it is, then. I wasn't planning on using force anyway. Lin Shen returned to his living quarters with the newly acquired conch shell, intending to awaken the fire seed first. Unexpectedly, as soon as he got back to his place, he received good news. The pet egg he had won from the shaggy old celestial had been placed into an incubator, and now the incubator was indicating that the pet egg was about to hatch. Wonder what kind of pet it is. Lin Shen waited for the creature inside the egg to break out. After several hours, the pet still hadn't emerged from the shell when Wei Wufu walked out of his room. Death powder. Ascension. Before Lin Shen could say anything, Wei Wufu, who rarely spoke on his own initiative, began to speak. Death powder has ascended? What ascension egg did you use to make it ascend? Lin Shen asked in surprise. No. Ascension egg, fed. Spirit base, ascended. Wei Wufu said and handed over the capsule and key belonging to death powder to Lin Shen. It ascended just by consuming a spirit base. Lin Shen asked in surprise, taking the capsule and checking Death Powder's attributes. Mutated Death Shredder, Super Base First Turn Ascended Creature, Evolvable. Strength, 81. Speed, 81. Hardness, 81. Toughness, 81. Life Base, Super Base Crushing Diary. Base Change Talent, Super Base Devouring, Super Base Evolution, Super Base Armor Piercing Spike, Super Base Instantaneous Speed, Super Base 100 Refinements, Super Base Solidification, Super Base Soul Harvesting, Super Base Prison King's Eye. Crushing Diary, First Turn Super Base Life Base. Strength, 81. Speed, 81. Hardness, 81. Toughness, 81. Base Talent, Crushing Diary, Fog of Mutation. Crushing Diary records the data of crushed creatures. By analyzing the data, one can discover the creature's weakness. Mutant can use the data recorded in the Crushing Diary to temporarily induce mutation in the host. The effects of the mutation are determined by the data of the crushed creature. Lin Shen was somewhat uncertain whether the Death Powder's double life base talent was strong or weak. One must first devour a creature and then be able to find out the creature's weakness, which seemed to be of little use. After all, once it's devoured, what use is there in knowing its weakness? But on second thought, there are usually more than one of a kind of creature. For example, with the celestial race, if he let the Death Powder devour one of them first, he would know the weakness of the celestial race. Then, by facing other members of the celestial race, he could target their weaknesses. It seemed somewhat useful again, but Lin Shen had the A-cup ointment sealing skill of Fire Seed, which was equivalent to being able to see the opponent's weakness, so this skill seemed to be of little use again. The mutant had some use, though. The data analyzed from the Crushing Diary could be used for Death Powder's own mutations, but the actual effects of the mutation would require experimentation. In any case, the fact that Death Powder could ascend was a good thing for Lin Shen. He finally had an ascension-level combatant by his side. Lin Shen asked in detail about Death Powder's ascension process, and Wei Wufu took quite an effort to explain it. He had been hunting supersource dragons on Ring Mountain planet with Death Powder. He could digest only a limited amount of spirit base himself, so he fed most of it to Death Powder. After feeding it some more today, Death Powder unexpectedly ascended. The whole process was very smooth and did not produce any special conditions, nor did it manage to trigger the cosmic rainbow light. Old Wei, we need to make a trip back to Giant Ring Star, Lin Shen relayed the details to Wei. Difficult, was all Wei said after listening. Isn't that the truth? I'm really having a hard time. If I'm not careful, the Heavenly Emperor will deal with me. If I do too well, the Celestial Academy will come looking for trouble with me. It's challenging on both fronts, Lin Shen sighed. Tianxuan, tough, you, really dog. Wei Wufu added after him. Lin Shen immediately felt embarrassed. Old Wei, you know my situation. I really have no choice. If I don't go to Giant Ring Star, that old guy, the Heavenly Emperor, will not let me off. We could both end up dead. Tianxuan, you, peace and qi. I help you. Wei Wufu said nonchalantly. All right, I'll figure out something for Tianxuan's side myself. If there's no other way, I'll just consider it a loan from her, and I'll pay her back later. Lin Shen thought it over. If there really was no other solution, he could compensate Tianxuan with his share later. Whatever he could make up, he would. If that wasn't enough, he'd find another way to compensate her. Experience tales at Empire. Lin Shen also knew this was not a long-term plan. If this matter was really settled, then every time resources were turned over to Giant Ring Star, they would have to be handed over according to the standards of this time. Lin Shen couldn't possibly compensate Tianxuan every time. So, he was also very troubled and could only say that the old man, the Heavenly Emperor, was truly too insidious. That old man, he deserves to be cuckolded, Lin Shen secretly cursed the Heavenly Emperor in his heart. Inside the Imperial Palace, the Heavenly Emperor, who was soaking in a hot spring with several Imperial consorts, suddenly sneezed several times. "Your Majesty, who is thinking about you again?" One of the Imperial consorts swam up to the Heavenly Emperor and cooed. "There is a folk saying that sneezing means someone is thinking of you." "What, isn't it you, my beloved Imperial consort, who's thinking of me? Then you must be punished." The Heavenly Emperor pulled the consort into his arms with a laugh. Chapter 429 Chapter 429 Mutated Jade Exquisite. Lin Shen had waited for over 10 hours when the pet egg he won from the shaggy old celestial finally cracked open. A small black beast broke through the eggshell and crawled out, resembling a delicate obsidian kirin. Lin Shen immediately pointed a finger and immobilized the newly born jade exquisite, preventing it from moving until a pleading look appeared in its fierce eyes. Only then did Lin Shen release its pressure points. As soon as it regained the ability to move, the jade exquisite bit at him. Lin Shen's finger struck its pressure points with lightning speed once more. "Little guy, you're still trying to trick me? You're way too early, wait a few more years," said Lin Shen with an amused look. Lin Shen pulled up a chair and sat in front of it, locking eyes with the beast. After a long while, the jade exquisite's gaze grew increasingly helpless. Seeing that the time was right, Lin Shen released its pressure points. The jade exquisite obediently handed over its pet key and then pounced on the eggshell, nibbling at it one bite at a time. Lin had thought that after the jade exquisite ate the eggshell, its size would increase. To his surprise, it did grow a bit after finishing the eggshell, but only slightly, just a bit larger than his palm, remaining exceptionally miniature. Lin Shen used the pet key to turn it into a capsule and then reviewed its information. Mutated Jade Exquisite, 10-stage Ascendant. Strength, 160.3. Speed, 162. Hardness, 161.6. Toughness, 162. Life Base, Mutated Jade Seal. Base Change Talent, Mutated Luck Aura, Mutant Jade Transformation, Mutant Ling Long Heart. Mutant Jade, 10-stage Ascendant Life Base. Base Talent, Suppressing Mountains and Rivers. Lin Shen's mouth fell open in astonishment. This creature really was a 10-stage mutated ascendant. The shaggy old celestial hadn't deceived him. Does that shaggy old celestial know the grade of this pet egg? Did he try to fool someone only for me to come across a bargain, or did he know the grade of the pet egg and still willingly accepted the loss? If it's the latter, the shaggy old celestial's identity might not be so simple, Lin Shen pondered in secret. Lin Shen remembered the shaggy old celestial had personally mentioned it was a mutated jade exquisite, so there was a high chance he had conceded willingly. Lin Shen tested various skills of the mutated jade exquisite. The luck aura could be used to bless itself or others, but after receiving the aura, Lin didn't notice any change in his attributes or capabilities and wasn't sure of the exact benefits of the luck. Mutant Jade Transformation was a skill for the Jade Exquisite's self-use, which could increase its own hardness, and only its hardness. The increase in hardness was not simply a doubling but had directly reinforced its own hardness to 1000. 1000 was a substantial number, even with all of Lin Shen's skills activated. He was still far from reaching that number. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. However, the restrictions of mutant jade transformation were also considerable. Only hardness was enhanced, with no corresponding increase in toughness. This meant that the overall strength of the body wasn't as formidable as 1000 might suggest, and it was particularly vulnerable to the impact of heavy weapons. For sharp-edged weapons like swords, however, its defense was quite effective. Moreover, because of the excessive hardness and low toughness, the mutated jade exquisite would become completely stiff after using the mutant jade transformation, nearly unable to move at all. Mutant Ling Longheart was a perceptual skill that, once activated, allowed the jade exquisite to sense various power fluctuations nearby, though its exact usefulness in combat was yet to be determined. The base talent suppressing mountains and rivers can weaken the attributes and power of skills of various creatures within its range, somewhat similar to Wei Wufu's white robe. This thing can only be used as a support, but even just the suppressing mountains and rivers skill alone is already worth a fortune. Lin Shen was very satisfied with Jade Exquisite. With its 10-stage ascension, its attributes could be considered top tier, and it possessed a skill like suppressing mountains and rivers. Although its own combat ability was not strong, its support capability was powerful. Combining suppressing mountains and rivers with the sixth move of Fan Dance could greatly weaken the enemy's combat strength. If we add Wei's white robe ability on top of that, who knows if we'll have a chance to battle a Nirvana-level powerhouse. Lin Shen knew that this kind of weakening skill was very rare. Enhancement skills were quite common, but he had seen very few weakening skills, which is why Lin Shen found Jade Exquisite to be very practical. After obtaining Jade Exquisite, Lin Shen planned to sleep and then set off for Giant Ring Star. Unexpectedly, someone from the Imperial Palace came and summoned him to the palace. Originally, Lin Shen thought it was the Heavenly Emperor who wanted to see him and went to the same place where he had met the Heavenly Emperor last time, which was the palace where the Heavenly Consort lived. However, he discovered that there was no Heavenly Emperor behind the curtain, only the Peacock clan's Heavenly Consort. Celestial Master Tian of the Celestial Master Institute pays his respects to the Heavenly Consort, Lin Shen said, separated by the curtain, unable to see the Heavenly Consort. Even without the curtain, with her body pixelated, Lin Shen could not discern her appearance. Chief of the Heavenly Institute, you met my brother Kong Chuan, what do you think of him? Asked the Heavenly Consort, her somewhat cold voice carrying from behind the curtain. Magnificent and peerless among men, Lin Shen replied. I didn't ask you here to hear these flattering words, just answer truthfully, the Heavenly Consort said indifferently. If the Heavenly Consort wishes to hear the truth, then please forgive my impudence, Lin Shen pondered before speaking. Kong Chuan is currently a tiger that has fallen to the plains, a dragon stuck in shallow waters, somewhat dispirited. You are just good at speaking pleasant words, not sincere at all, the Heavenly Consort said coldly. Since you went to find him, you must want him to return to the Celestial Master Institute and accompany you to Giant Ring Star, right? Indeed, I had such plans, but Kong Chuan has already rejected me, Lin Shen calculated inwardly, trying to figure out what the Heavenly Consort really meant. I can have my brother return to the Celestial Master Institute and go with you to Giant Ring Star to protect you thoroughly, but I have a condition. The Heavenly Consort's voice finally came through after a while. I really don't have any money, Lin Shen said, spreading his hands and putting on a bitter face. The Heavenly Consort laughed with apathy, who said I wanted your money. If it's not about money, then that's easy to discuss. May I know what your condition is? With the mention of no money required, Lin Shen immediately turned his sorrow into joy. The Special Service Department of the Celestial Master Institute is now in name only and practically non-existent, showing how incompetent its chief is. The position of the chief should be changed, stated the Heavenly Consort. After the matter of Giant Ring Star is concluded, Kong Chuan will be the chief, Lin Shen agreed immediately. Don't agree so casually, do you even know who the current Special Service Department chief is? If you agree to me and cannot deliver it when you return, I'm afraid you might not be able to bear the consequences, the Heavenly Consort warned coldly. Even without Kong Chuan, the position of the chief of the Special Service Department cannot be held by someone with the surname, Lin Shen stated calmly. The Special Service Department was one of the Celestial Master Institute's most important departments. Back when the Celestial Master Institute did the dirty and tiresome work for the Heavenly Emperor, it was the Special Service Department that sent people to gamble their lives. It could be said that the Special Service Department was the core of the Celestial Master Institute. Unfortunately, the current chief of the department is under the control of someone from the Yin family First Mansion. The previous head of the Celestial Masters Institute was personally killed by An1, and putting his own man in that position clearly meant he did not want the institute to achieve anything further. Lin Shen, as the head of the institute, had gone out on assignments without even having his own men, thanks to the Special Service Department's contributions. Even if the Heavenly Consort had not mentioned it, when he had the capacity, he would definitely take down the Special Service Department, otherwise, his position as the head of the Celestial Masters Institution would be nothing but a name. Chapter 430 Chapter 430 War Song. You are indeed a sensible person, no wonder the Emperor appointed you as the Dean. The Heavenly Consort said, then lifted the curtain and stepped out. Lin Shen finally got to see the Heavenly Consort in person, but unfortunately, still couldn't see her face, which was obscured behind thick mosaic. Your journey to the giant ring star is bound to be fraught with difficulties. With your strength, although my brother will protect you, the situation there is complicated, and he alone might miss something in his defense. I will give you something. It is of no consequence if you do not need to use it, but should you face a life and death moment, it might save your life. The Heavenly Consort waved her hand, and immediately a celestial maiden brought over a box. Lin Shen couldn't help but feel elated. I wonder what the Heavenly Consort is going to give me, a pet or a spirit base. As if she had seen through Lin Shen's thoughts, the Heavenly Consort's lips curled into a smile. As she opened the box, she said meaningfully, "Do you know what the strongest weapon in the world is?" "Please forgive my ignorance," Lin Shen replied, shaking his head. "There are thousands of weapons in the world, each with its own features, and it's hard to say which is the strongest. However, if we're talking about the strongest weapon, it can only be this," the Heavenly Consort said, taking out the object from the box. Lin Shen saw clearly what the Heavenly Consort held in her hand and was startled. In her hand was a scroll. Although he didn't know what was inside the scroll, how could a piece of paper be called the strongest weapon? The Heavenly Consort slowly unrolled the scroll to reveal a portrait of a celestial being, godlike in appearance. The celestial being looked down upon all living things as if a fatherly god, his aura extraordinary, his majesty unparalleled. This is... Lin Shen immediately guessed who the person in the portrait was. This is a self-portrait hand-drawn by the Heavenly Emperor. Keep it with you. If someone recognizes this portrait, I doubt anyone would dare to touch it. This is your protective talisman. The Heavenly Consort rolled up the painting again, placed it in the box, and let the Celestial Maiden hand it to Lin Shen. Lin Shen finally understood what the Heavenly Consort meant. The world's strongest weapon she referred to must be authority. Although the painting was flimsy and easily destroyed, if anyone dared to damage it, given the nature of the Heavenly Emperor, he might annihilate their entire lineage. However, this item would only be useful to those of status, position, and reason. If he encountered someone who didn't play by the rules, the painting would be useless. If an 117 and an 118 were driven to a dead end, even with the painting present, it might not be enough to quell their murderous intent. Thank you, Heavenly Consort. Lin Shen took the box with both hands, feeling it was better to have it than not. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Take this little thing as well. It might be of some use. The Heavenly Consort said as she plucked a feather from her headdress and flicked it towards Lin Shen. Lin Shen caught the feather and saw it was a true white feather, 1 finger in length, not made of gold or jade, and he wondered what use the Heavenly Consort intended for it. Go now. My brother will report to the Celestial Master Institute first thing tomorrow morning, the Heavenly Consort said, without intention to explain further, and waved for Lin Shen to leave. Not wishing to pry further, Lin Shen carefully pocketed the feather and left the Imperial Palace with the box in hand. After Lin Shen left, a male from the Peacock clan emerged from a side hall. It was none other than the tall and thin Kong Chuan. Little sister, do you truly believe he can revitalize the Celestial Master Institute? Kong Chuan asked, doubt written on his face. I don't just believe in him, I know the Heavenly Emperor needs the Celestial Master Institute, the Heavenly Consort sighed. Brother, you must not act recklessly on your journey to the giant ring star. If you can protect him thoroughly, that would be best. If you can't, then don't bother returning to the sky pinnacle star. I understand, Kong Chuan nodded, a somber look on his face. Any move the chief makes there must be reported to me in a timely manner. He is too young and knows too little of the celestial race, so he is bound to overlook something. I must be able to remedy the situation promptly, the heavenly consort instructed Kong Chuan once more before finally letting him leave. After Lin Shen returned, he examined the feather, but found nothing unusual about it. It seemed to be just an ordinary bird feather, leaving him clueless about why the heavenly consort had given it to him. Lin Shen put the feather into a small plastic bag and then into his backpack. Though uncertain of its use, he didn't believe the heavenly consort would give him a common feather without any purpose. Seeing that it was still early, Lin Shen practiced his skills for a while. As dusk approached, he hugged the conch shell and went to sleep. He slept until the break of dawn. When Lin Shen awoke, the mosaic on the conch shell had vanished, leaving it to seem like an ordinary shell, without any hint of exceptionality. In Lin Shen's mind, however, a new fire seed skill had emerged. An imperfect super bass evolutionary seed war song, in my BGM, no one can defeat me. Damn! Lin Shen exclaimed, both shocked and thrilled upon seeing the introduction to this fire seed. After so long, he had finally found another imperfect fire seed, the previous one was sacrificed to heaven. There was no doubt about the power of sacrifice to heaven, and unexpectedly, this unassuming conch shell also contained an imperfect fire seed. Just reading the first line of the war song's introduction sent Lin Shen into an ecstasy of joy, his blood boiling with excitement. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. With the war song reverberating, unrivaled under the heavens, speakers blaring, with me comes invincibility. But as he continued to read on, Lin Shen realized that things were not as simple as he had imagined. An imperfect fire seed, after all, is not perfect, and couldn't possibly be that invincible, otherwise, it wouldn't be considered imperfect. The ability of the war song, like sacrifice to heaven, was limited, it wasn't simply about being unbeatable. Sacrifice to heaven required offerings, and the more there were, the stronger it became. War song didn't need offerings but required numbers. The more people singing the war song together, the stronger its effects would be. What the hell is this? I can't possibly bring a choir with me every time I fight someone, right? Lin Shen couldn't help but complain inwardly. However, upon further thought, if he could turn this war song into the battle anthem of an army, and have the soldiers chant it together during combat, wouldn't that make him invincible? Promoting the art of music, cultivating the sentiment of the nation, this vital responsibility cannot be delayed. While Lin Shen thought this way, the promotion of the war song was easier said than done. Within the information of the war song was the song's lyrics and score. Although Lin Shen was talented in many areas as a child, he was truly tone-deaf when it came to music, the more serious issue being that he was somewhat tone-deaf. He could read the lyrics without a problem, but singing them was completely beyond him, he simply didn't know how. I need to find someone who understands musical scores to sing this war song first, Lin Shen said as he approached Wei Wufu to ask if he could understand the scores. After asking, Lin Shen immediately regretted it. Wei Wufu couldn't even speak properly and was a martial fanatic. How could he possibly understand such things? Asking Wei these things was somewhat humiliating. Understand? The response from Wei Wufu stunned Lin Shen on the spot. Do you really understand musical scores? Lin Shen asked incredulously, looking at him. Understand? Wei Wufu reaffirmed his answer with conviction. With a mix of belief and doubt, Lin Shen sketched the war song's score from his mind, and then he proceeded to write down the lyrics. However, Lin Shen encountered a problem while writing the lyrics. The lyrics were just a single line, repeated over and over again. Moreover, the lyrics were somewhat bizarre, so much so that Lin Shen found it somewhat embarrassing to utter. Chapter 431 Musical Instrument. The sky is vast, the fields boundless, I've lived my life wildly. Wei Wufu picked up the lyrics and music written by Lin Shen and began to sing. Lin Shen's mouth hung open, staring at Wei Wufu dumbfounded. The usually slow-speaking Wei Wufu, when singing, didn't pause at all, and there was a boldness in his manner. These somewhat coarse lyrics, sung over and over by Wei Wufu, actually made people feel their blood boiling. The more he sang, the more rousing and spirited it became, inciting an irresistible urge to join in with a shout. After Wei finished singing, Lin Shen couldn't help but reach out to touch Wei Wufu's face. You! Wei Wufu frowned as he stepped back, staring at Lin Shen with a face full of confusion. N/O/vel/b/in.c/om. Are you really Wei? Or is someone else disguised as you? Have you been body snatched? Lin Shen simply couldn't believe that it was Wei who had sung those words. No. Song. Say. Different. As soon as Wei Wufu started talking, Lin Shen knew it was Wei, not an impostor, and he hadn't been body snatched. Wei, sing it again. Lin Shen had been shocked just now and hadn't paid attention to the actual effects of the war song. Wei sang once more, and as he did, Lin Shen felt a surge of strength in his body, as if he'd been injected with adrenaline, as though some hidden potential had been unlocked. He felt full of strength, his blood racing as if it might boil. Trying it out, Lin Shen noticed an increase in strength, speed, and various other aspects, but the boost wasn't large. This thing really required more people singing together. One person singing the war song provided only a limited enhancement for him. When I build an army later on, I'll make this the military anthem, Lin Shen mused about the future, though now he could only dream. Feels like something's missing. It lacks accompaniment. Lin Shen had felt something was amiss before, and now it dawned on him, the song was missing instrumental accompaniment which lessened the atmosphere. Wei, do you play any instruments? Get some accompaniment going, Lin Shen said. Violin. Cello. Guitar. Drum set. Saxophone. Erhu. Pipa. Gahan. Piano. Wei Wufu slowly listed a bunch of instruments. Lin Shen, mouth agape, tentatively asked, "You can't play any of these?" "Can play all," Wei Wufu said calmly. "Bro, you're awesome." Lin Shen gave Wei a thumbs up, never having imagined that Wei was a versatile musician. Lin Shen had wanted to find an instrument for Wei to try out, but alas, there were none around, so he had to let it go. Together with Wei, Lin Shen went to the Celestial Master Institute, and indeed, they found Kong Chuan waiting inside. Ansai processed his reinstatement smoothly, everything went off without a hitch. Whether he was reluctant to come, or he simply looked down on Lin Shen, Kong Chuan spoke very little, answering only when asked something, remaining silent otherwise. Lin Shen didn't bother talking to him either. After all, the person he was dealing with for the giant ring star was the heavenly consort. He wouldn't let Kong Chuan become the chief of the special service department before that had been settled. There wasn't much to arrange at the Celestial Master Institute, so Lin Shen, along with Kong Chuan and Wei, left to prepare for their trip to the giant ring star. On their way to the teleportation station, they happened upon a music shop along the road. "Since we've come across it, let's go in and buy an instrument," Lin Shen thought and entered the shop. Lin Shen only recognized some common instruments and didn't know much about music. Looking around at the various instruments in the shop, he couldn't even tell the difference between a guitar and a bass guitar. The owner of the shop, an old celestial man with glasses, sat on a stool by the window, reading a book. Beside him sat a steaming cup of tea on the windowsill. When the old celestial saw Lin Shen and his company enter, he casually said they could look around and to ask him if they wanted anything, then went back to reading his book. "Wei, which instrument do you think would be suitable to play accompaniment for that song?" Lin Shen turned to Wei and inquired. Wei stopped in his tracks inside the music instrument shop, his attention finally resting on an instrument placed on a shelf. This, Wei Wufu pointed at the instrument on the shelf as he spoke. Wei, are you sure you want this one? Lin Shen looked at Wei Wufu with a peculiar expression, then glanced back at the instrument. Though Lin Shen wasn't versed in musical instruments, this one looked strangely familiar to him. It resembled the wood block used by monks during their chanting, and if it were just similar in appearance, Lin Shen might have doubted whether it was some kind of instrument designed to look like a wood block. Find more to read at Empire. But next to the wood block, there was a small mallet for striking it, which led Lin Shen to struggle to think of it as anything but a wood block. The only difference from a regular wood block was that this object seemed to be made of jade, wholly white and crystal clear, with some odd patterns on its surface. Upon a closer inspection, Lin Shen couldn't help but feel surprised. He realized it was not an ordinary object but a spirit base. Inside the wood block, a fish-shaped white cloud moved about as if fish were swimming around. Inside the small wooden mallet, faint traces of lightning flickered in and out of sight. Certain, Wei Wufu answered very affirmatively. Boss, can we try this thing out? Lin Shen found it hard to believe this item could be used for accompaniment, it seemed more suited for chanting. You can't. The owner looked up and said sincerely. Are you sure you want this one? Lin Shen could only turn his head to look at Wei again. Certain, Wei Wufu nodded. Boss, how much for this? Lin Shen had no choice but to ask the owner for the price. The mutant third-turn spirit base kicks and wooden fish, 8 million, the owner said after taking a sip of tea. Although it's a mutant, isn't 8 million way too expensive? Does this thing have any special skills? Lin Shen immediately felt like it was a lost cause. He didn't even have 80,000 on him, let alone 8 million. Base talent Kixin, it helps to clarify the mind and spirit, the owner replied. Just for that one skill, you're asking for 8 million. Lin Shen's eyes widened in disbelief. The mutant fourth-turn spirit base spirit B ring he had bought before cost him only 2 supersource dragon pets, which was equivalent to a price of 1 or 2 million. This Kixin wooden fish was only third turn, with such a mediocre skill, and the owner had the audacity to demand 8 million. It was simply extortionate. If you like it you buy it, if not, then don't, the owner stated with a smile. I'll buy it. Before Lin Shen could say anything, Wei Wufu spoke up directly. Cough cough. Wei, we don't have enough money. Lin Shen coughed lightly as he spoke. I have this. Wei pulled out a pet capsule from his pocket and handed it to Lin Shen. It contained a supersource dragon pet that he had tamed on Ring Mountain planet using death powder. Boss, can we barter with an ascension pet? Seeing that Wei really wanted the Kixin wooden fish, Lin Shen decided to negotiate with the owner. Not for you, the owner said after looking at Lin Shen, then turned to Wei Wufu and added, but for you, it's possible. Chapter 432 Return to Giant Ring Star. Wei traded 8 first-turn supersource dragon pets in exchange for the Kixin wooden fish. Wei tried tapping it and indeed, it was a wooden fish. Lin Shen could hardly imagine how this thing could be used as a musical instrument. Wei then played the war song again, beating the wooden fish, and you really can't deny that his rhythm unexpectedly matched the war song perfectly. Just listen to it, the tapping of the wooden fish really does sound like some kind of percussion instrument. Listen again, the song also seems to resemble chanting. With just this one phrase repeated over and over, it slightly resembles the chanting of Amitabha. In the end, you can't even distinguish whether he is singing or chanting. However, that blood-boiling sensation hasn't changed, and paired with the rhythm of the wooden fish, it surprisingly intensifies the excitement even more. As Wei Wufu poured his heart into playing and singing, Lin Shen felt an overwhelming surge of strength in his body like a mountainous tsunami. The enhancement effect was greatly amplified, and his attribute soared, almost doubling. Wow! Can you believe this? Lin Shen was both shocked and delighted, silently grateful that Wei had acquired the wooden fish. Lin Shen wondered if ordinary instruments could have the same effect. After spending a little money, he bought a guitar for Wei Wufu to use. Wei Wufu indeed wasn't bragging, he could really play, and his skill level was not low. Although there was some effect, it was very slight and not very useful. Wei's the man, Lin Shen praised inwardly. Kong Chuan watched the two men with a puzzled look. Kong Chuan had been wealthy himself before, but after he offended the Heavenly Emperor and was tricked, life on Sky Pinnacle Star became very difficult. The Heavenly Emperor wanted to force him to leave Sky Pinnacle Star, so he wouldn't be in the way. But Kong Chuan, in order to stay on Sky Pinnacle Star and protect his sister, preferred to suffer and endure hardship here, otherwise, as a nirvana being, he wouldn't have fallen so low as to set up a stall on the streets. 8 million was not a lot for the former Kong Chuan, but he wouldn't have spent 8 million on a spirit base that had little use and was only for entertainment. In his view, the behavior of these two people was like that of prodigal sons, which made Kong Chuan even more skeptical whether such people could really revive the Celestial Master Institute. But he had no other choices. If he couldn't help Lin Shen rebuild the Celestial Master Institute, then he would have to leave Sky Pinnacle Star. Money should be spent on useful things, not on these trivial pleasures, Kong Chuan said with a stern face. He knew this might dampen Lin Shen's spirits and pride, but if Lin Shen continued to squander money this way, how could the already dilapidated Celestial Master Institute ever regain its glory? Having fun is also a part of life, otherwise, why would I fight so hard? It's all to be able to enjoy life better. You have to spend what you need to spend, and you have to enjoy what you should enjoy, otherwise, you have wasted your life, Lin Shen said with a smile. You can play all you want when you are wealthy and free, but the Celestial Master Institute is depending on you right now. How can you spend money like this? What will become of the Celestial Master Institute? Kong Chuan retorted. You're not wrong, but you've got one thing mistaken, Lin Shen said indifferently. What have I mistaken? Kong Chuan asked with a frown. The Celestial Master Institute is the Celestial Master Institute, and I am me. The Institute's money will naturally be spent on the Institute's affairs. My own money, of course, can only be spent by myself and has nothing to do with the Institute. Do you understand the concept of distinguishing between public and private property? The Institute is public, and I am private, it's essential to keep things clear and distinct. Not a penny of my money can be used for the Institute, Lin Shen said as if it were a matter of course. Is that how you explain the concept of separation between public and private interests? Kong Chuan was full of question marks regarding Lin Shen's rationale. He couldn't agree with it, but for the moment, he couldn't find the words to argue back. All right, it's about time we leave. Once we're on Giant Ring Star, you'll follow my commands. You can do that, right? Lin Shen said, patting Kong Chuan's shoulder. I am only responsible for your safety, the rest is not my concern, Kong Chuan said coldly. That's fine, just don't forget the earnest expectations the heavenly consort has of you, Lin Shen reminded Kong Chuan, hinting at him not to complicate matters and do something that would embarrass both parties. The three headed to the teleportation station and, with an official pass, activated the teleportation array to Giant Ring Star for free. The time they chose to arrive was precisely at the noon hour on Giant Ring Star. When the three materialized in the teleportation zone, Kong Chuan surveyed their surroundings with a slightly darkened face. Giant Ring Star was notified of our inspection date and time well in advance, weren't they? Why isn't there a single person here to welcome us? You still think the Celestial Master Institute is like it used to be? Now, no one in the Institute could be bothered with us, Lin Shen said with a smile. Having said that, Lin Shen headed towards the village where you lived. Before his arrival, he had already spoken with his elder sister. She couldn't come to meet him due to other matters and had told him to go directly to Yu's village. The place had become his elder sister's stronghold, with the villagers all helping with her work. When Lin Shen and the others reached the village, the situation there was strange. Everyone was standing outside as if inspecting something. Lin Shen at first thought this was a show his sister had put on to welcome him back, but only after they approached did they realize it was not the case. His elder sister and Yu were together, examining each person's body one by one. "Sister, what's happened here?" Lin Shen asked, puzzled. His sister asked Yu to continue checking the villagers while she walked Lin Shen aside. Watching Yu carry out the examinations, she said, "Something odd has happened in the village recently, and 2 people have died. The deaths are mysterious, and we've been unable to find the cause so far." "How did they die?" Lin Shen asked. "That's just it, we don't know. They had all returned to their houses at night, but come morning, the doors were found open, and the bodies were discovered in another unoccupied house," his sister said, frowning. "If it's no longer safe even inside our homes at night, then I fear we might have to move away. We can't continue living here." "In which house were they found dead?" Lin Shen inquired. "Nov. L.B//JNN." His sister pointed to a stone house and said, "That stone house there. It's the one we used to live near when we first settled here." Following the direction his sister pointed, Lin Shen's expression became unusual. Wasn't that the stone house where he had once seen a woman singing? His sister continued, 2 people died over 2 consecutive nights, both found in the morning in that stone house. Their manner of dying was also peculiar, with not a mark on their bodies but a strange smile on their faces and a blood-colored handprint that appeared on them. Your next read is at Empire. What kind of blood-colored handprint? Kong Chuan suddenly interjected with a question. Chapter 433 Night Ghost. Who is this? The eldest sister asked, looking at Lin Shen. This is my colleague from the Celestial Master Institute, Kong Chuan. Lin Shen simply stated Kong Chuan's identity without making introductions. Come and take a look. The eldest sister led them to an old bed outside, lifted the torn bed sheet, and revealed 2 human corpses underneath. Both of the human men appeared to be in their 30s, in the prime of their life. In death, they both had eerie smiles on their faces, with the corners of their mouths split backwards, resembling the laugh-inducing clowns on stage. The smiles appeared farcical, yet insincere, giving observers a shiver of horror. Besides the creepy smiles, there was a crimson handprint on the chest of each, dark red like blood, as though made with a blood-covered hand. We've already examined them, the bones, flesh, and hearts below are undamaged. This handprint is like a tattoo, it only damaged the skin and has no other effects. We're currently investigating to see if this kind of blood handprint is on anyone else, the eldest sister explained in detail. It was then that Lin Shen understood why the eldest sister and Yu were stripping people and inspecting them. They were looking for blood handprints. After listening, Kong Chuan walked up to one of the corpses and rubbed the blood handprint, lifting his fingers to check for red stains. Finding none, it was clear that the handprints were not splotched with color. Kong Chuan frowned slightly and bent down to smell the area of the blood handprint, then looked up at Lin Shen and said, "No need to look any further, I know who did this." "Who?" Everyone's gaze turned to Kong Chuan. "Have you ever heard of the Night Ghost tribe?" asked Kong Chuan. Seeing the blank faces of the others, Kong Chuan continued, "Perhaps 700 to 800 years ago, the Night Ghost tribe suddenly rose, causing panic across many planets. The night ghosts are peculiar. During the day, they are no different from regular humans, but one distinctive feature of the night ghosts is their eyes. They are born with double pupils, meaning each eye has 2 pupil openings. Their eyeballs can rotate 360 degrees within their sockets. One side has blue pupils, the other side red. During the day, their pupils are the common blue, but at night, they flip their eyeballs to expose the blood-red pupils. The night ghosts practice only one type of evolution skill, called Song of Night, which allows them to gain sound-based supernatural abilities. Therefore, the night ghost tribe is extremely adept at sonic powers. Even low-level night ghosts can use sound to bewitch the mind, and the more advanced can kill directly with sound. Apart from that, the night ghosts have a very cruel habit. When they turn into blood-eyed beings at night, they use a technique called the ghost hand imprint to kill. Those struck by the ghost hand imprint end up like these two men, with a blood hand print on their chest. This blood hand print, although appearing to be merely printed on the skin and smelling faintly fragrant, is deadly. Once you dissect the corpse, you'll find that even in a freshly dead body, there's not a single drop of blood left. Why would the night ghost tribe kill people? The eldest sister asked with a frown. Legend has it they use the ghost hand imprint to absorb the vital blood of their victims, sustaining their own life and youth. They are an utterly evil race. The night ghosts once caused widespread fear among all tribes hundreds of years ago, leading to a united effort to completely eradicate them. After that, there has been little news about the night ghosts. I only know about them because I once encountered the remnant of a night ghost during a case at the Celestial Master Institute, and I looked up some information to become more familiar with them, explained Kong Chuan. This blood hand print is the same as the ghost hand imprint I encountered before, and only the night ghost tribe possesses such a method. It must indeed be the doing of the remnant members of the night ghost tribe. Lin Shen frowned and said, "Are you suggesting that there are escapees of the night ghost tribe on Giant Ring Star?" "That should be the case, no doubt. It's quite easy to find members of the night ghost tribe. Gather everyone together, then check to see if anyone has anything like invisible contact lenses on their eyes. Confirm that none has them, and when night falls, whoever's pupils turn blood red, they are the night ghost tribe people. They have no way to control the change in their pupils," Kong Chuan stated. "This method is indeed workable, it's worth a try," the elder sister nodded and said. "Let's just try and see for now." Lin Shen didn't think it would be that simple. Read chapters at Empire. Does the chief of the Heavenly Institute doubt my method? Kong Chuan raised an eyebrow. "If there is a problem, please point it out so I can correct it." "Your method isn't the problem, it's the night of Giant Ring Star that's problematic. Before you came, you should have researched Giant Ring Star. You should know that the nights here are very dangerous, and one should not venture out in the darkness," Lin Shen explained. "What does that have to do with us rooting out the remnants of the night ghost tribe? Are you afraid they'll break the houses and perish together with us in the dark?" "Dean, rest assured, with me here, they won't have that chance," Kong Chuan confidently said. "The reason you mentioned is only one among others. The thing I worry about the most is that the night ghost tribe can move about freely during the dark nights on Giant Ring Star." Lin Shen shared his concern. The more he thought about it, the more he believed that the humming woman he had spied through the crack in the wall was potentially from the night ghost tribe. "You had said that no one was living in that room, and you would check all rooms every day before nightfall, being the last one in. If an outsider had entered, you should have noticed. Since you hadn't noticed, it was highly likely that the woman entered the stone house after nightfall. This would mean that the night ghost tribe can indeed move around freely on Giant Ring Star during the nighttime, or at least possesses certain nocturnal capabilities. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Of course, these were all just Lin Shen's own speculations and not necessarily the case. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. Kong Chuan seemed not to take the concern seriously upon hearing this. Although the name Night Ghost Tribe contains night, and they have night vision, being indeed more ferocious at night than during the day, the darkness of Giant Ring Star is not ordinary darkness, but a manifestation of the power of rules. Not just ordinary members of the Night Ghost Tribe, even Nirvana-level beings can't just go out at will on Giant Ring Star during the night. They would be harmed by the rule power of the darkness, even killed. Chief of the Heavenly Institute, you worry too much. The murderer from the Night Ghost Tribe couldn't possibly be a Nirvana-level powerhouse, otherwise, they wouldn't need to kill stealthily in the dead of night. Then how do you explain that these people didn't die in their own rooms, nor in anyone else's rooms, but in a room where no one lived? Lin Shen pondered deeply. Isn't that obvious? It must be the Night Ghost Tribe members hidden in the village, taking advantage of the time when the sky was about to darken, or when it had just brightened, when everyone else had gone to their rooms or had not yet come out. They rushed in and killed someone first or threw the bodies into the unoccupied houses, Kong Chuan replied. According to what you're saying, wouldn't it be simpler for the killer to just leave after the murder? Why bother to dispose of the bodies specifically? Kong Chuan had clearly considered this issue and countered, this is exactly what the Night Ghost tribe wants, to mislead others into thinking it was a base variant creature that can walk in the dark night that committed the atrocity, not to cast suspicion on them, allowing them to continue hiding in the village, and even migrate along with the village to more populated areas. As he said this, his eyes were on Lin Shen, as if to say that Lin Shen was the one being misled. Chapter 434 Peacock Divine Brilliance. If Lin Shen had never seen the woman from next door before, he would think Kong Chuan's inference made a lot of sense, but now he was somewhat worried. If the Night Ghost tribe really could move freely in the dark night, their problems would be significant. If they were to be sleeping during the night and the Night Ghost tribe directly broke their stone houses, exposing them to the dark night, the rules of the dark night on the giant ring star would become a lethal weapon. Fortunately, Lin Shen had the night glow flower, which allowed him to survive in the dark night of the giant ring star. But what about the others? If his elder sister and the rest had to spend the night alone somewhere without Lin Shen and were attacked by the Night Ghost tribe, wouldn't that be very dangerous? Experience news stories with Empire. Lin Shen could only feel relieved that the two people who died weren't his elder sister. Lin Shen was not opposed to Kong Chuan's method. In fact, he felt it was very necessary to first clear up the internal investigation. His only worry was that if the Night Ghost tribe really could act at night, and took this opportunity to push down the gathered stone houses, exposing so many people to the darkness, it would still be very dangerous. However, Lin Shen had no other choice but to cooperate with Kong Chuan's plan for now. Lin Shen wanted to send his elder sister to Paradise Island first and take charge of investigating the situation here, but she insisted on staying. Now she was the boss of these people, and if she left at this time, how could these people wholeheartedly follow her in the future? Lin Shen thought it made sense. After all, they had Kong Chuan, a Nirvana-level protector, and he also held a trump card in his hand. As long as he stayed by his elder sister's side all the time, there shouldn't be any problem. All the people in the entire village were gathered together, and today no one was allowed to leave the village. Speaking of the entire village, there were only a bit more than 30 people in total. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. You cleared out a large stone house, waiting for when it was about to get dark, and then the more than 30 people all entered the stone house. Kong Chuan had already personally inspected everyone's eyes and found no contact lenses or the like. Now they were just waiting for nightfall, waiting for the Night Ghost tribe to reveal their true form. Suddenly, Kong Chuan stretched out a hand, and a blue peacock life base appeared inside the stone house. With a peacock display, eyes of peacocks emerged on the fan-like peacock feather, emitting halos. For a moment, the bodies of all the people inside the stone house were fixed by some strange strength, completely incapable of moving, not even able to move their lips. Lin Shen, Wei Wufu, and others were the same, fixed in place by Kong Chuan's strength. Dean, there's no need to panic, I am doing this to be cautious. Once that Night Ghost reveals their true form, I'll capture them and then restore your freedom, said Kong Chuan calmly. Lin Shen was not panicking, he had already guessed what Kong Chuan intended to do, but he didn't expect Kong Chuan's strength to be so formidable. This kind of strength was somewhat similar to the Prison King's Eye of Death powder. Both were gaze-based binding strengths, only when used by a Nirvana being like Kong Chuan, it was much more powerful than when used by Death powder. In the future, after Death powder evolves to Nirvana, I wonder if the Prison King's Eye can have such a strong effect, Lin Shen thought in awe of Kong Chuan's skill while observing that even Wei Wufu was struggling to move. Suddenly, Lin Shen felt the evolution theory within his body slowly operating, quietly changing his constitution, allowing him to gradually adapt to the control effects of the peacock's eye. But adaptation would take a process, and clearly, this was not something that could be completed in a short time. Lin Shen could only sit there calmly, waiting for the coming of the night. Time passed second by second, and finally, nightfall arrived. The sunlight streaming into the stone house through the cracks suddenly vanished. The whole room turned pitch black in an instant, only the faint blue light emitting from the blue peacock made the stone house a bit brighter. However, this kind of brightness was different from the light of the night glow flower. The blue light from the peacock's body could not truly illuminate the darkness, and the surroundings still looked murky. This indicated that the blue peacock's strength couldn't change the night rules of giant ring star, only to confront them. The light of the night glow flower, on the other hand, could alter the rules of night. It's not exactly changing the rules, but rather fitting and exploiting them, illuminating a place that wasn't bound by the rules of night. Although the blue peacock's power was much stronger than the night glow flower, its power did not have this characteristic, and its effect was, in fact, not as significant as that of the night glow flower. Using the faint light from the blue peacock, Kong Chuan's gaze swept over the eyes of each human, believing he could definitely find the hidden members of the night ghost tribe among them. But after one glance, he couldn't help being slightly startled, as he saw none of their pupils change, nor did he see any red-colored pupils. Kong Chuan frowned slightly, unwilling to give up. He walked closer and examined every person's pupils carefully to see if someone had covertly used any covering or deceptive techniques to hide their pupils. As he scrutinized these people, the prison king's eye on his forehead opened, shining a strange blue light, examining the eyes of each person one by one. Yet, upon finishing with the last person, Kong Chuan was greatly disappointed. There were simply no members of the night ghost tribe among them. Just as he was about to retract the peacock life base, he suddenly heard a faint and erratic singing coming from the darkness outside. The voice was melodious and sorrowful, winding and turning as if autumn breezes danced around fallen leaves, filled with a lonely beauty. Kong Chuan's complexion changed slightly, and he seemed to recognize that the sound must be coming from the night ghost tribe. He murmured in disbelief, could the night ghost tribe truly have the ability to walk in the night of giant ring star? No sooner had he spoken than there was a loud bang, and the entire stone house's roof was directly blown away by a terrifying force, allowing the darkness to descend unbridled into the stone house. Everyone was shocked, but under the control of the blue peacock, none of them could move. They could only let darkness fall upon them. Kong Chuan snorted coldly, a blue carapace appeared on his body, and both the carapace and the blue peacock burst into intense blue flames. The eyes on the peacock display radiated even more, with each one surrounded by a halo of blue light. As night descended, upon contact with the blue radiance of the blue peacock, a snapping sound erupted, as if something was burning upon touching the blue flames in the dark. In an instant, the rooftop was covered with blue flames, and Kong Chuan burst through the roof, charging straight out, his blue light crackling in the darkness. Everyone immediately guessed Kong Chuan's intention. He wanted to leave the peacock life base behind to forcibly protect everyone, while he himself rushed out to deal with the member of the night ghost tribe, and then returned to move everyone to another room. Moving to another room now would give the night ghost tribe an opportunity, and more people would die. Moreover, without eliminating that night ghost, the other stone houses would not be safe either, still risking destruction by the night ghost tribe. Chapter 435 The Female Ghost. Kong Chuan actually managed to resist the power of the darkness to some extent, which was surprisingly formidable. However, the strength of the blue peacock fiercely clashed with the darkness, and it slowly began to shrink. The blue glow dimmed bit by bit, and it was only a matter of time before darkness would completely overwhelm it. At this rate, in at most half an hour, the darkness will fall upon us, Lin Shen calculated in his mind. I wonder if Kong Chuan can take care of that night ghost tribe member within half an hour. This Kong Chuan really isn't reliable. He said he would follow my commands after arriving at the giant ring star, but he went ahead and did his own thing, even controlling me here. Is this protection? No, this feels more like murder. Damn it, with such capability, he still wants to be the head of the Special Service Department? How does he even have the face for it? Lin Shen cursed Kong Chuan in his heart, wishing he could smack him across the face. Having such a subordinate is truly like being cursed for 8 generations. Forget about the heavenly consort's face, he doesn't deserve to be the head of the Special Service Department even if I resigned as the dean. Inside Lin Shen's body, the evolution theory was running wildly, already showing some effects. He could move his eyes and mouth, and his body regained a bit of movement, although he was still far from being able to move freely. At times like this, hopefully no member of the Night Ghost tribe will come over and play that tired old trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain. Lin Shen sat motionless, muttering to himself. It's true, one often encounters what one fears. Lin Shen was still pondering when he suddenly spotted a white figure floating outside the roofless building. Lin Shen's heart skipped a beat. Good things never happen, but bad things always come quickly. Outside the intense blue flames, the white figure drew nearer, and Lin Shen could finally see clearly that it was a woman wearing a white dress. Her skin was pale, and her black, straight hair hung down to her waist. Her eyes were the red of blood, glowing like infrared in the darkness. She would have looked quite beautiful under other circumstances, but in this context, she was somewhat frightening, like a vengeful ghost who had died with grievances. Lin Shen thought the hair length and style of this woman resembled that of the woman he had spied upon combing her hair next door. But Lin Shen wasn't completely sure since he had only seen her from behind and not the front at the time. He only remembered the way she combed her hair, long and straight. Those immobilized and unable to move all saw the female night ghost, and in their minds, they cursed Kong Chuan's ancestors for 18 generations. Lin Shen felt that the Heavenly Emperor's decision to deal with Kong Chuan was extremely wise, it was freaking reasonable. The female night ghost stared at the blue peacock for a while, then suddenly threw a dagger-shaped life base, not attacking the blue peacock but instead flying toward the people inside the house. This action immediately caused everyone to break out in a cold sweat, and Lin Shen was about to summon his life base. Who would have known that the dagger, once it entered the range of the blue light, suddenly became immobilized, suspended midair, unable to move. Lin Shen let out a slight sigh of relief. Although Kong Chuan was a bastard, his abilities were indeed quite formidable. The female night ghost tried to retrieve her dagger spirit base, but within the blue glow, it remained motionless, causing her to frown slightly. After sizing up the situation for a moment, the female night ghost vanished into thin air, and when she reappeared, she held 2 stones in her hand. The female night ghost directly hurled the stones into the blue glow. The stones, like the dagger, were immediately frozen in midair upon entering the area of the blue light. The crowd immediately felt much reassured. The strength of the blue peacock was mighty indeed, it seemed unlikely that the female night ghost could break through. The female night ghost tried several tactics but never managed to penetrate the range of the blue light. Anything that entered the range of the blue light immediately came to a halt. Just when everyone thought they could be safe for the time being, the female night ghost disappeared again, followed by a thumping sound of walls being smashed. Explore more at Empire. Lin Shen's face changed slightly as he realized what the female night ghost was up to. She was planning to demolish the walls, exposing them completely to the darkness of the night. Being fully exposed to the darkness didn't have too much of an impact on them in itself, but it would increase the contact surface between the darkness and the blue light. Blue Peacock would then have to combat more dark forces, increasing its consumption of energy and shortening the time it could hold out. If Kong Chuan couldn't return quickly, they would be in grave danger. As Lin Shen had anticipated, the walls kept collapsing, some stones falling outward and some flying into the blue light, becoming suspended mid-air by the blue light. Darkness kept encroaching inside, igniting upon contact with the blue light. The walls on all sides were soon breached, darkness enveloping from all directions. The blue flame burned more fiercely, and the area it illuminated shrank steadily, with the dark pressing down at a notably faster pace than before. The female night ghost stood outside, staring at them coldly. The blue light made her look even more like a ghastly spectre from the netherworld. Lin Shen felt that his body had recovered a lot, but he remained sitting still. Because he was originally facing the direction of the door, he could see the female night ghost clearly. As the darkness closed in, it got closer and closer to Lin Shen, Wei Wufu, and a few others who were sitting near the door. The darkness approached them, and the female night ghost also moved closer. The distance between her and them became ever shorter. Everyone was terrified. At this rate, it would only be a matter of minutes before the darkness reached the people at the front. The female night ghost was waiting for that moment, her eyes growing more ferocious. Kong Chuan, that bastard, I'll have to deal with him later. Lin Shen made up his mind that he couldn't let that guy off easily. Those who were nearest to the darkness still hoped that Kong Chuan would be able to make it back in time. But then they heard terrifying explosions in the distance, sounding like thunder on the horizon, indicating with their volume that they were very far away. Everyone could guess that it must be Kong Chuan fighting with the Night Ghost tribe. The prospect of him returning in a short time seemed unrealistic. Lin Shen wasn't concerned about the distance, even if it was thousands of miles. A nirvana-level speed would not take much time to traverse. N/O/vel/b//jn.c//om. The key issue was whether Kong Chuan could extricate himself from his opponent and make it back, which didn't look too optimistic. There is indeed a connection between a master and his spirit base. Kong Chuan could definitely sense the change in the situation here, but until Blue Peacock's strength was completely suppressed, Kong Chuan would have a hard time grasping the exact situation. He would only know that the Blue Peacock was still fighting against the darkness, but how much Blue Peacock's area of light had been compressed, or if anyone was exposed outside the area of the blue light, those details would be beyond his awareness. The darkness was inching closer to everyone, and Lin Shen and Wei Wufu, who were already very close to the door, found the darkness merely half an arm's distance away from them after just a few minutes. Looking at the blue flames burning close at hand, Lin Shen cursed Kong Chuan in his heart 10 times over. Chapter 436 Caught. The female night ghost walked leisurely toward them, stopping just outside the blue light. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu were only a little more than a foot away from her, clearly able to see the evil smile on her face. The female night ghost's lips moved slightly, and a humming or singing sound floated out from between them. Listening to this voice, Lin Shen grew even more suspicious that she had been the woman combing her hair in the neighboring stone house, but now the song sounded anything but pleasant. Her expression made Lin Shen feel as if her song were a prayer of thanks before a meal, and that as soon as her singing ended, she would hungrily devour them as if they were steaks. Lin Shen suddenly realized that when he had overheard the woman humming, it had probably been this female night ghost luring him over. The 2 people killed by the night ghost were likely dispatched in the same manner. As the darkness drew closer, the stone bricks, previously fixed in place by the blue light, fell to the ground with a clatter after escaping the blue light's range, sounding like a constant toll of a death knell. Since Lin Shen was closest to the door, the blue flames were almost touching the tip of his nose. The reason Lin Shen was so close to the door was that he had suspected from the start that night ghosts could move in darkness, which led him to guard the door. The female night ghost had walked up to Lin Shen and slowly stretched out her hand, as if wanting to caress his chest. But her palm gradually turned blood red, and it seemed as if blood would soon start to drip from it. As soon as Lin Shen's chest was exposed beyond the range of the blue light, that bloody hand would unhesitatingly stamp onto it, leaving a bloody handprint on his chest. Those who could see this scene had their complexions turn incredibly unsightly. Lin Shen was first, but they were next. The blue light areas all around them were being compressed, and many people were already close to the darkness, though Lin Shen was the closest. Lin Miao, standing behind Lin Shen, watched as his body gradually became exposed to the darkness, her eyes filled with a mixture of horror and anger, wishing she could shield him herself, but unable to move. Wei Wufu was also struggling to break free from the control of the blue light, but he found it difficult to stir. The power of the blue peacock was simply too formidable. Just as Lin Shen's chest was exposed, the female night ghost's bloody red hand pressed forward. All of them watched, powerless to intervene. Just as the female night ghost's bloody hand was about to touch Lin Shen's chest, she suddenly stopped moving, her hand almost making contact with his clothes. The female night ghost's pupils contracted, her gaze filled with terror as if she had encountered something unimaginable. Lin Shen withdrew the hand that had been pointing at the female night ghost. His body, wrapped in a carapace, surged into the darkness. The moment his body touched the darkness, it felt as if an inexplicable chill had seeped into the carapace, making Lin Shen's body shiver. Lin Shen immediately took out the night glow flower and activated its luminous ability. Bathed in light, Lin Shen immediately felt the chill on his body fade away. Seeing that Lin Shen was unharmed, Lin Miao and the others were both shocked and relieved. Lin Shen studied the female night ghost, whom he had immobilized with a cup ointment pressing, and looked behind her, indeed resembling the woman he had seen before. In the darkness, Kong Chuan's body shone with blue light, transforming into fan-shaped peacock feathers behind him, like a peacock display. Each blue peacock feather eye emitted beams of blue light, shooting into the darkness. The darkness seemed to have a ghostly figure flickering in and out of sight, the blue light clearly penetrating his body, yet it appeared to only hit an illusion. After the figure disappeared, it re-emerged in another location. Kong Chuan continued to battle the night while incessantly attacking that ghostly figure, but to little effect. He didn't want to get entangled with the figure, but as soon as he gave up the attack and tried to back away, the figure would appear behind him or in another hard-to-see spot, launching an attack and forcing him to respond. Kong Chuan could only fight while retreating, trying to head back to the village to assess the situation, aware that something was amiss. This ghostly being was simply trying to delay him, not engaging him with full force. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Kong Chuan felt extremely frustrated, as his adversary could move freely in the night, unaffected by the dark powers. He, on the other hand, had to combat the force of the night, which put him at a significant disadvantage. By now, Kong Chuan was already regretting his decision, understanding that if something had befallen Lin Shen, even if he remained unharmed, the mission to Giant Ring Star would be considered a failure, and he could no longer return to Sky Pinnacle Star. With this realization, Kong Chuan released his power in a frenzy, his peacock feather emitting a divine brilliance that illuminated the surrounding 100 miles like the underworld. But the ghostly figure suddenly disappeared, melting into the darkness. Kong Chuan forcefully charged in the direction of the village, yet the ghostly figure re-emerged in front of him, pressing a bloody handprint toward the sky filled with divine brilliance. Boom! The bloody handprint collided with the divine brilliance, immediately shattering, and the ghostly figure was hurled away. Clearly, its strength was no match for Kong Chuan's, defeated by the peacock divine brilliance. Kong Chuan didn't bother to check if the ghostly figure had been killed, and continued rushing towards the village, when suddenly he heard a faint, ghostly lament as if from a wandering soul. The sound was eerie, penetrating his ears and causing a moment of distraction in Kong Chuan's mind, which made the peacock divine brilliance on his body dim slightly. The ghostly figure silently appeared behind Kong Chuan and struck with another bloody handprint. Merely the power of sound domain, and you think you can disturb my mind, courting death. Kong Chuan's peacock display behind him erupted once more, with beams of light crisscrossing and falling, but he lost the trail of the ghostly figure, merely shredding the bloody handprint. The figure was like a true spectre, constantly appearing around Kong Chuan, with the singing voice now distant, now close, and bloody handprints striking from various strange angles, giving Kong Chuan no end of annoyance. As Kong Chuan fought and retreated towards the village, he couldn't raise his speed, his heart growing increasingly colder. Although he could sense that his life base was still combating the dark power, he clearly understood that his life base could only resist the darkness, which was compressing it. At this time, he didn't know if Lin Shen and the others had been swallowed by the darkness. The figure was using only the power of sound domain and the bloody handprints to harass him, refusing to engage in direct combat, leaving Kong Chuan to fight and retreat. If he wasn't diverting much of his strength to resist the night, he wouldn't be so entangled by the ghostly figure. Suddenly, the figure withdrew into the darkness and vanished. At the same time, the ghostly wailing stopped, and in the darkness, only the peacock divine brilliance and the night power intermingled with a crackling sound. Kong Chuan finally found release, but his heart sank to the bottom. Read new chapters at Empire. The discontinuation of the ghostly figure's harassment likely indicated that they had succeeded, and Lin Shen had probably met with disaster. Kong Chuan's insides were green with regret. He had placed too much trust in his peacock divine brilliance. Although the peacock divine brilliance was indeed powerful, resisting the oppression of the night's power, the ghostly figure still didn't dare to confront him directly. But a failed mission was more distressing to him than death itself. Chapter 437 The Eye of the Peacock. When Kong Chuan returned to the village, he saw from afar that the peacock divine brilliance had been reduced to a small cluster, and his heart sank completely. Rushing back into the village, he saw that the stone houses had entirely collapsed, leaving only the blue peacock standing there, unfurling its splendor in defiance of the dark night, and there was no one else around. It's all over! Kong Chuan cried out in anguish as he crouched down, clutching his head. With Lin Shen gone, it meant he could never return to Sky Pinnacle Star and stand by the heavenly consort ever again, something more painful to him than death. He was filled with regret, having been repeatedly and earnestly warned by the heavenly consort not to act recklessly before he came, yet he still managed to mess things up. Kong Chuan held his head, squatting on the ground, as tears of regret streamed down from his eyes. Creak! All of a sudden, Kong Chuan heard a noise across from him. As his gaze shifted, he saw someone push open the door of a stone house, holding a luminous seven-colored flower, standing opposite him and looking down on him. Seeing that person was actually Lin Shen, Kong Chuan felt both shock and joy as he leaped up from the ground. You're not dead. I'm not dead, and it looks like you're disappointed. Lin Shen said to him coldly. Lin Shen had some doubts whether Kong Chuan had deliberately duped him, but after seeing Kong Chuan's earlier state in the stone house, he knew this guy wasn't likely doing it intentionally, just unreliable. However, whether intentional or not, Lin Shen had taken note of this grudge and certainly wouldn't make it easy for Kong Chuan. As for the role of Special Service Department Chief, he might as well not even think about it. Kong Chuan finally came to his senses, quickly stood up, wiped away the tear stains from his face, and with a twisted head, said, "Dean, please don't misunderstand, I had no such intention." "Kong Chuan, you should go back," Lin Shen said to him with a cold voice. "Go back?" Kong Chuan was slightly stunned before responding, "The mission isn't complete, I can't go back." "Are you a member of the Celestial Master Institute?" Lin Shen asked him coldly. "Yes," Kong Chuan nodded. "Am I the head of the Celestial Masters Institution?" Lin Shen asked again. "Of course you are," Kong Chuan nodded again. "Then as the head of the Celestial Masters Institution, I order you, you can now leave Giant Ring Star and return." "You're not needed here," Lin Shen said. He didn't fear godlike enemies, but he detested teammates like Kong Chuan, comparable to pigs. Being such a close relative of the Heavenly Emperor and still ending up so pathetically, it was certainly not without reason. Lin Shen couldn't possibly keep such a person by his side. "I'm responsible for protecting you, and I won't leave until the mission is complete," Kong Chuan said through gritted teeth. He knew he had indeed made a great mistake this time, but he couldn't leave. "Is this how you protect me?" Lin Shen snorted coldly. "This time is my fault, there won't be a next time," Kong Chuan said with clenched teeth, bowing his head. "Everyone's life is only given once, even Mr. Tian won't grant a second chance, so why should you get another chance?" Lin Shen was thoroughly unmoved. No matter how strong, he did not want such trash. What about the heavenly consort? Even if the heavenly consort learned of such a foolish act and his dismissal, she couldn't say anything in his defense. I've already said it, nothing like this will ever happen again, Kong Chuan said with a look of utter distress. An ascender actually spoke to him like that, making him feel very embarrassed. You won't leave, will you? Fine. Whoever sent you, I'll have them take you away. Lin Shen directly used the communicator, ready to contact the heavenly consort. Even now, Kong Chuan still acted like a ghost oblivious to death, utterly foolish. Kong Chuan hadn't expected Lin Shen to be so decisive and suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Dean, that's not what I meant. We've only just arrived at Giant Ring Star, the mission is fraught with difficulties. Without me by your side to protect you, those nirvana beings might harm you. Give me another chance, just one more time. Kong Chuan's attitude softened. But Lin Shen ignored him and continued to dial the communicator. Suddenly, Kong Chuan reached out and pressed down on the communicator in Lin Shen's hand. What, you want to lay hands on me now? Lin Shen asked coldly, staring at him. Kong Chuan suddenly knelt before Lin Shen with a thud, bowing down at his feet. Dean, I would give my life for you, please don't send me away. A mouth is just two pieces of cheap flesh, it can say anything cheap, but what does that have to do with me? Now I give you two options, you leave, or I leave. Choose one. Lin Shen never listens to what others say, only to what they do. Kong Chuan almost cost him his life, almost cost his elder sister her life, almost cost Old Wei his life. Lin Shen didn't kill him now purely because he knew he was no match for Kong Chuan, and killing Kong Chuan would also make the heavenly consort retaliate against him and his family, otherwise, he would have already struck Kong Chuan dead. But this man, he would no longer employ. The peacock divine brilliance shifted unpredictably. He couldn't be driven away like this. Otherwise, his years of humbled endurance would lose their meaning. He had to stay. Nov. L. B //JNN. Suddenly, the peacock raised his head, straightened his back, knelt before Lin Shen, and with peacock divine brilliance shining, he abruptly raised his hand to plunge it into his own forehead. His fingers forcibly penetrated his skull, and amidst splattered blood, he gouged out the peacock's eye from his forehead. The blue peacock eye in Kong Chuan's hand seemed like a bloody heavenly eye, circles of blue luminescence shining coldly through the blood. Find more chapters on Empire. Dean, this is my peacock eye, with the eye exists the person, with the eye destroyed, the person dies, please keep Kong Chuan, give me one more chance, from now on, Kong Chuan's life is yours. You command me to live, I live, you order me to die, I die. I wouldn't dare overstep again. Kong Chuan laid prostrate before Lin Shen, both hands offering the peacock eye up to Lin Shen. Lin Shen stared at Kong Chuan, startled. He had specifically read up on the Peacock clan and knew Kong Chuan wasn't lying to him. The Peacock eye was the life of the Peacock clan, more important than the heart and brain. Kong Chuan's ability to do such a thing was somewhat surprising to him. After all, as a nirvana being and the heavenly consort's own brother, even if he left the Celestial Master Institute, it shouldn't mean death, right? All right, since that's the case, I'll give you one more chance. Lin Shen reached out and took the peacock eye from Kong Chuan. Having his life in his own hands meant there would be no fear of him causing trouble again. From now on, he would be assigned all the dirty, tiring, and dangerous tasks if he could survive. Thank Dean. Kong Chuan bowed again. This is your last chance. Even if you were the Heavenly Emperor's own brother, it would still not be enough to save your life. Lin Shen said, turning to enter the house. Kong Chuan hastily got up and followed Lin Shen into the stone house, his forehead, now missing the peacock eye, still bleeding. Once inside the house, Kong Chuan saw the situation clearly and was stunned. Everyone was intact inside the stone house, seemingly unharmed. In a corner, there was even a woman in chains. Just by seeing the woman's red ghostly eyes, he knew she was from the Night Ghost tribe. Chapter 438 Night Watch. Kong Chuan had originally thought that Lin Shen had some means of saving his own life and had escaped alone. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. But now it seemed that Lin Shen's actions were not as simple as merely escaping for his life. Not only did he save everyone, but he had also caught a night ghost. Kong Chuan had to admit that he had somewhat underestimated the new dean of the Celestial Master Institute. Whether it was Lin Shen's resolute attitude when dealing with him or the many methods he had displayed, Kong Chuan found that he could no longer regard him as just an ascender. How did your pursuit turn out? Lin Shen sat down on a stone bench and looked at Kong Chuan as he asked. Dean, that was a Nirvana-level night ghost with exceptionally cunning skills, and with the cover of night, I was unable to capture that remnant of the night ghost tribe. I am incompetent. Kong Chuan did not make excuses, as excuses were futile before this dean. If he comes again, are you confident you can block him? Lin Shen asked again. In the darkness, I can only hold him off. If it were daytime, I should be able to repel him, Kong Chuan answered conservatively, without his earlier arrogance. Then stand guard, and don't let anyone snatch her away again. Lin Shen's current desire was to survive this dark night and then head straight to Paradise Island. Only with the protection of Tianxun could he finally be at ease. This female night ghost had been captured by him. He couldn't guarantee that the Nirvana-level night ghost wouldn't come to save her. Who knows how many night ghosts were still on Giant Ring Star. That night ghost moves unpredictably and is highly skilled in escape techniques. If we wait inside the house, and he comes and damages the stone house first, we would be very passive, Kong Chuan thought for a moment and said. Your journey continues at Empire. Wei, I'll leave the inside to you. Lin Shen stood up and said, Kong Chuan, come and guard outside with me. With that, Lin Shen took the night glow flower, pushed the door open, and walked out of the stone house. Kong Chuan followed behind Lin Shen, then closed the door behind them. Lin Shen sat by the door, while Kong Chuan leaped upwards, landing atop the roof, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. When you use that peacock divine brilliance, don't shine it on me, Lin Shen said cautiously, wanting to ensure Kong Chuan understood, unlike before. Don't worry, Dean. Kong Chuan paused for a moment, then explained, my peacock divine brilliance is an area of effects skill. It's difficult to discriminate friend from foe when casting it. I didn't mean to restrain you intentionally before. This time outside, I will try to control the range first so that the peacock divine brilliance doesn't affect you. If a fight breaks out, I hope the Dean will return inside the stone house to watch. All right, Lin Shen nodded and said nothing more. He could clearly see that Kong Chuan's peacock divine brilliance did not distinguish between friend and foe. Anyone within its range would be restrained. The two of them thus stood guard outside, the night glow flower illuminating the area near the stone house. Should any of the night ghost tribe enter the radius of the night glow flower, they would be detected. As time ticked away, no night ghost appeared, and it was now less than 2 hours before the break of dawn. Suddenly, a plaintive and mournful song came from the distance. The melody was sorrowful and evocative, inducing a sense of desolation in anyone who heard it, making life seem pointless and stirring an impulse to unsheath one's blade and end one's own life. Lin Shen felt a shiver in his heart, heightened his alertness, and scanned his surroundings, yet found no trace of the night ghost. The source of the song seemed to change, now coming from the left, now from the right, now ahead, now behind, baffling anyone trying to pinpoint its exact origin. Kong Chuan focused and surveyed the environment but likewise failed to locate the source of the song. This is bad, Lin Shen realized something and turned to push the door to go inside. The song had a power to induce suicide, and although he could resist the song's charm, it was uncertain if those inside the room could withstand it. Clang! 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 Suddenly, the sound of knocking on a wooden fish came from inside the room. Lin Shen pushed the door open and saw that some people had already drawn their weapons, about to stab themselves in critical spots. Wei Wufu held the Kixin wooden fish in one hand and a small hammer in the other, knocking on the wooden fish repeatedly. With the sound of the knocking, Lin Shen immediately felt the influence of the song weaken considerably. Those in the room who were about to commit suicide seemed startled, and many of them, coming to their senses, threw their weapons away as their first reaction. Wei, well done, Lin Shen said, giving Wei a thumbs up before closing the door again. Wei's Kixin wooden fish was truly valuable, having the effect of countering sound-based powers. The song did not work as intended but continued, growing more and more desolate. A thought struck Lin Shen, and he suddenly realized the song might not be meant to charm them but to convey a message to the captive female night ghost. Lin Shen sneered inwardly, that female night ghost has been hit by my A-cup ointment seal, unable to use any power, let alone end her own life. After a while, the singing suddenly stopped. Either the other party had realized that they were not getting a response, or there was some other reason. After the singing ceased, Lin Shen and Kong Chuan were fully alert. If the Night Ghost tribe was planning a rescue or a cover-up killing, this was their last chance. The two tensed their nerves, waiting until daylight, but the Night Ghost tribe made no further moves. Looking at the mountains lit by the star belt, Lin Shen breathed a small sigh of relief, having endured the most difficult part. Not letting his guard down, Lin Shen had Big Sister and the others pack up to head for Paradise Palace. Along the way, Lin Shen and his two companions carefully guarded everyone, finally arriving safely at Paradise Island. The butler seemed to have known Lin Shen would come, waiting for him early on. "Master, I'll take care of things here. The Star Lord is waiting for you in Paradise Palace. Please go ahead," the butler said with a smile. "Wei, Kong Chuan, you assist Big Sister here," Lin Shen said as he picked up the immobilized female night ghost and headed for Paradise Palace. He had not interrogated the female night ghost yet, waiting for Tianxun to do it for him. Tianxun's life base was the devout seraph, capable of compelling people to confess the truth. For interrogation, it was fail-safe. Once Lin Shen arrived at Paradise Palace, he saw Tianxun lounging on a sofa, supporting her chin with one hand and looking at him with a smile that was not quite a smile. "How long has it been since I saw you, and you come back bringing a beauty? Are you planning to enjoy the fortunes of the Qi family?" Tianxun lazily commented. By daylight, the female night ghost's pupils had turned blue and didn't look so frightening anymore. Indeed, she had some beauty to her and could be considered a pretty woman. "Tianxun, baby, what kind of person do you take me for? With a great beauty like you by my side, even Flairla would fade in comparison, let alone her being just a night ghost," Lin Shen said as he consciously sat down next to Tianxun, his hand naturally finding its place on her smooth, round thigh. Tianxun seemed somewhat surprised and said while examining the woman, "She's from the Night Ghost tribe." Lin Shen recounted in detail what had happened in the village, and as Tianxun listened, her expression grew more serious. She sat upright and, staring at the female night ghost, said, "Hand her over to me." Chapter 439 The Secret of the Night Ghost Tribe. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Under the influence of the devout blazing angel's life base, the female night ghost had no way to conceal anything and quickly revealed many pieces of information that shocked Tianxun. It turned out that the Night Ghost tribe had arrived at Giant Ring Star much earlier than the celestial race, even earlier in discovering the Giant Ring Star. After the Night Ghost tribe was jointly annihilated by various races years ago, a few lucky survivors escaped to Giant Ring Star to recuperate and multiply. The environment of Giant Ring Star was extremely suitable for the Night Ghost tribe, because people could not go out at night, so it was almost impossible for the average person to realize they were night ghosts. What was more astonishing was that because of their racial talents, the Night Ghost tribe could not only move freely in the darkness of Giant Ring Star but also gain certain enhancements, giving them an advantage over other races that was difficult to match on giant ring star.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. If it weren't for this female night ghost being overconfident and careless, thinking that she was certain to win, it wouldn't have been easy to capture her alive. According to this female night ghost, her name was Yexing, and she was one of the only 4 remaining pure-blood members of the night ghost tribe who had escaped to giant ring star. The other 3 pure-bloods were Yekong, Yayu, and Yayun. Among the 4 pure-blood night specters, only Yexing was at ascension level, while the remaining Yekong, Yayu, and Yayun were all at nirvana level. There were only these 4 pure-bloods, but over the years, they hid in the shadows and developed many hybrid night ghosts. Now, those hybrid night ghosts were scattered across the troops of the Tian, An, and Qi families, among which there were not a few at nirvana level. Tian Xun's complexion changed unpredictably as she listened, realizing that among her subordinates, there were also quite a few hybrid night ghosts, including a nirvana being she valued greatly. What Yexing revealed was nothing short of shocking. According to her, the real rulers of Giant Ring Star were not any of the Tian, Qi, or An families, but the Night Ghost tribe. Contrary to what Lin Shen and his group had thought before, the ghost hand imprint left by the Night Ghost tribe was not meant to absorb human blood. On the contrary, it was a method of bloodline inheritance. The Night Ghost tribe used the ghost hand imprint to transform individuals from other races into hybrid night ghosts. The 2 dead humans simply couldn't withstand the ghost hand imprint's bloodline transformation and died accidentally. Those killed by the ghost hand imprint looked as if their bodies had been drained of blood, but in reality, the blood was not drained, it turned into a transparent liquid because the transformation failed. Those successfully transformed into hybrid night ghosts did not have the characteristic double pupils. Instead, their pupils would be slightly red at night, and it was hard to notice if the color of their pupils was deep enough. Hybrid night ghosts would obey the pure-blood night specters and even be influenced by the Song of Night to unhesitatingly carry out orders to self-destruct. The great chaos caused by the Night Ghost tribe back then was due to their widespread development of hybrid night ghosts among all races, which had a significant impact. Luckily, they were discovered in time, and several major races secretly united to lay out a plan, eradicating almost all the pure-blood night ghosts. As for the hybrid night ghosts, many were killed at that time as well, but since they did not possess the ability to use ghost hand imprints, they could not continue to develop more hybrid night ghosts, so they were not as dangerous. It was only a matter of time before they were found and eliminated one by one. It was completely unexpected that these 4 pure-blood night specters had made a comeback on Giant Ring Star, and now many individuals within the 3 families had been turned into hybrid night ghosts. If it weren't for Yekong and his 3 companions being insufficiently strong, Giant Ring Star might have already become the domain of the Night Ghost tribe. Over the years, they have been avoiding detection by the celestial race and could only secretly develop their strength. Like Yu's village, which is populated by human mutators, there are hardly any at the ascension level, and originally, Yexing and his group wouldn't have even considered them. It was only because of Lin Miao's recent large-scale purchase of egg fruits that caught their attention. They wanted to know what Lin Miao was up to with the egg fruits purchase but did not wish to expose themselves. Had they directly targeted Lin Miao and failed, resulting in his death, they feared it might draw Tian Xun's attention. So they first let Yexing come here to develop a few humans as a trial. The results were as they expected. Human bodies are relatively fragile, and the success rate for converting them into hybrid night ghosts using the ghost hand imprint was too low. Originally, Yexing was planning to try a few more times. By carefully controlling the ghost hand imprint, they would have been able to turn Lin Miao into a hybrid night ghost. Who knew that the arrival of Lin Shen and his companions would disrupt Yexing's plan? In order not to leak the presence of night ghosts here, they had to find a way to deal with them or turn them all into hybrid night ghosts. Unexpectedly, Kong Chuan's strength was far too formidable. Even the strongest among the 4 pure-blood night specters, Yexing, who had the advantage of darkness, failed to take down Kong Chuan. Yexing himself was even captured alive by Lin Shen. When Tianxuan asked where the other two pure-blood night ghosts had gone and why they hadn't acted together with them, Yexing, who had always been powerless against the staunchly devout seraph, suddenly displayed a moment of struggle and hesitation. Unfortunately, her willpower and strength were still insufficient to contend with the devout seraph, and she ultimately divulged a shocking secret that left even Tianxuan astonished. Above this giant ring star, there seemingly exists a Nirvana-level base mutation site, and it's not just any ordinary Nirvana land, it's a mutated one. Of course, that wasn't the truly surprising secret that shocked Tianxuan. What truly astonished him was when Yexing stated that the mutated Nirvana land had been transformed by an immortal being into a testing ground. If one could pass the trial, they would become the heir to that immortal existence. Yexing had not undergone Nirvana until now because she was preparing for that trial ground. She had to use the Nirvana land within the trial ground to complete Nirvana. Only then would she have a chance to pass the trial and become the heir to the immortal existence. For this day, Yekong, Yayu, and Yayun had been working hard. Yayu and Yayun had gone to that trial site to prepare for Yexing's Nirvana, that's why only Yekong showed up last night. Is that trial ground located in the utmost darkness domain? Tianxuan asked pensively. Yes, Yexing replied, struggling to control herself before answering Tianxuan. Frowning upon hearing this, Tianxuan said, the utmost darkness domain is situated at the pole of giant ring star, where the light from the star belt can hardly reach. It is shrouded in darkness all year round. Fighting there would be greatly disadvantageous to us. Are you thinking of going there? Lin Shen asked. Of course, we have to go. The legacy of an immortal being is an unimaginable fortune. Tianxuan, staring at Yexing, asked again, do you know which immortal being it is? It should be the Little Wine Emperor, Yexing replied with a trembling voice. She was trying her best to control herself but could not help answering Tianxuan's questions. The Little Wine Emperor. That's the one who once rose to the third place on the race leaderboard on his own, but did not leave a name, only a line, holding a sand pot in one hand, the river of stars within the cup of wine. Tianxuan was astonished. Chapter 440 Little Wine Emperor. Tianxuan and Lin Shen had not expected that they could dig up such sensational news. Lin Shen was unaware of Little Wine Emperor's origins, so Tianxuan briefed him on Little Wine Emperor's achievements. No one knows which race Little Wine Emperor came from, it remains a mystery to this day. Even though he claimed the third spot on the race ranking, Little Wine Emperor never left his race's name on it. Moreover, Little Wine Emperor's position as the third on the race ranking was not because his strength was only third best, but because his last opponent was the Phoenix Clan Empress, to whom he had once expressed admiration. During that race ranking, the Phoenix Clan reached its peak and claimed the top spot on the list. However, that was a very long time ago. Although the Phoenix Clan no longer contends for first place today, they seldom fall out of the top 10. Many strong figures believed at the time that if Little Wine Emperor's opponent had not been the Phoenix Clan Empress, he might have been the one to take the first place in the race ranking. But these were all rumors, forget about now. After countless years, even back then, no one could be sure whether Little Wine Emperor had held back. Unfortunately, in the end, Little Wine Emperor never managed to be with the Phoenix Clan Empress. After her failed attempt to become the Realm King and her subsequent death, Little Wine Emperor also disappeared without a trace. Little Wine Emperor rarely took action in his life and hardly ever made enemies, perhaps because he was without a racial background and had no desire to compete with other races. Thus, he had countless friends in his life, but very few enemies. His biggest hobby was merely collecting, though his collecting was a bit unusual. Guess what Little Wine Emperor liked to collect? Tianxuan asked Lin Shen with a smile. Considering his nickname is Little Wine Emperor, he must be a lover of wine, so he probably collected wines, right? Lin Shen replied. That's where you're wrong. Little Wine Emperor did indeed love wine, but what he liked to collect was not wine, Tianxuan said dreamily. he liked to collect planets. Collect planets? Do you mean the planets I'm thinking of? Lin Shen gazed at Tianxuan, thinking he had misheard. The very planets you're thinking of. To hold a sand pitcher in hand, the starry river in a cup of wine. These lines are not an exaggeration of rhetoric. It is said that someone once witnessed Little Wine Emperor putting a planet into his sleeve, Tianxuan explained. But this, too, is just a legend, and whether Little Wine Emperor ever really collected planets is something that no one knows now. To think that on Giant Ring Star, there is a trial ground left by Little Wine Emperor. If one could inherit his legacy, the path to immortality would certainly be smooth. Tianxuan's eyes shone, evidently very interested in the trial grounds Yexing spoke of. Tianxuan also asked in detail about the list of hybrid night ghosts hidden among various tribes by the Night Ghost tribe, as well as the situation in the utmost darkness domain. Unfortunately, these were not the matters Yexing was in charge of, and she knew only a portion of them. However, the list that Yexing revealed was shocking enough for Tianxuan, leaving him to wonder how many more hybrid night ghosts there were that Yexing did not know about. Should we first clear out the night ghosts on your side? Lin Shen mused. Aside from you, no one knows the devout blazing angel has such abilities, and they won't suspect that the truth is already known to us. We shouldn't spook the snake by hitting the grass. According to her, many people from the three families may have already become night ghosts. If we can't catch them all at once, it will be troublesome later. I need time to make arrangements in advance. Tianxuan asked Yexing a few more questions until he really couldn't extract anything else, then he locked Yexing up. You were ordered here this time, presumably for the resources submitted from Giant Ring Star, right? Tianxuan settled back onto the couch and looked at Lin Shen with a smile. You can't hide anything from you. That old guy, the Heavenly Emperor, made me come here to handle this matter, really quite sinister. Lin Shen sighed. Tianxuan's fingers caressed Lin Shen's face, and her beautiful eyes shifted as she said, I had already anticipated there would come a day like this, but I didn't expect it would be you. Tianxuan, darling, since you've anticipated it, you must have a plan in place. Lin Shen wanted to hear what Tianxuan was planning first. What if I said I have no plans and am powerless to help, would you believe that? Tianxuan said to Lin Shen with a half smile. I believe you. Just tell me if you are in trouble, and I'll find a way to solve it, Lin Shen replied earnestly. This matter isn't as simple as you think, Tianxuan sighed. If we divide my profits from Giant Ring Star into 10 parts, in truth, I've only taken 3/10. That old guy, the Heavenly Emperor, isn't satisfied even after taking 7/10, that's way too greedy. Lin Shen frowned immediately upon hearing this. The Heavenly Emperor took away 70% of the profits and still wanted him to scrape up more, which was just too excessive. I didn't say the Heavenly Emperor took 7/10, Tianxuan changed the subject and continued, of the remaining 7/10, my family will take 3/10, and the Celestial Court will also take 3/10. Lin Shen's eyes widened suddenly, so you mean, the Heavenly Emperor only took 1/10? You're eating the meat yourselves, letting the Heavenly Emperor just sip the soup? No wonder he's dissatisfied. It's not just us, the Yin family and Qi family have the same standard. To speak more broadly, nearly all developing planets follow this ratio, and the fluctuations aren't too great. Some of the planets that have been developed probably can't even reach this ratio, Tianxuan said as if it were the most natural thing in the world. The 1/10 that the Heavenly Emperor gets is for his own personal use. What we take, we have to share with those below us and grease the palms of those above. Moreover, with so many planets, each having to give 1/10 to the Heavenly Emperor, when you really do the math, the resources that the Heavenly Emperor gets are already unimaginably vast. The key issue is that he squanders all these resources himself, nobody else gets to enjoy any of the benefits. 1/10 is not little at all, in fact, it's already too much. Although that's true, it's also quite normal for the Heavenly Emperor to be dissatisfied when there are so many resources yet he only gets 1/10. Lin Shen now felt that this matter shouldn't be too difficult to handle. The hint given to him by Steward Yun was for them to double the resources they submitted, which is just an additional 1/10. It seems the Heavenly Emperor has no accurate concept of how much they had schemed off, otherwise, he wouldn't have settled for just doubling it. If they only doubled it, the impact on the three families shouldn't be too great, not to the point of breaking all relations. However, Tianxuan's next words shattered Lin Shen's fond illusions. Doubling the submitted resources is impossible. If this precedent were broken because of us, what would you have the other Star Lords do? With that, the Heavenly Emperor would find a reason to question why they can't submit as much as Giant Ring Star if we can. If we break the rules now, it'll be hard for us to survive in this circle in the future. The problem was more complicated than Lin Shen had thought. He wasn't just fighting with Giant Ring Star but with the entire noble strata of the celestial race. The Heavenly Emperor had pushed him to oppose this massive entity, an existence that even the Heavenly Emperor himself couldn't shake. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. That old bastard, the Heavenly Emperor, is really trying to send me to my grave. Lin Shen said with a bitter smile. Chapter 441 Super Pet. I'm not doing this head of the Celestial Masters Institution job anymore, whoever wants to can do it. Lin Shen dropped himself into the sofa, giving off an air of complete resignation. My little lover, don't you worry. How could I ever let you be troubled? I have already prepared the portion from Giant Ring Star for you. Tianxuan took out a detailed list and handed it to Lin Shen, wrapping her arms around his neck and whispered, I can help you with the resources, including those from the Qi family and An family. But you still have to handle it, and you can't just resolve it easily. This is your last resort, don't tread this path unless absolutely necessary. Tianxuan darling, you're just too good to me. How should I repay you? Lin Shen understood Tianxuan's meaning. If he directly handed these resources over, the Heavenly Emperor would realize he needed less, and there would still be room to plunder more, hence, he would only press Lin Shen harder in the future. Let's take a look at it first. Tianxuan leaned on Lin Shen's shoulder, looking at the bill details with him. The more Lin Shen read, the more astounded he became. His earlier thanks were nothing but polite platitudes, but now he really could appreciate just how much Tianxuan had given for him. The value of that 10% was astronomical, so immense that Lin Shen could hardly imagine it. He had never seen so much money in his life. Will you have to give up so much every time? Lin Shen turned Tianxuan around to face him, allowing her to lie in his arms, his voice touched with emotion. Yes, indeed, Tianxuan sighed. By giving so much, won't others make things difficult for you? Lin Shen asked further. What can I do? Since you are my dear little lover, it's always better for me to have difficulties than for you, Tianxuan said tenderly, circling Lin Shen's neck with her arms. It's hardest to accept the grace of a beauty, Tianxuan darling, I can't even begin to repay you. Lin Shen really didn't know what to say, he felt that even selling himself wouldn't amount to as much money. Do you mean to offer yourself to me? Tianxuan blinked slyly. No, no, no. Lin Shen quickly shook his head. Even selling himself wouldn't equate to that much money. So you're saying you don't want to be with me? I thought you were already mine. Looks like I was being presumptuous. Tianxuan lowered her head, seemingly greatly disappointed. That's not what I meant. Lin Shen hurriedly tried to explain, wanting to say something. But before he could finish, his lips were gently pressed shut by Tianxuan's delicate fingers. Her eyes seemed to ensnare him, sending Lin Shen's heart fluttering like a hooked fish. My little lover, remember this, women lower their heads not for you to console them, but to show you that they've given up resisting. My king, you can now enjoy the fruits of victory. Looking at Tianxuan's exquisite face and her bewitching eyes, and listening to her seductive words, the fiery youth in Lin Shen's heart could no longer be held back. With a newfound strength surging within him, Lin Shen scooped Tianxuan up and headed for the bedroom. The bundle he held in his arms felt not like a person, but a flame that made him uncomfortably hot all over. Life is like an exam paper, filled with countless unanswered questions. Lin Shen was a lazy student who didn't like to study, but today he was exceptionally diligent, working hard on many fill-in-the-blank questions. For the first time, Lin Shen felt that saying was true: studying brings joy. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Time passed, and nestled in warm softness, Lin Shen drifted off to sleep. Studying indeed turned out to be a physically demanding task. When Lin Shen woke up, he had no idea what time it was. The sky had already darkened. Lin Shen felt his whole body limp and lacking strength, yet there was an inexplicable sense of clarity. He stretched himself, turned over, and reached out, only to grasp at thin air. Opening his eyes, he saw that Tianxuan was no longer there. The heavy responsibility of branching out and multiplying has finally taken its first step, but I wonder if my family can accept a mixed-blood baby. Lin Shen thought to himself. My little lover, rest well. I have something to attend to and will leave first. I'll be back later. As if sensing Lin Shen stirring, the device next to him automatically switched on, projecting Tianxuan's holographic image. Find more to read at Empire. Gazing at those slender legs in the holographic image, Lin Shen couldn't help but sigh from the bottom of his heart again. Those legs are to die for. Picking up the account balance sheet, Lin Shen read through it carefully once more. With so many resources, if Tianxuan was going to shoulder the costs in the future, wouldn't he really become a kept man? Besides, this wasn't a sustainable solution. He still needed to find a way to make both the Yin family and Qi family cough up money. It clearly wasn't an easy task. Lin Shen furrowed his brows in deep thought, unsure of what he was pondering. After sleeping a bit more, Lin Shen headed to the dining room to grab some food when daylight broke, only to find Tianxin there as well. Why are you still here? Lin Shen had assumed Tianxin had returned home and was surprised to find her still at Giant Ring Star. Humph, you're not even the man of the house here yet, it's not your place to tell me what to do. Tianxin didn't even lift her head as she carefully fed a steel poison bee pet with a little soup spoon. Lin Shen caught sight of the steel poison bee, and momentarily froze, recalling the origin of this bee. If his guess was right, this steel poison bee must have been placed in the treasure chest after he took the items from it. Lin Shen had believed that, upon hatching it, Tianxin would be livid to find it was just a steel poison bee. Yet, by the looks of it, Tianxin seemed to cherish the steel poison bee as if it were a treasure, which puzzled Lin Shen. Why did you get such a rubbish pet? Asked Lin Shen as he sat down at the dining table, remarking as if offhandedly. Rubbish pet? You know nothing. Ever heard of returning to simplicity? Know what defying destiny means? Tianxin protected the steel poison bee in her hands, snorting coldly, today you look down on it, but in the future, you won't even be worthy of it. Is this pet really that good? I can't see it. It looks like a standard steel-level pet to me. While Lin Shen spoke dismissively, he was secretly puzzled. What's going on? Could it be that the steel poison bee I put in there has some special quality? That Tianxin, with her fool's luck, stumbled upon a gem. On second thought, Lin Shen found it unlikely. Even if it were a mutated bee, it would still just be a steel-level mutated pet. For Ascenders, cultivating such a mutated pet wasn't as worthy as getting a mutated Ascension pet directly. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. This poison bee pet is the treasure I obtained from Realm King's treasure chest. Do you think the Realm King would place an ordinary steel pet in his treasure chest? This is merely its facade, to prevent others from recognizing its marvel before it matures. The outstanding tree draws the wind. It's a form of camouflage, a form of protection, and once it grows up, it will undoubtedly be a unique super pet in the universe. Tian Xin spoke with brimming confidence. Stunned, Lin Shen was speechless for a long while before finally giving a thumbs up and saying, I wish you early success in raising a super pet. Chapter 442 Asking for Money. Paradise Island seemed no different from other days, likely because Tianxun was deliberately trying to lull the night ghost tribe into complacency. Lin Shen didn't know what Tianxun had arranged in secret. He planned to stick to the original plan, either going to An 117 who managed the land or Qi 118 who managed the ocean. After analyzing various possibilities, Lin Shen decided to visit Qi 118 first. Lin Shen took Kong Chuan with him but asked Wei Wufu to stay behind to protect his elder sister. In case the Night Ghost tribe launched a sudden attack to rescue Yexing, with Wei Wufu there to protect his sister, he wouldn't have to worry too much. Tian Xin knew that Lin Shen was going to Qi 118 and insisted on joining him. You're Tianxun's nephew, isn't it inappropriate for you to be involved in this matter with me? Lin Shen hesitated. What's inappropriate about it? I've long been displeased with them. You just handle your business, I'll be there to enjoy the show, Tian Xin insisted on accompanying him. Lin Shen considered it, finding it advantageous to have Tian Xin along, perhaps he could be of some use during the negotiation with Qi 118. The three of them headed towards Qi 118's location at Wanghai Cliff. Upon reaching the castle, they were stopped by the Qi family's guards. Who goes there? Asked the celestial guard at the gate, looking at them coldly. Celestial Master Institute, by the Heavenly Emperor's decree to inspect Giant Ring Star. Where is Qi 118? Kong Chuan confidently presented his identity card. What Celestial Master Institute? Never heard of it, wait here while I send word. The celestial guard showed no courtesy, speaking with a cold expression. The Celestial Master Institute acts on behalf of the Heavenly Emperor, and does not tolerate your negligence, said Kong Chuan, his face darkening as he realized that the Qi family was deliberately giving them a hard time and was about to teach the Celestial Guard a lesson. But he was stopped by a soft cough from Lin Shen. Let's wait, Lin Shen said indifferently. Kong Chuan immediately stepped aside, not daring to say anything more. The three waited outside the gate for quite a while, but no one came out from the castle. Inside the highest tower of the castle, Qi 118 was watching the images of the gate with another celestial. That new dean is not simple. Even someone as proud as Kong Chuan obeys him. This man is not easy to deal with, said Qi 96, watching the images. Just a pretty boy raised by Tianxun. He's only relying on Tianxun's and Tianju's connections. The Heavenly Emperor is keen on his status, that's why he sent him here to Giant Ring Star to collect money, Qi 118 said disdainfully. If Tianxun gives in, will you? Asked Qi 96. If she gives in, it's her paying for her little lover's life. Why should I? Qi 118 scoffed. If I give this money, how can I stand in this circle in the future? Whoever wants to give it can, as for me, I won't pay a dime. If the Heavenly Emperor wants money, he can send someone to loot my house, he said. If the Heavenly Emperor could just loot houses, he wouldn't create all this fuss, laughed Qi 96. Stop with the tough talk, after all, they represent the Heavenly Emperor. Go and meet him, let's see what he has to say. Qi 118 nodded slightly, wait here for me, I'll be right back. Though Qi 118 spoke tough, when he came to the gate, his demeanor completely changed. He greeted Lin Shen with a broad smile, offering a celestial race chest-touching salute before speaking, please forgive my rudeness, Chief of the Heavenly Institute. There was an urgent matter that I had to attend to, I couldn't come to meet you sooner, which was quite disrespectful. When I first met the Celestial Master, I felt that you had a noble temperament unlike the ordinary, destined for greatness. Now it seems I was right, in such a short time, you have been entrusted by the Lord Heavenly Emperor and have become the head of an institute. Lord Qi has such insight, you are certainly no ordinary person, Lin Shen responded with a smile, seemingly unbothered by the long wait outside. Enjoy new chapters from Empire. Haha, the chief of the Heavenly Institute is truly extraordinary. Please, come inside, said Chi 118, initially taken aback, then bursting into laughter upon hearing Lin Shen's response. After ushering Lin Shen and his two companions into the conference hall, Chi 118 seemed both intentional and casual as he took the seat of honor himself and arranged for the three guests to sit at the adjacent guest seats. According to protocol, as a representative of the Celestial Master Institute inspecting the four quarters on behalf of the Heavenly Emperor, Lin Shen should have been the one to sit in the seat of honor, not Chi 118, a mere subject. By taking the seat of honor himself, he wanted to convey to Lin Shen that the authority of the Celestial Master Institute and the Heavenly Emperor held no sway in his domain and that Lin Shen should not harbor any ulterior motives. Kong Chuan's expression turned unsightly, but Lin Shen was unbothered and simply took his seat. Kong Chuan had no choice but to follow suit and sit down as well. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Since the chief of the Heavenly Institute has come to my place, consider it like your own home. There's no need for formalities. I'll make arrangements later to let you experience the hospitality of the Qi family, said Chi 118 with a casual air. Since Lord Qi has put it that way, I won't stand on ceremony. The Celestial Master Institute is short of funds recently, so the resources you submit here will double from now on. This little bit of money shouldn't be a problem for you, right, Lord Qi? Lin Shen asked, looking directly into Chi 118's eyes. Chi 118 did not expect Lin Shen to be so forthright. Their gazes met, and the smile disappeared from his face. Dean, are you speaking on behalf of the Lord Heavenly Emperor or on behalf of the Celestial Master Institute? Chi 118 asked with a stern face. I'm the Dean of the Celestial Master Institute, so naturally, I represent the Institute, Lin Shen replied, as he obviously couldn't claim to represent the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor needing money was not something that could be openly discussed. Manager An had already repeatedly hinted to him that, having taken this position, he must be prepared to take the blame for certain matters. Chi 118 laughed coldly after hearing this. Dean, my giant ring star has neither a superior-subordinate relationship with your Celestial Master Institute nor are we in the same department. Your institute is short of money, why should you ask me for it? If it were the Lord Heavenly Emperor asking for this money, I would naturally have to oblige, even if I had to sell my belongings to do so. But you, what gives you the right? Chi 118 was also clear in his mind that the Heavenly Emperor would never ask for money using his own name, which is why he dared to speak so boldly. Then let's say it's the will of the Heavenly Emperor, Lin Shen responded, not backing down an inch as he locked eyes with Chi 118, uttering this phrase ever so lightly. Chi 118 never expected Lin Shen to dare say such a thing and was immediately at a loss for words. By saying this, Lin Shen was essentially being completely unreasonable. Kong Chuan and Tian Xin were also shocked by Lin Shen's words. If his statement were to spread, he wouldn't need to wait for others to deal with him, the Heavenly Emperor would be the first to discipline him. The Heavenly Emperor loved wealth, but he also cared greatly about his reputation. Certain things could be done, but the blame could never be cast upon the face of the Heavenly Emperor. Whoever tried to smear the Heavenly Emperor would have to pay with their life. Chi 118 was momentarily at a loss for words, as Lin Shen's move was completely outside the norm. Now that Lin Shen had spoken, if he refused, he would be slapping the face of the Heavenly Emperor. Even if the Heavenly Emperor chose to deal with Lin Shen later on, he would definitely be implicated as well. If he complied, others would not know that Lin Shen had claimed the money was requested by the Heavenly Emperor. Other Star Lords would only think he had shown weakness, aligning himself with the Heavenly Emperor by giving him money. The Heavenly Emperor might even use him as an example to demand money from other Star Lords. How then could Qi 118 deal with such a situation? If Lin Shen later denied it, then Qi 118 would be finished, his mouth full of words but unable to clear himself. Poisonous, truly poisonous. Qi 118 realized that this man was more difficult to deal with than he had anticipated. Regardless of his abilities, this person was ruthless and venomous enough. He was harsh not only on others but on himself as well. It was utterly self-destructive. Chapter 443 Framing. Chief of the Heavenly Institute, empty talk is easy for anyone, but if you say the money is demanded by Lord Heavenly Emperor, does that make it so? Show me the document. If it truly bears the Celestial Court's seal, I'll gather the funds even if I have to bankrupt myself, said Qi 118, who, after all, was an old hand at this, not some greenhorn who could be duped by a few honeyed words. He deftly defused the crisis Lin Shen brought with him. There is no document, Lin Shen said indifferently. Qi 118, of course, knew there couldn't be any document and taunted, no document from the Celestial Court is fine. You say Lord Heavenly Emperor needs the money, then there must at least be an imperial order from him, right? Just show me the Heavenly Emperor's seal and no matter how much you ask for, I won't even frown. There isn't one of those either, Lin Shen replied. Bang! Qi 118 slammed his hand on the table and rose abruptly, pointing at Lin Shen with a stern face and barked, "You, Dean of the Celestial Master Institute, have neither official document nor imperial order, yet you wave the banner of Lord Heavenly Emperor, tarnishing his reputation. Our celestial race cannot tolerate the existence of such a shameless scoundrel. Don't think that just because you are the Dean of the Celestial Master Institute you can bully others with impunity. I, Qi 118, live with integrity and despise those who do all evil in the Heavenly Emperor's name the most. Even if it costs me my life, I will report this to the Celestial Court to vindicate our Lord Emperor." Qi 118 knew, of course, that Lin Shen couldn't possibly have anything on hand. The money he demanded was the sort that couldn't stand the light of day, let alone any official document or imperial order. There couldn't even be a record of the transaction. Emperor Tianxia was a man both greedy and vain. He could indulge in greed, but he could not afford to be labeled a corrupt ruler. That's exactly why Qi 118 had the confidence to pressure Lin Shen, flipping the situation against him. This combination of cutting and counterattacking startled Kong Chuan and Tian Xin, their faces paled, knowing if Qi 118 really took this matter to the Celestial Court, not only would the Heavenly Emperor not protect Lin Shen, but he'd likely be the first to get rid of him. Young, still too young, to think he tried to use such tactics against Qi 118. And now it's being used against him. Kong Chuan felt Lin Shen was in a checkmate scenario and couldn't see any way out of it. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Lord Qi is indeed a master. I am utterly in awe. Lin Shen said, clapping his hands. Chief of the Heavenly Institute, no matter what you say now, it is useless. I, Qi, will not be swayed by this ploy. I will report this to the Celestial Court to clear our Emperor's name. You may leave now, said Qi 118 with a resolute air, standing up to depart with great dignity. Kong Chuan and Tian Xin exchanged looks, unsure of what to do at the moment. Lin Shen, however, was not at all flustered, and with a backhand gesture, he summoned a fan, which instantly transformed into numerous light swords, scattering throughout the room. Chief of the Heavenly Institute, are you intending to fight? Qi 118 halted in his tracks looking coldly at Lin Shen. In his view, Lin Shen had already become irrationally angry, and the more irrational Lin Shen was, the better it was for him. An irrational person would make more mistakes, giving him more levers to control Lin Shen, making it hard for Lin Shen to die even if he wanted to. Moreover, if it came to a fight, why would he be afraid of Lin Shen, an ascender? Even if Kong Chuan intervened, he had contingencies in place. N/O/vel/b//in.c/om. Besides, he didn't believe Kong Chuan would be so irrational as to break the rules. Lin Shen, the hot-headed youngster, may dare to act rashly, but Kong Chuan should know better than to join in the folly. Lin Shen waved his hand, the light swords flew across the room, but they didn't attack Qi 118. Instead, they demolished a few items within the room. After destroying those items, the light swords all returned to Lin Shen's hand, reverting to the form of a folding fan, the glow disappearing without a trace. Qi 118's expression changed slightly, realizing that the items Lin Shen destroyed were the room's surveillance devices, which he had kept as a countermeasure against Lin Shen. Lin Shen was able to pinpoint all the surveillance, hidden and visible, causing Qi 118 to wonder if there was a mole in his ranks, for how else would Lin Shen know the location of all the monitoring devices? Qi 118 was about to say something with a cold expression, but Lin Shen preempted him. "Lord Qi, do you recognize this?" Lin Shen reached out for a scroll and unrolled it in front of Qi 118. Qi 118 focused on it and saw a portrait of a celestial. "This is Lord Heavenly Emperor's self-portrait." Qi 118 had not reached his position without good reason, although the celestial in the portrait didn't quite resemble Emperor Tianchu. The style of the painting along with the calligraphy and seals on it were enough for him to recognize the artist. "Lord Qi has a discerning eye," Lin Shen commended. Qi 118 immediately understood what Lin Shen meant and sneered, "You think you can use this to pressure me? Let me tell you, you're mistaken. Unless you have an imperial decree from the Heavenly Emperor or an official document from the Celestial Court, nothing you bring will be of any use." "Lord Qi, I never intended to use this to pressure you," Lin Shen said, holding the edges of his self-portrait. "I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it. Give me the money, and I'll leave. If you don't, I'll tear it up right now." As he spoke, Lin Shen began to count down. "Why the hell should I care if you destroy Lord Heavenly Emperor's self-portrait?" Qi 118 initially thought Lin Shen had lost his mind. Tearing up the portrait was none of his business. But as he spoke, his complexion changed. "You're trying to frame me." Qi 118 felt like his lungs were about to burst with anger, realizing what Lin Shen was planning. 10. Lin Shen remained unmoved, simply starting to count down. "Do you think anyone will believe you?" 9. When you tear up the self-portrait, what benefit does that bring you? Even if they believe you, you'll still be punished for handling things poorly and for damaging His Majesty's portrait, he reasoned. 8. You can't be so shameless. Qi 118 was both angry and outraged. It was clear that Lin Shen intended to set him up. If Lin Shen ripped up the self-portrait here, he could then assert that Qi 118 was the one who had torn it. Qi 118 could even imagine what Lin Shen would tell the Heavenly Emperor. Lin Shen would certainly say he had brought the Heavenly Emperor's self-portrait to him, Qi 118, asking for money, and that not only did Qi 118 refuse to pay, but he also arrogantly destroyed the portrait. Qi 118's mind raced with the countless treacherous accusations that Lin Shen could invent against him. 7. Lin Shen continued to count emotionlessly. "By handling things this way, even if you report to Lord Heavenly Emperor, I might not be in trouble, but you will undoubtedly be doomed," Qi 118 declared sternly. 6. 5. Think carefully, if the painting is torn, no matter what happens to me, you will be severely punished, and your life will be at risk. 4. I don't believe you'd really dare to tear it, Qi 118 said through gritted teeth. 3, 2, 1. Lin Shen sped up the count, rushing through the last 3 numbers almost instantaneously, then reached out his hand to tear. "Don't tear it. I'll give." Qi 118 rushed toward Lin Shen, wailing. Lin Shen stopped his hand, and Kong Chuan blocked Qi 118. Qi 118 saw a small tear already at the edge of the self-portrait, if he had been even slightly slower in speaking up, the painting would have probably been torn. Cold sweat beaded on Chi 118's forehead as he came to a realization. This newly appointed chief of the Heavenly Institute was a ruthless character who was unreasonable, had nothing to lose, and didn't play by the rules. Lord Chi, you can't blame me, Lin Shen said with a smile. Lord Heavenly Emperor tasked me with this job. If I fail, death is the same outcome for me. Since death is inevitable either way, I might as well have company on the road to the underworld, don't you agree? Chapter 444. Fine. I'll give it, when it's time to turn in the resources. I'll double it. Chi 118 gritted his teeth. The extra portion, give it to me now. No promissory notes, no receipts, just give it to me directly. The rest we can proceed as before, Lin Shen said. So much resource, you expect me, don't tear, here, I'll give it now. Chi 118 saw Lin Shen not saying a word, just reaching to tear the painting, and he was exasperated. I've seen those who are ruthless, those who have a death wish, and those who are shameless, but never someone like Lin Shen who is all three. This is truly a first for me. If it weren't for Lin Shen's status as a patrol envoy and the many eyes that watched him enter the castle with Chi 118, he would have killed him right there. Just wait, I'll get it now, damn it, what are you doing? Chi 118's pupils constricted, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. He had only spoken those few words when Lin Shen actually went ahead and tore the painting. Ah! Kong Chuan and Tian Xin both screamed in fright, they were terrified. Lord Qi, now you don't have to look for excuses to default. Do whatever you need to do. It's fine if you don't give the item. I don't want it anymore. Lin Shen said as he picked up the torn painting and turned to leave. Dean. Mr. Tian. What are you doing? How does killing me benefit you? You won't survive either, don't you understand? Chi 118 trembled with rage. He had never seen someone as absurd as Lin Shen. One wrong word and Lin Shen didn't even bother to argue, he just tore the painting. Who plays like that? You can negotiate even when paying indemnities and ceding territory, so why just tear it up? I know, I never planned to return alive anyway. Everyone knows the state of the Celestial Master Institute right now, and I know it too. I know my own capabilities. I'm not capable of being the Dean, yet I have no choice but to be. That's the grace of the Lord Heavenly Emperor, there's nothing I can say about it. Let's just die, but let's die with satisfaction. Whoever doesn't let me die content, I'll make sure they're discontent, Lin Shen said mockingly as he looked at Chi 118, you like to play, right? Then keep playing. Whatever tricks you have, keep using them. I'll play with you for now, and you can keep me company on the road to the netherworld. That's fair. As he spoke, Lin Shen tore off another piece of the painting. Mr. Tian, my ancestor. I admit you're my uncle, okay. What do you actually want? Chi 118 was nearly going insane. At this point, killing Lin Shen would mean no way out for him, and letting Lin Shen go back would be just the same. He had no idea what to do. Don't you know what I want? Lin Shen pulled up a chair to sit in front of Chi 118, pointed to his chest and said, I want money as if I'm after your life. You tried to be sneaky with me, right? I'm indulging you. Since you value money over life, leave your life behind. Mr. Tian. I honestly didn't expect this from you, alright. Mr. Tian. I want to live, please give me a way out. The painting is already torn, how can I give you a way out? Anyway, I don't have the ability to restore the painting. If you can, go ahead. Lin Shen directly threw the torn painting onto Chi 118. Chi 118 quickly embraced the torn painting, smiling servilely as he drew closer to Lin Shen, then glancing at Tian Xin and Kong Chuan behind him. I don't care, you can say whatever you want. I'm destined to die anyway, and I don't care about anything else, Lin Shen said, glancing at him from the corner of his eye. He knew what G118 meant, wanting Tian Xin and Kong Chuan to go out so he could talk to Lin Shen alone, but he simply ignored it. Mr. Tian, what do you think about this? You tore the painting, it really has nothing to do with me. Let's be honest here, when the time comes you just need to tell the truth, does this work for you? G118 said helplessly. No, what makes you think you can say I tore it? I will just say it was you who tore it. Lin Shen poked him in the chest with each word. G118's face changed colors, but he ultimately swallowed his pride, smiling bitterly. Sigh, Mr. Tian, my whole family depends on me for a living. It won't be easy if I die, the family will fall apart. What does that have to do with me? I have elders and young ones at home, aren't I going to die just the same? Why can't you die? Are you more noble than me? Lin Shen said with a cold face. That's not what I mean. Look, Mr. Tian, you're doomed anyway, there's no need to drag me down. I have some savings. Take whatever you like, as much as you can carry. Leave me alive for the sake of your family's future. G118 himself felt disgusted, but nothing was more important than his life. That works, on top of what was mentioned before, add another double. Lin Shen said indifferently. G118's eyes bulged out, wanting to curse at Lin Shen, but in the end, he could only smile bitterly. Mr. Tian, you're asking too high a price. Too high? I'm trading my life for it. If I don't give the Heavenly Emperor's share, can he let my family live? If my family can't survive, what good are these things to me? You have to give the Heavenly Emperor's share, and you can't shortchange mine either. As long as the goods are here, I die and you live. If not, you're on your own, Lin Shen said as he got up to leave. I'll give it, all of it. G118 had never felt such bad luck in his life, but you need to leave me some evidence. He regretted so much now he wished he had never met with Lin Shen. Who in the world would have known to encounter such a money-grubbing thug who cared nothing for life? When Lin Shen and his two companions left the castle, they pulled more than 100 large carts. They were loaded with countless resources, including pet capsules, ascension liquid, pet eggs, and even nirvana materials and pet capsules, pet eggs, and even several bags of nirvana remains, alongside various high-grade materials Lin Shen had never even heard of. Ascension eggs and pet capsules here were tallied by the cartload. Though Lin Shen had already seen the inventory at Tianxun's and knew how much they had to turn in each year, seeing it with his own eyes was still shocking. This was merely what Giant Ring Star had to tribute every year to the Heavenly Emperor, and it was only 2/3 of it. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. All these resources could create an Ascender's small legion, or even several Nirvana beings. And for the Heavenly Emperor, this was merely a small part of his recreational expenses. With planets like this under the name of the Celestial Race, it was unfathomable how many resources the Heavenly Emperor received each year. Still, the Heavenly Emperor was never satisfied and constantly wanted to plunder more. Truly insatiable. You really are after money more than life, hey? After leaving the castle, Tian Xin looked at Lin Shen with a strange expression. Who says I'm after the money and not my life? I want the money, and I want to live, Lin Shen said with a smile. Chapter 445 A Small Condition. You actually gave it to him? Qi 96 asked with a look of astonishment as he looked at Qi 118. What could I have done? He was reckless, but I had to be cautious. You know very well how much Lord Heavenly Emperor cares about his pride. That scoundrel insisted I was the one who tore the painting, how was I to defend myself? Qi 118 was clearly vexed. Nobody would believe you tore the painting, right? Asked Qi 96. He came to me with the painting, demanding money. No matter the outcome of this situation being exposed, with the temperament of the Heavenly Emperor, he would be doomed. Any sane person would think it's impossible for him to tear the painting, wouldn't they? If it wasn't him, who else could it be? Even if you all know that I wouldn't be foolish enough to tear it, would the Heavenly Emperor believe it? Even if the Heavenly Emperor knows I didn't do it, he would still never let me off. Qi 118 grew more and more furious as he spoke, cursing, "Damn it, if I'd known that guy was a life-forsaking mad dog, coming for money at the cost of his own life, I would have just paid him from the start, saving myself from such loss." You're right about that, but now that you've given the money, others don't know how it was given. If the Heavenly Emperor uses this as a breakthrough, how will you handle it? Qi 96 sighed. Qi 118 snorted coldly, "I gave the money, but whether he can take it back is his own problem. Are you planning to take action against him? Isn't it a bit too conspicuous to do it now? And since he's already doomed, what's the point of targeting him now?" Qi 96 was somewhat astonished. Experience more tales on Empire. Since he decided to play dirty, I can't be blamed for not following the rules. I have the evidence, I gave what was necessary. If he can't take it back, surely the Heavenly Emperor can't blame me, Qi 118 said expressionlessly. Moreover, I don't plan to do it myself, nor do I plan to take back the object. I must make my stance known to everybody, or else I really won't be able to mix in these circles anymore. He can take my resources, but he must leave his life. Then we'll see who else dares to blackmail with their life. With Tianxun providing him protection, and Kong Chuan guarding him, it won't be easy to kill him here. How do you plan to go about it? Qi 96 pondered. Doesn't he still have to extort money from N 117? Regardless of whether he gets the money or not, make sure he dies after leaving there, said Qi 118, gritting his teeth. It just so happens we need to meet with that person. Let him do it. With that person taking action, his death is guaranteed. That's actually a good idea. Stir the waters first before acting. If he really gets the money from N 117, taking it back could help recoup some of our losses, Qi 96 said with a smile. Let's go see that person right now and settle things to avoid further complications, urged Qi 118, unable to wait another moment. The two hurriedly left the castle, heading towards a deserted island in the middle of the sea. Before long, the two arrived at a cave on the desolate island. Inside the cave stood a tombstone, and a man with long hair, pale complexion, wearing a top hat and a dinner suit sat on top of the tombstone, watching Qi 118 and Qi 96 with a smirk. Have you come to a decision? The man lifted his head, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes that looked at Qi 118 with interest. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Yay! I agree to cooperate with you according to our previous agreement, but I have one small condition, Qi 118 stated bluntly. Oh? What condition? Yaya asked with a smile. You have to help me kill someone. Who? Tian, the head of the Celestial Master Institute, currently on Giant Ring Star. The head of the Celestial Master Institute, that's a big fish. Just an ascender, not really such a big fish. However, there is a Nirvana being from the Peacock clan protecting him, someone who has undergone Nirvana at least 7 times, very tough to deal with. If you can't do it, then our deal is off, Qi 118 said. It seems you really hate Tian. Well then, here's to a successful collaboration, Yaya said with a smile. You've just returned from Nirvana, are there any problems? That person must die, and you only have one chance, Qi 118 emphasized with some unease. Asking me to kill the Heavenly Emperor, I really don't have the ability. To kill an Ascender, not to mention a Peacock clan's Nirvana being, Even if God himself came, he couldn't save his life. Yaya gracefully leaped down from the tombstone, his blood-red eyes staring at Chi 118 as he said, "However, don't forget your promise, otherwise I won't mind killing a few more people." "As long as you kill that person, there will be no accidents," Chi 118 said coldly. Lin Shen and his companions brought the goods back to Paradise Island, but Tian Xun still hadn't returned. "Tian Xin, you help me check the inventory, I have to make another trip to in 117's place," Lin Shen said, handing over the items and accounts to Tian Xin. "You have a second painting." Tian Xin looked at Lin Shen with a strange expression, thinking that Lin Shen had gone mad. Even if he demanded money and got it all, he wouldn't have a life to enjoy it. "No," Lin Shen shook his head. "Without it, how are you going to ask for money?" Tian Xin couldn't understand what Lin Shen was thinking. "Let's try and see, what if they are willing to give?" Lin Shen said without elaborating, and took Kong Chuan with him as they left Paradise Island once again. This time Tian Xin didn't insist on following, now regretting that he had accompanied Lin Shen to Chi 118's to collect the debt. Following Lin Shen, he started to doubt if his heart was not very good, always at risk of falling ill. He really didn't want to get too involved in this sort of thing, for fear of dying without even knowing how. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Kong Chuan followed Lin Shen to the Yin family, looking quite complicated. He had already sent the day's events as a message to the heavenly consort, waiting for her response. In his view, Lin Shen was a madman, only a madman could do those things, and only a madman would be reckless with his life. The heavenly consort read Kong Chuan's message, her face filled with astonishment on the first read. She had given Lin Shen a self-portrait of the heavenly emperor, never expecting Lin Shen to use it this way, nor did she think that Lin Shen would dare to tear it up. The heavenly consort had a moment of speculation, whether the self-portrait Lin Shen ripped was a fake he had made himself. But this thought was immediately dismissed by the heavenly consort herself, knowing that a fake certainly wouldn't fool Chi 118. The heavenly consort read and reread Kong Chuan's message several times, and gradually a smile formed on her face. Quite the daring one, indeed capable of anything. If he can survive and continue to sit as the head of the Celestial Master Institute, maybe he really can revitalize it, the heavenly consort murmured to herself. If he actually manages it, perhaps this will be my opportunity as well. Kong Chuan was anxiously waiting for the heavenly consort's reply, truly not knowing how to handle the current situation, as Lin Shen's actions had gone beyond his comprehension. Before they arrived at an 117's residence, Kong Chuan finally received the heavenly consort's reply, "Do your best to ensure his safety, let him return alive to Sky Pinnacle Star. If the task is impossible, prioritize your own safety above all else." Chapter 446 Mad Dog. Kong Chuan finished reading the message and shook his head helplessly. If he had known the situation would turn out like this, he would never have provoked Lin Shen. Now that his peacock eyes were in Lin Shen's hands, if he fled from the battlefield. Considering Lin Shen's mad temperament, it was almost certain that Lin Shen would destroy his peacock eyes without hesitation, dragging him down with him. The heavenly consort had told him to prioritize his own safety, but as long as Lin Shen was alive in front of him, and without retrieving his peacock eyes, he stood no chance of survival. He did not dare to tell her about this simply to avoid worrying her. Kong Chuan had no other options but to take things step by step. After all, he was a Nirvana-level powerhouse with a long-standing reputation, having weathered many storms, yet being in the company of Lin Shen, an ascender, gave him an intense feeling of insecurity. When the two arrived at the Yin family's residence, an 117 surprisingly had been waiting for them outside the castle early on. An 117 was already aware of the vast quantity of resources Lin Shen and his party had moved from Chi 118. However, he could not figure out how Lin Shen had managed to make Chi 118 capitulate. Even if An 117 racked his brains, he couldn't understand why Qi 118 would compromise, which was simply inconceivable. If he were Qi 118, he would never give Lin Shen so many resources. An 117 wanted to contact Qi 118 for information, but to no avail, as Qi 118 would not respond to his communication requests. This left An 117 deeply suspicious and constantly monitoring Lin Shen's movements. As Lin Shen and his companion were heading his way, he had already received the message. After much deliberation, he decided he needed to understand what exactly Lin Shen had done. Lord Chief of the Heavenly Institute, your visit honors us. Please forgive us for not greeting you from afar. Having obtained so many resources from Qi 118, An 117 did not dare to underestimate Lin Shen any longer and greeted him very politely, without any of the Nirvana Star Lord's usual arrogance. Kong Chuan looked on with a peculiar expression, having never seen a member of the celestial race at the Nirvana level extend such courtesy to a lower class member of the other races. You are too gracious, Lorden. It's just a small token, no great honor, Lin Shen said as he approached An 117 and handed him a gift box. You are the one who's being gracious, Lord Chief. Please come inside, An 117 replied, accepting the gift box and promptly handing it over to his steward. He was extremely cautious and dared not open the box himself, fearing he might fall prey to one of Lin Shen's schemes. Read the latest on Empire. Aren't you going to open it and have a look? Lin Shen asked with a smile. Any gift from the Chief of the Heavenly Institute must be of extreme value. Let's avoid making others envious. I will enjoy it in private later, An 117 said while ushering Lin Shen inside. Lin Shen's comment only made him more reluctant to open the gift. He even signaled to the butler with his eyes to handle the box with care and caution. An 117 was clearly much more cautious than Qi 118. After inviting Lin Shen into the conference hall, he gave Lin Shen the seat of honor and took a position to his left and below him. Lorden, I am a straightforward person, so I'll just speak my mind, Lin Shen began without beating around the bush. In terms of cunning and ability, he was no match for these old foxes. Playing games with them would only lead to his own demise, so he had no choice but to cut through the chaos and throw the dirt right back at them. Please speak your mind, Lord Chief. I too am a straightforward person and appreciate others who are the same, An 117 replied with a smile. That's good, Lin Shen nodded and continued, the resources to be surrendered will have to be doubled this time. The previous portion will follow the normal procedure, but the additional amount, I will take with me today. I can write an IOU on behalf of the Celestial Master Institute to certify that these items were taken by us. If Lorden has no objections, you may prepare them now. Lin Shen glanced at his watch and added, it happens to be lunchtime, so I'll have to trouble you to prepare some food, Lorden. After we eat, we'll take the items and leave, and we won't trouble you again. Even with the best of composure, An 117's face had turned extremely ugly upon hearing this. Dean, I understand your feelings, but I really don't have that many resources here. If you are short on money, I do have some savings here. You can take them all, no need for an IOU, An 117 said, containing his raging anger and not lashing out. He really couldn't understand what kind of courage or trump card Lin Shen had that enabled him to so brazenly demand money from him. Lin Shen looked at An 117, who remained silent as if waiting for something. Kong Chuan was also puzzled as to what Lin Shen was waiting for. An 117 seemed to realize something, but before he could act, the butler rushed in, carrying a box, and started whispering to An 117. An 117's face grew uglier by the second, and he snatched the box and pushed it at Lin Shen. Dean, your gift is too much for me to accept, please take it back. Lin Shen did not get angry, but took the box, opened it, and pulled out the Heavenly Emperor's self-portrait, torn into several pieces, and said indifferently, Lorden, I kindly represented Lord Heavenly Emperor in presenting you with his self-portrait. It's an immense honor, and if you choose not to accept it, that's fine, but how could you tear up His Majesty's self-portrait? Shameless! Truly shameless! Kong Chuan stood by, dumbfounded, having never seen someone so shameless and so adept at distorting the truth. Dean, please do not make false promises. The contents of the box are intact, just as they were before, and 117 said, close to exploding with rage. Lorden must be joking, I gave you a complete painting. Even if you gave me the greatest courage, I wouldn't dare tear His Majesty's sacred portrait, that is a capital offense. Lin Shen calmly put the torn-up painting back in the box and continued, I personally handed the item to you, and you took it back in front of everyone. I even let you check it right then and there, so how did it become a ruined painting? Lorden, would you accept a ruined painting? Look, this tear is fresh, it must have been torn just now. Lorden, you really have quite the nerve, daring to tear His Majesty's personally drawn sacred portrait. And 117 was dumbstruck, staring intently at Lin Shen, his face contorted, twitching as if he was about to devour someone. If Lorden wants to silence me with murder, go ahead and do it now. After all, I was not meant to live. If you feel it's not satisfying enough, you can stab a few more times, don't kill me too easily. Lin Shen drew the knife from his waist, placed it in front of an 117, closed his eyes, and waited to be struck, and said to the somewhat stupefied Kong Chuan behind him, Kong Chuan, don't stop him. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Dying by Lord An's hand would be an honor. At least I will have a good reputation, being loyal to my lord and my race, sacrificing myself for my emperor. You. And 117 was shaking with anger, his pointing finger trembling. Now he finally understood why Chi 118 had given in and paid. This was a mad dog with rabies. Before his own death, he had to take a bite out of someone else. Chi 118 had paid to avoid a disaster, and if he didn't give the money now, Lin Shen would definitely drag him down with him. Who could stand that? And 117 could even imagine that Lin Shen probably tore the portrait in front of Chi 118, just as he had said, the tear was fresh. And 117 thought, Chi 118's expression at that time must have been very interesting, but on second thought, getting Chi 118 to testify for him would certainly be impossible. Fine. I'll give. And 117 felt as if he had forcibly swallowed something vile, an indescribably awful feeling. Lorden, you really are straightforward, unlike Lord Chi who hemmed and hawed and only agreed to give after I demanded double the amount, Lin Shen said with a smile. Upon hearing this, and 117 suddenly felt much better inside, as if it wasn't so unbearable anymore. Chapter 447. Again it's fake. The resources pulled away from an 117 were only half of what was at Chi 118's. Lin Shen was already quite satisfied, he could accept this outcome. With these resources, he could finally account for his actions to the Heavenly Emperor. Of course, Lin Shen still had to deal with the issue of the self-portrait. The self-portrait was authentic, and even if he wanted to keep the incident of tearing up the self-portrait a secret, neither an 117 nor Chi 118 would allow him to do so. Chi 118 and Chi 96, who were secretly paying attention to the situation here, were taken aback when they saw Lin Shen coming out with a large amount of resources from the Yin family compound, exchanging puzzled looks. He really made it. Chi 96 said with a strange expression, if this mad dog really manages to secure the position of head of the Celestial Masters Institute and revives it, it would truly be a misfortune for our clan. Thankfully, no matter what, he won't live long. Otherwise, we would never have peace of mind. Mad dogs don't live long, Chi 118 sneered, it's good that he succeeded, bringing back the goods can at least make up for some of our losses. Yaya should be making a move soon, Chi 96 nodded. They did not believe that Lin Shen could survive an encounter with Ye. Lin Shen and Kong Chuan were escorting the supplies through the sky. The supply vehicles, strung together like train carriages, were desperately pulled by several ascension-level pets. After entering the Star Belt Zone, they headed towards Paradise Island. Your next read awaits at Empire. Having just passed a hanging island, Lin Shen scanned the surroundings and suddenly noticed a person standing on a mountain peak of that hanging island, dressed in a black suit, with a tombstone standing beside him. Lin Shen's face changed immediately. Ye, what is he doing here? Is he coming for me? With a thought, Lin Shen flew backward, taking cover behind Kong Chuan, while saying, "Watch that person." Kong Chuan had already noticed that person and was staring at him intently. Boom! Ye grabbed the tombstone, hoisted it onto his shoulder, and leaped into the air. The mountain peak he had been standing on collapsed immediately, and with a terrifying blast, he nearly instantly appeared in front of Kong Chuan and the others. "So it's you, you're actually not dead." Ye surveyed Lin Shen with some surprise, apparently recognizing him. "Aren't you the same, not dead either?" Lin Shen didn't waste words and directly commanded, "Take him down, and don't let him learn your name, he has the ability to kill with knowledge of names." This command was naturally for Kong Chuan. He didn't call out Kong Chuan's name to avoid letting Ye learn it. Without hesitation, Kong Chuan donned the feather armor, his body burst into peacock divine brilliance, and he sent a beam of blue light shooting towards Ye. Ye snatched the tombstone to shield himself. The peacock divine brilliance hit the tombstone, which remained undamaged. Behind the tombstone, Ye, with blood-red eyes fixated on Kong Chuan, revealed a wicked smile. "Peacock divine brilliance, nothing special. Dean, you should move back further, I'm worried you'll be affected," Kong Chuan said coldly, staring at Yaya.N/O/vel/B/jn.C//om. Lin Shen didn't need to be told, he had already put on the feather armor and was speeding away into the distance, not caring about the supplies anymore. He could see that Yaya seemed stronger than before, being able to block the peacock divine brilliance just with the tombstone, and without even retreating a step, must have achieved nirvana. "Stop wasting time, leave your life behind. Your real name is Tian, right?" "I won't get it wrong this time," Yaya said coldly, staring at Lin Shen and writing the two characters for Tian on the tombstone. Pfft! Lin Shen, who was flying away, suddenly felt his blood boiling within him, and his heart felt as though someone had viciously grasped and squeezed it, causing him to spew blood from his mouth involuntarily. How could this be? Tian isn't my real name. How could it still affect me? Lin Shen was horrified, and he hastily activated his super base form, with the carapace on his body shining a brilliant light. Yaya slightly staggered, then a flash of rage burst forth. "Damn it, another false name, how many do you have?" If it had been his real name, Lin Shen should have been killed. The fact that he was not dead despite the injury indicated that the name he used was still false. However, because he had used it for a while, that name had developed a causal link with Lin Shen, therefore it still had some effect, just not strong enough to kill Lin Shen. Kong Chuan saw that Lin Shen had retreated far enough, and then he summoned the blue peacock life base. The blue peacock spread its feathers in the air, radiating a strange blue light, turning the surroundings blue and enveloping Yaya's body within it. Imprisoned by the light, Yaya's figure immediately froze in place. Kong Chuan snorted coldly and sent another blast of blue light towards the immobile Yaya. The blue beam struck Yaya's head in an instant, blasting his body backwards and causing him to fly away, losing grip of the tombstone in his hand. A bloody mark appeared on Yaya's forehead, his eyes bulged to their limits as he continuously stumbled backward in a state of recline. Kong Chuan showed no mercy, striking repeatedly, as blue beams bombarded Yaya's body. But the next second, black crystal feathers covered Yaya's body, and on those black feathers ran the color of fresh blood, as if they were stained with blood. Boom! Boom! The blue light continued to strike Ye, blasting him back repeatedly until he finally hit a hanging island, shattering it completely. Kong Chuan was relentless in his pursuit, with the blue peacock life base tailing Ye. The blue halo constrained Ye's body, rendering him unable to move. After Ye's body broke through the hanging island and re-emerged, Kong Chuan was surprised to find that his blood-stained feather armor showed not even a scratch, which caused his expression to shift slightly. Behind Kong Chuan, a spectacle akin to a peacock's tail unfolded in a burst of radiant feathers, and from within the feathers, eyes of peacocks shot out beams of blue light, which converged into a single point before launching towards Ye's heart. Just as the blue light was about to pierce through Ye's heart, Ye, who was initially immobilized by the blue peacock's halo, suddenly shivered. The next second, blood-red light soared from Ye's body, burning wildly like a blood flame. With one hand outstretched towards the blue light, the blood-colored flames met the blue light head-on. Boom! The collision of the blue light and the blood flames set off a terrifying explosion. Nearby hanging islands were obliterated in the blast, creating a vast vacuum area in the star belt. After the explosion, Lin Shen saw from a distance that Kong Chuan and Ye were standing off in the air. That last strike seemed to prove that the two were evenly matched. "You've got some skills, worthy of dying by my hand," Ye said with narrowed eyes, glaring at Kong Chuan like an evil ghost. Kong Chuan looked solemn, his gaze intensely focused on Ye, and he beckoned with his hand, causing the peacock life base to fly towards him. The moment the head of the peacock made contact with his fingertips, it turned into a sky full of blue feathers that clung to his body. Under the cover of the peacock feathers, the carapace on Kong Chuan's body became even more magnificent, with actual peacock feathers emerging on his back. Prajna Kalan, limitless Buddha light. Kong Chuan's feathers fanned out behind him, with blue light eyes appearing on them like beads of samsara, blooming like overlapping blue suns with divine brilliance. Everything around was frozen under the radiance of the light, as if time had stopped. Explosive turbulence, shattered pieces of the hanging island, and countless boulders all hanging motionlessly in the air, casting an eerie yet wondrous sight. Chapter 448 Battle of Nirvana. As the blue light twinkled, everything in the area of blue light came to a standstill and then burst into blue flames. Continue reading at Empire. Plants turned to ashes in the blink of an eye, rocks slowly melted into magma, and even Ye, frozen in place, began to burn with blue flames. Lin Shen watched from a distance as the area turned into a blue inferno and felt a surge of both shock and delight in his heart. Kong Chuan's ability to control and harm at the same time is truly powerful. It's a pity that once he unleashes his power, it indiscriminately attacks everything. It works well in a one-on-one fight, but it must be tough on his teammates. Lin Shen felt a sense of relief when he saw that Ye had been immobilized and could not move, his body engulfed in increasingly fierce blue flames. The blue light from the peacock feather grew stronger, and the floating islands that were falling turned to magma within it, while smaller rocks had already vaporized, leaving ashes to spread everywhere. The blue flames on Ye grew more and more intense, rising dozens of feet into the air. Kong Chuan is even more powerful than the legends say, with a strength that places him at the top of the Nirvana beings. Had he not fallen out of favor with the Heavenly Emperor, he might have already been famous throughout the world, said Qi Ju with furrowed brows. It seems like Ye will capsize in the gutters today. Ju, you're underestimating Ye, Qi 118 said coldly. Kong Chuan is indeed very strong, stronger than we expected, and his peacock divine brilliance is indeed supremely dominant. If it were any other Nirvana being facing him, even if the two of us joined forces, we might not have an easy time against him. Unfortunately for him, his opponent is Ye, and Kong Chuan can't win. You have that much faith in Ye? Qi Ju was surprised, as Qi 118 seemed to have a lot of confidence in Ye. That's because I've witnessed Ye's true strength. Even if it were DESI, as long as they were at the same level, he might not be able to defeat Ye easily, Qi 118 said slowly. As if to confirm Qi 118's words, the blazing blue flames enveloping Yaya suddenly turned blood-red in an instant and became even fiercer. Enshrouded by the blood-red fire, the mythical figure in the flames somehow managed to force its way through the blue light, step by step, walking on air towards Kong Chuan. The blood-red flames moved forward due to his movement, and as the figure walked faster, the trailing flames appeared like the tail of a comet. And as the mythical figure emerged more clearly, blood oozed continuously from the black feather armor, turning into blood flames upon contact with the blue light, repelling the blue glow completely with its black and red hues. To think there is such a strong member of the Peacock clan, you are worthy of dying by my life base, Yeye, like a demon out of hell, bearing the burning blood-red insanity, charged at Kong Chuan while extending his palm, out of which black and red particles flowed, instantly solidifying into a bizarre life base. That life base seemed to be a complete spine, dark red and black in color, dragon-like, tapering to a needle-like tip, with the skull connected at the base. Yaya's fingers pierced the skull, gripping the strangely spiky life base, and the black and red flame rose and burned atop it, presenting a sight both eerie and terrifying. Lin Shen couldn't help but be stunned. He had thought that Yaya's life base was the tombstone, only now he realized that wasn't the case. Holding the evil ghost blade life base, Yaya charged towards Kong Chuan in a forward-leaning, ominous manner. Just as he reached right before Kong Chuan, he suddenly leapt high into the sky. The blood-red flames behind him erupted like a volcano, surging upwards with him toward the heavens. High above, with blade in hand, Yaya slashed downward from his elevated position, and the black and red light of the blade instantaneously tore through the void, resembling a blood-red dragon flashing across the sky and earth, heading towards Kong Chuan to engulf him. The terrifying surge of strength pushed everything that had been motionless within the blue fire hell aside, splitting the waves and breaking the mountains with an unmatched ferocity. Facing such an oppressive force, Kong Chuan still held his head high with pride, staring at the sky, advancing rather than retreating, with the peacock divine brilliance converging on his hands, as if all the blue suns in the sky were merging into one. As his hands came together in an instant, a dazzling blue halo shot upward against the heavens, transforming into a blue peacock that soared into the sky, clashing with the blood-red dragon. Boom! Lin Shen, who had already fled hundreds of miles away, saw the explosion of red and blue light. The terrifying light explosion stung his eyes so much he couldn't keep them open. A wave of air, like a landslide and tsunami, pushed Lin Shen's body an unknown distance, slamming him into a floating island. The impact set the island quivering and created a huge crater, where his body finally stopped. Too strong. Lin Shen stood up from the deep pit, soared into the sky again, and stared in the direction of the battle. He wanted to know the outcome of that strike, who had won. After the light explosion, everything nearby had been destroyed, countless fragments of rock swirled through the air, flames trailing chaotically behind them. When Lin Shen could finally see clearly, he saw Kong Chuan and Yaya confronting each other across the void. Kong Chuan still had blue light rising from his body, while that strange black and red flame on Yaya flickered like bonfire. Who won? Lin Shen couldn't tell, for a moment, who had the upper hand from that strike. Puh! A piece of Yaya's blood-stained black feather armor on his face shattered, revealing half of his eerie face as he spat out fresh blood. Kong Chuan won. Lin Shen's heart leapt for joy, but then he suddenly saw the feathers on Kong Chuan's body split apart. His life-base blue peacock detached from his body, turning into a battered peacock with broken feathers and a severed tail. Cracks also appeared in the carapace on Kong Chuan's body, and the blue light on him started to dim. Kong Chuan's Adam's apple moved as he forcefully swallowed a mouthful of fresh blood. He still stood tall like a mountain, but anyone could tell that he was at the end of his rope. The strike just now had seriously wounded him. Kong Chuan is very strong, but it's a pity he met Yaya. Qi 96 remarked regretfully. Luckily it was Yaya who faced him. If it were us, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to take that hit. Qi 118 also admired Kong Chuan's strength. Wiping the fresh blood from the corner of his mouth, Ye's eyes glinted demonically as he stared at Kong Chuan. His mouth split into a grin, revealing 2 rows of stark white fangs as he chuckled strangely, "To survive a strike from my evil ghost blade without dying, you deserve to have your name known to the world." As he spoke, Ye stretched out his hand and seized a gravestone that seemed to fly toward him like a meteor, landing in his palm. He held the evil ghost blade and was about to carve Kong Chuan's name onto the gravestone. He knew Kong Chuan's name from the beginning. Qi 118 had long ago told Ye the names of everyone associated with Lin Shen. Ye did not use the gravestone against Kong Chuan from the start, not because he didn't want to, but because the gravestone itself had usage restrictions. It wasn't just a matter of writing down a name to kill anyone he wished. For those whose levels were lower than Ye's, he only needed to be within a certain distance, look at the person, and write down their correct name to kill them. But for those whose strength was not much weaker than Ye, or those stronger than him, even if Ye wrote down their true name, it wouldn't necessarily kill them, and there was even a chance of backlash. Therefore, without being certain of the opponent's strength, Ye could not casually use the strength of the gravestone. Now that Kong Chuan had suffered heavy damage, and Ye had already recovered from his injuries, even his damaged blood feather armor had restored to its perfect condition. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. What one loses, the other gains. Now that Ye is writing Kong Chuan's name, there's a very good chance he could kill him outright. Chapter 449 Double Buff. Kong Chuan, can you still fight? A voice suddenly appeared behind Kong Chuan. Ye was slightly startled, to see Lin Shen, who had fled, actually flying back to stand behind Kong Chuan. I can. Kong Chuan coldly stared at Ye. Without turning his head, he spoke, and once again reached out his hand, causing the fragmented blue peacock life base to attach to his body again, the terrifying blue glow rising once more. Then let's go again. Lin Shen opened his folding fan with a swish and gently shook it towards Ye. Countless mysterious light patterns flew out from the fan, falling like a shower of stars towards Ye. Lin Shen saw Ye's terrifying strength and knew if Kong Chuan died, he would never escape Ye's pursuit. With Tianxun not on Paradise Island, even if he could escape back to the island, he feared no one would be a match for Ye, not to mention the great distance from here to Paradise Island. Perhaps he would never get the chance to flee back, and then he would have to leave the giant ring star. The key point was, if he left the giant ring star, he would lose all the supplies and his previous efforts would be in vain. If you're looking for death, then I'll send you on your way first. Ye let the black-red glow rise from his body, ignoring the mysterious light patterns, and directly swung out the terrifying black-red glow, surging towards Lin Shen like a dragon. Continue your saga on empiren/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. The mysterious light patterns fell onto the black-red glow, and eerily penetrated through, branding onto Ye's body. In an instant, the black-red glow and the blade aura that Ye had swung out shrank considerably. The blue light blossomed on Kong Chuan's body, and with hands merged, he struck out a heavenly beam of blue light, taking the shape of a peacock, and collided once more with the evil ghost blade's power. But this time, the peacock divine brilliance forcefully shattered the black-red dragon, and its remaining power surged towards Ye. Ye hadn't anticipated this turn of events and could only raise his tombstone to block the peacock divine brilliance. He was shaken so much that he retreated thousands of meters in the air before he could steady himself. What kind of innate skill is this, an ascension-level skill, that it can affect me? Ye looked at the brilliant light of the mysterious text branded on his feather armor with a startled and doubtful expression. As he wondered, he suddenly saw a black ancient jade seal flying out from Lin Shen, hovering above Lin Shen's head, emitting mysterious ancient ripples. Those ripples passed through the blood flame on Ye's body, eerily branding a strange mark on the carapace of Ye, making him feel as if his body had become heavier, and the black-red glow weakened even further. Kong Chuan, now is not the time to hold back, when else will you strike to kill him? Lin Shen, with the mutated jade exquisite hidden within him, shouted loudly. Prujna Kalan. Limitless Buddha light. The tail feathers on Kong Chuan's back fiercely spread out, shining with divine light once again, and blue light rose from his body, series of blue halos lighting up like blue suns. Yaya was both shocked and angry. He had used several skills but was unable to remove the negative effects on him. Boy! I will kill you! Yaya let out a shriek and turned into a stream of light, fleeing away. Although Yaya was strong, Kong Chuan was not weak. Even though Yaya had the upper hand in their previous clash, Kong Chuan's strength was not much less than his. The main issue was that Yaya's recovery ability was far superior to Kong Chuan's. His swift healing made it seem as if Kong Chuan was no match for him. Now that he was afflicted with double weakening, his strength had greatly diminished. If he were to be caught by the limitless Buddha light again, it would be very difficult to break free as he had before. Watching Night Ghost vanish into the sky in an instant, Lin Shen said indifferently, "He's quick to catch on, let him live for now. Go retrieve the supplies, those items mustn't be compromised, and must be sent back first." Yes, Kong Chuan's radiance subsided as he complied and set off. Kong Chuan retrieved the supplies, and the two of them rode their pets, escorting the supplies towards Paradise Island. That human actually has such means, even that Yaya has fallen for his scheme. Qi 118's expression was one of astonished suspicion. He had initially thought Lin Shen was nothing more than a mad dog let loose by the Heavenly Emperor, daring to bite others recklessly only because he had the backing of the Heavenly Emperor. Yet, he didn't expect Lin Shen to possess such capabilities. With a gap of a whole level category, the efficiency of ascension level skills when used on a nirvana being would be greatly reduced. This was level suppression, which could also be seen as a difference in the layers of strength, an unavoidable reality. The fact that Lin Shen's skills could have such a significant effect on a nirvana being of Yaya's caliber was truly terrifying. This person is indeed formidable, with a style of action and abilities that are both unpredictable and inscrutable. If we wish to kill him again, we must make sure we are thoroughly prepared, Qi 96 stated solemnly. Exactly. To kill him, we must target a time when he is without protection. He seems to follow a supportive path, so his frontal combat capability must be much weaker. As long as he's not guarded by a strong protector, killing him should be easy. Any one of us would not find it difficult, said Qi 118. Qi 96 nodded slightly. If we don't eliminate this man, he will surely become a calamity for our celestial race in the future. Now that we are aware of his abilities, we can set up targeted arrangements in the future and not give him such opportunities again. Let's leave things as they are today, with Kong Chuan by his side. We can't kill him. Let him struggle for survival a bit longer. After all, he tore up the self-portrait of the Heavenly Emperor, so it will be hard for him to stay alive after returning. If the Heavenly Emperor doesn't kill him, it's not too late for us to plot his death. We must not allow him to bring disaster upon our celestial race, said Qi 118 hatefully. Lin Shen and Kong Chuan escorting the supplies, returned to Paradise Island. Lin Shen asked Tian Xin, who wore a look of astonishment, to tally and store the items, then he called Kong Chuan over. You don't have to endure any longer, it's fine now. Inside Paradise Palace, Lin Shen suddenly turned to Kong Chuan and said. Kong Chuan opened his mouth and spewed out blood, collapsing to the ground as blood continuously poured from his mouth, taking a while to finally stop, leaving his face devoid of any color. Did you know from the start that my injuries were very severe? Kong Chuan asked Lin Shen with a complex expression. Lin Shen nodded slightly and tossed a bottle of healing liquid to Kong Chuan. Then you still dared to come back? Weren't you afraid that wouldn't scare off Yaya? Kong Chuan caught the healing liquid and asked in a daze. There are no what-ifs in this world. Even if he hadn't been scared off, I would still have had a way to protect myself. You don't need to worry about me. Heal your wounds as quickly as possible, for we may have a tough fight in a few days, Lin Shen said indifferently. He was always wearing a mechanical watch and could escape to Ring Mountain Planet at any time, at most sacrificing Kong Chuan and the batch of supplies. You, what are you planning to do? Kong Chuan's heart tightened at these words. He had only been following Lin Shen for a short while, living in constant fear every day. Even as a nirvana being, he felt psychological pressure, whereas Lin Shen, an ascender, seemed to be completely unconcerned, his courage seemingly boundless. Little did Kong Chuan know that Lin Shen wasn't nonchalant, he simply had no other choice but to carry on with a brave face. Chapter 450 Concealing the Heart. The money was already in hand, but Lin Shen had no plans to leave now, he still couldn't leave Giant Ring Star. Although he had completed the task assigned by the Heavenly Emperor, Lin Shen had indeed torn up the Heavenly Emperor's self-portrait, so he couldn't just go back like that. Before tearing the portrait, Lin Shen had already thought of a plan, but he had to wait for Tianxuan to return and discuss it with her. However, he waited, and Tianxuan still hadn't come back. Where on earth has Tianxuan, that darling, gone? Why hasn't she returned? Lin Shen wondered. It had been 2 or 3 days, and with the speed of a nirvana level, she should have returned by now, no matter where she went. She couldn't have gone to the utmost darkness domain, could she? Lin Shen thought before deeming it unlikely, as the Night Ghost tribe's issue hadn't been resolved yet. How could Tianxuan possibly venture into the utmost darkness domain alone? During the interrogation of Yexing, Yexing had said that after she was captured, Yekong was singing in the distance. This was for 2 reasons, to look for an opportunity to rescue her and to send her a message to endure for the time being, assuring her that they would soon find a chance to rescue her. Yekong would rather let Yexing be captured than reveal the Night Ghost tribe's strength, there must be some scheming involved. If the Night Ghost tribe made a move, it would definitely be a major one. Tianxuan was already prepared on her end and shouldn't have too much of a problem, but it might not be the same for the Qi family and the Yin family. Lin Shen had already told his eldest sister to definitely not leave Paradise Island recently, and it would be best if she stayed inside Paradise Palace all the time, without even stepping outside. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Kong Chuan was recuperating from injuries, and Wei Wufu hadn't gone anywhere lately, also remaining on Paradise Island. Tian Xin, that guy, was tending to his super pet every day, looking forward to the day it would transform gloriously. Lin Shen wanted to hunt the Super Source Dragon on Ring Mountain Planet, but he didn't dare to leave, fearing that the Night Ghost tribe might cause trouble during his absence. Lin Shen woke up only to find that it was still dark outside the window. The nights on Giant Ring Star are just too long, which is terribly unfriendly to a hard-working young man like me, Lin Shen said while checking his current attribute on his communicator. His strength had reached 118 plus 81, the normal state was 118, which was well beyond the Ascension level's limit attribute of 81. These attributes were provided by Death Powder and the Boundless Strength contract, and this attribute was still slowly increasing. He didn't know how high the growth potential of Death Powder could go. The additional strength attribute provided by the Boundless Strength contract could be enhanced by skills, just like the base attribute. When others used skills to double their attributes, a top-tier ascender with 81 strength would have 162 points of strength. When Lin Shen used his skill to double his strength attribute instantly became 236. The more enhancement skills used, the bigger the gap. Moreover, Death Powder was still growing, meaning the attributes it would eventually bring to Lin Shen would continue to increase. As Lin Shen's attributes increased, the Contrarian's attributes also increased, always matching his own. Tian Xin, Flairla, and Kong Chuan can all merge their life base with themselves in battle. I wonder what kind of skill or perhaps some ability that is. If I could merge with the Contrarian, my combat effectiveness would definitely skyrocket. Lin Shen once again studied the skills of the Contrarian, but found no ability to merge. While he was looking at it, a message suddenly popped up on his mechanical wristwatch. What does Red Heart A want? Sending a message again. Lin Shen opened and read it. I've solved the tough question you gave me. Do you have an answer to the one I gave you? Just as Lin Shen finished reading this message, another message followed. The content of the second message was the problem he had wanted Red Heart A's help to solve. How to condense an utterly hard and strong force to the utmost limit, achieving an unnoticeable subtlety in its use. Lin Shen had been practicing, but he had not yet solved this issue. If he came across an opponent like Ximen swordsman who excels in using the enemy's force against them, it was still somewhat unresolved. Of course, if faced with a Ximen swordsman of the same level, Lin Shen could break his skill using absolute strength. However, if he met someone whose strength was not inferior to his own, unable to win by sheer strength, then he had to rely on technique. Lin Shen was elated and hurriedly looked to see how Red Heart A had managed to solve the problem. This works too. After reading through it once, Lin Shen was even more ecstatic. The solution provided by Red Heart A wouldn't come to mind for most people, not because their intelligence was inferior to hers, but because the average person simply would not come into contact with the skills mentioned in Red Heart A's message. Continue reading on Empire. Red Heart A had not solved the problem directly. It seemed nearly impossible to subtly handle a force that's utterly hard and positive. She chose a compromise, using a technique called Hidden Heart, which was a very advanced skill. If the force is too violent to be softly hidden, then hide this force, adding a shell around it. This skill is akin to a bomb, where the explosive itself isn't directly usable for long-range deployment, but if you put a casing around the explosive, it can be thrown a long distance. Hidden Heart is similar in principle. It hides the utterly hard and strong force within the shell until it reaches the target. When triggered, it can solve the problem Lin Shen presented. While it sounds simple, the skill of Hidden Heart itself, according to Red Heart A, was a unique skill of a Nirvana being. She had gone to great lengths to obtain it, personally verifying its effectiveness. To convince Spade A, Red Heart A even sent the training method for Hidden Heart, not treating Spade A like an outsider at all. This gave Lin Shen an advantage. After researching the skill Hidden Heart, he found it to be quite peculiar, truly a work of ingenuity, and wondered who could have created such a mysterious skill. Essentially, Hidden Heart is a bridge. It can't act as a shell itself, but it can hide a force that's utterly hard and positive within another type of force, serving as a link between the two. How should I hide it? Could I hide the unwavering force of the 28 fists within the 1,000 men's pointer? Lin Shen thought this idea was likely difficult to achieve, but it was worth trying. Before attempting it, Lin Shen needed to master the skill of Hidden Heart. He tried several times, but the skill itself was too complex, especially with regard to the manipulation of strength, which had to be extremely detailed. Otherwise, it would be impossible to hide one type of force within another and also ensure delayed explosion. It was incredibly difficult. Lin Shen felt that such a difficult task should be left to professionals. He wanted to get up and find Yun, but when he looked up, he realized it was still dark outside. The night had not yet passed. Why does the night feel especially long today? Lin Shen glanced at the time and his face subtly changed. It had been almost an hour since the dawn was supposed to arrive. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audiowave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.